This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4. The Closed Door. 1. The Rencounter by the Pool. The July sun shone over Egdon and fired its crimson heather to scarlet. It was the one season of the year and the one weather of the season in which the heath was gorgeous. This flowering period represented the second or noontide division in the cycle of those superficial changes which alone were possible here. It followed the green or young fern period representing the morn, and preceded the brown period, when the heath bells and ferns would wear the russet tinges of evening, to be in turn displaced by the dark hue of the winter period, representing night. Clym and Eustacia, in their little house at Alderworth, beyond East Egdon, were living on with a monotony which was delightful to them. The heath and changes of weather were quite blotted out from their eyes for the present. They were enclosed in a sort of luminous mist which hid from them surroundings of any inharmonious colour and gave to all things the character of light. When it rained they were charmed, because they could remain indoors together all day with such a show of reason. When it was fine they were charmed, because they could sit together on the hills. They were like those double stars which revolve round and round each other, and from a distance appear to be one. The absolute solitude in which they lived intensified their reciprocal thoughts. Yet some might have said that it had the disadvantage of consuming their mutual affections at a fearfully prodigal rate. Yeobright did not fear for his own part, but recollection of Eustacia's old speech about the evanescence of love, now apparently forgotten by her, sometimes caused him to ask himself a question, and he recoiled at the thought that the quality of finiteness was not foreign to Eden. When 3 or 4 weeks had been passed thus, Yeobright resumed his reading in earnest. To make up for lost time he studied indefatigably, for he wished to enter his new profession with the least possible delay. Now Eustacia's dream had always been that once married to Clym, she would have the power of inducing him to return to Paris. He had carefully withheld all promise to do so, but would he be proof against her coaxing and argument? She had calculated to such a degree on the probability of success that she had represented Paris, and not Budmouth, to her grandfather as, in all likelihood, their future home. Her hopes were bound up in this dream. In the quiet days since their marriage, when Yeobright had been poring over her lips, her eyes, and the lines of her face, she had mused and mused on the subject, even while in the act of returning his gaze. And now the sight of the books, indicating a future which was antagonistic to her dream, struck her with a positively painful jar. She was hoping for the time when, as the mistress of some pretty establishment, however small, near a Parisian boulevard, she would be passing her days on the skirts at least of the gay world, and catching stray wafts from those town pleasures she was so well fitted to enjoy. Yet Yeobright was as firm in the contrary intention as if the tendency of marriage were rather to develop the fantasies of young philanthropy than to sweep them away. Her anxiety reached a high pitch, but there was something in Clym's undeviating manner which made her hesitate before sounding him on the subject. At this point in their experience, however, an incident helped her. It occurred one evening about 6 weeks after their union, and arose entirely out of the unconscious misapplication by Venn of the 50 guineas intended for Yeobright. A day or two after the receipt of the money, Thomasin had sent a note to her aunt to thank her. She had been surprised at the largeness of the amount, but as no sum had ever been mentioned, she set that down to her late uncle's generosity. She had been strictly charged by her aunt to say nothing to her husband of this gift, and Wildeve, as was natural enough, had not brought himself to mention to his wife a single particular of the midnight scene in the heath. Christian's terror, in like manner, had tied his tongue on the share he took in that proceeding, and hoping that by some means or other the money had gone to its proper destination, he simply asserted as much without giving details. Therefore, when a week or two had passed away, Mrs. Yeobright began to wonder why she never heard from her son of the receipt of the present, and, to add gloom to her perplexity, came the possibility that resentment might be the cause of his silence. She could hardly believe as much, but why did he not write? She questioned Christian, and the confusion in his answers would at once have led her to believe that something was wrong, had not one half of his story been corroborated by Thomasin's note. Mrs. Yeobright was in this state of uncertainty when she was informed one morning that her son's wife was visiting her grandfather at Mistover. She determined to walk up the hill, see Eustacia, and ascertain from her daughter-in-law's lips whether the family guineas, which were to Mrs. Yeobright what family jewels are to wealthier dowagers, had miscarried or not. When Christian learned where she was going, his concern reached its height. At the moment of her departure, he could prevaricate no longer, and, confessing to the gambling, told her the truth as far as he knew it, that the guineas had been won by Wildeve. "What? Is he going to keep them?" Mrs. Yeobright cried. "Oh, I hope and trust not," moaned Christian. "He's a good man, and perhaps will do right things. He said you ought to have give Mr. Clim's share to Eustacia, and that's perhaps what he'll do himself." To Mrs. Yeobright, as soon as she could calmly reflect, there was much likelihood in this, for she could hardly believe that Wildeve would really appropriate money belonging to her son. The intermediate course of giving it to Eustacia was the sort of thing to please Wildeve's fancy, but it filled the mother with anger none the less. That Wildeve should have got command of the guineas after all, and should rearrange the disposal of them, placing Clim's share in Clim's wife's hands, because she had been his own sweetheart and might be so still, was as irritating a pain as any that Mrs. Yeobright had ever borne. She instantly dismissed the wretched Christian from her employ for his conduct in the affair, but feeling quite helpless and unable to do without him, told him afterwards that he might stay a little longer if he chose. Then she hastened off to Eustacia, moved by a much less promising emotion towards her daughter-in-law than she had felt half an hour earlier, when planning her journey. At that time it was to inquire in a friendly spirit if there had been any accidental loss. Now it was to ask plainly if Wildeve had privately given her money, which had been intended as a sacred gift to Clim. She started at 2 o'clock, and her meeting with Eustacia was hastened by the appearance of the young lady beside the pool and bank which bordered her grandfather's premises, where she stood surveying the scene, and perhaps thinking of the romantic enactments it had witnessed in past days. When Mrs. Yeobright approached, Eustacia surveyed her with the calm stare of a stranger. The mother-in-law was the first to speak. "I was coming to see you," she said. "Indeed?" said Eustacia, with surprise, for Mrs. Yeobright, much to the girl's mortification, had refused to be present at the wedding. "I did not at all expect you." "I was coming on business only," said the visitor more coldly than at first. "Will you excuse my asking this? Have you received a gift from Thomasin's husband?" "A gift? I mean money." "What, I, myself?" "Well, I meant yourself privately, though I was not going to put it in that way." "Money? From Mr. Wildeve? No, never! Madam, what do you mean by that?" Eustacia fired up all too quickly, for her own consciousness of the old attachment between herself and Wildeve led her to jump to the conclusion that Mrs. Yeobright also knew of it, and might have come to accuse her of receiving dishonourable presents from him now. "I simply ask the question," said Mrs. Yeobright. "I have been—" "You ought to have better opinions of me. I feared you were against me from the first," exclaimed Eustacia. "No, I was simply for Clym," replied Mrs. Yeobright, with too much emphasis in her earnestness. "It is the instinct of everyone to look after their own." "How can you imply that he required guarding against me?" cried Eustacia, passionate tears in her eyes. "I have not injured him by marrying him. What sin have I done that you should think so ill of me? You had no right to speak against me to him when I have never wronged you." "I only did what was fair under the circumstances," said Mrs. Yeobright more softly. "I would rather not have gone into this question at present, but you compel me. I am not ashamed to tell you the honest truth. I was firmly convinced that he ought not to marry you. Therefore I tried to dissuade him by all the means in my power. But it is done now, and I have no idea of complaining any more. I am ready to welcome you." "Ah, yes, it is very well to see things in that business point of view," murmured Eustacia, with a smothered fire of feeling. "But why should you think there is anything between me and Mr. Wildeve? I have a spirit as well as you. I am indignant, and so would any woman be. It was a condescension in me to be Clym's wife, and not a manoeuvre, let me remind you. And therefore I will not be treated as a schemer, whom it becomes necessary to bear with, because she has crept into the family." "Oh, oh!" said Mrs. Yeobright, vainly endeavouring to control her anger. "I have never heard anything to show that my son's lineage is not as good as the Vyse, perhaps better. It is amusing to hear you talk of condescension." "It was condescension, nevertheless," said Eustacia vehemently. "And if I had known then what I know now, that I should be living in this wild heath a month after my marriage, I should have thought twice before agreeing." "It would be better not to say that. It might not sound truthful." "I am not aware that any deception was used on his part. I know there was not, whatever might have been the case on the other side." "Oh, this is too exasperating," answered the younger woman huskily, her face crimsoning and her eyes darting light. "How can you dare to speak to me like that? I insist upon repeating to you that had I known that my life would from my marriage up to this time have been as it is, I should have said no. I don't complain. I have never uttered a sound of such a thing to him, but it is true. I hope, therefore, that in the future you will be silent on my eagerness. If you injure me now, you injure yourself." "Injure you? Do you think I am an evil-disposed person? You injured me before my marriage, and you have now suspected me of secretly favouring another man for money." I could not help what I thought, but I have never spoken of you outside my house. You spoke of me within it, to Clym, and you could not do worse. I did my duty, and I'll do mine, a part of which will possibly be to set him against his mother. It is always so, but why should I not bear it as others have borne it before me?" "I understand you," said Eustacia, breathless with emotion. "You think me capable of every bad thing. Who can be worse than a wife who encourages a lover and poisons her husband's mind against his relative? Yet that is now the character given to me. Will you not come and drag him out of my hands?" Mrs. Yeobright gave back heat for heat. "Don't rage at me, madam. It ill becomes your beauty, and I am not worth the injury you may do it on my account, I assure you. I am only a poor old woman who has lost a son." "If you had treated me honourably, you would have had him still," Eustacia said, while scalding tears trickled from her eyes. "You have brought yourself to folly. You have caused a division which can never be healed." "I have done nothing. This audacity from a young woman is more than I can bear." "It was asked for. You have suspected me, and you have made me speak of my husband in a way I would not have done. You will let him know that I have spoken thus, and it will cause misery between us. Will you go away from me? You are no friend." "I will go when I have spoken a word. If anyone says I have come here to question you without good grounds for it, that person speaks untruly. If anyone says that I attempted to stop your marriage by any but honest means, that person too does not speak the truth. I have fallen on an evil time. God has been unjust to me in letting you insult me. Probably my son's happiness does not lie on this side of the grave, for he is a foolish man who neglects the advice of his parent. You, Eustacia, stand on the edge of a precipice without knowing it. Only show my son one half the temper you have shown me today, and you may before long, and you will find that though he is as gentle as a child with you now, he can be as hard as steel." The excited mother then withdrew, and Eustacia, panting, stood looking into the pool. End of chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4. The Closed Door. 2. He is set upon by adversities, but he sings a song. The result of that unpropitious interview was that Eustacia, instead of passing the afternoon with her grandfather, hastily returned home to Clym, where she arrived 3 hours earlier than she had been expected. She came indoors with her face flushed and her eyes still showing traces of her recent excitement. Yeobright looked up, astonished. He had never seen her in any way approaching to that state before. She passed him by and would have gone upstairs unnoticed, but Clym was so concerned that he immediately followed her. "What is the matter, Eustacia?" he said. She was standing on the hearthrug in the bedroom, looking upon the floor, her hands clasped in front of her, her bonnet yet unremoved. For a moment she did not answer, and then she replied in a low voice, "I have seen your mother, and I will never see her again." A weight fell like a stone upon Clym. That same morning, when Eustacia had arranged to go and see her grandfather, Clym had expressed a wish that she would drive down to Bloom's End and inquire for her mother-in-law, or adopt any other means she might think fit to bring about a reconciliation. She had set out gaily, and he had hoped for much. "Why is this?" he asked. "I cannot tell. I cannot remember. I met your mother, and I will never meet her again." "Why?" "What do I know about Mr. Wildeve now? I won't have wicked opinions passed on me by anybody. Oh, it was too humiliating to be asked if I had received any money from him, or encouraged him, or something of the sort. I don't exactly know what." "How could she have asked you that?" "She did." "Then there must have been some meaning in it. What did my mother say besides?" "I don't know what she said, except insofar as this, that we both said words which can never be forgiven." "Oh, there must be some misapprehension. Whose fault was it that her meaning was not made clear?" "I would rather not say. It may have been the fault of the circumstances, which were awkward at the very least. Oh, Clem, I cannot help expressing it. This is an unpleasant position you have placed me in. But you must improve it. Yes, say you will. For I hate it all now. Yes, take me to Paris, and go on with your old occupation, Clem. I don't mind how humbly we live there at first, if it can only be Paris, and not Egdon Heath." "But I've quite given up that idea," said Yeobright, with surprise. "Surely I never led you to expect such a thing." "I own it. Yet there are thoughts which cannot be kept out of mind, and that one was mine. Must I not have a voice in the matter, now I am your wife, and the sharer of your doom?" "Well, there are things which are placed beyond the pale of discussion, and I thought this was specially so, and by mutual agreement." "Clem, I am unhappy at what I hear," she said in a low voice, and her eyes drooped, and she turned away. This indication of an unexpected mine of hope in Eustatia's bosom disconcerted her husband. It was the first time that he had confronted the fact of the indirectness of a woman's movement towards her desire. But his intention was unshaken, though he loved Eustacia well. All the effect that her remark had upon him was a resolve to chain himself more closely than ever to his books, so as to be the sooner enabled to appeal to substantial results from another course in arguing against her whim. Next day the mystery of the guineas was explained. Thomasin paid them a hurried visit, and Clem's share was delivered up to him by her own hands. Eustacia was not present at the time. "Then this is what my mother meant," exclaimed Clem. "Thomasin, do you know they've had a bitter quarrel?" There was a little more reticence now than formerly in Thomasin's manner towards her cousin. It is the effect of marriage to engender in several directions some of the reserve it annihilates in one. "Your mother told me," she said quietly. "She came back to my house after seeing Eustacia." "The worst thing I dreaded has come to pass. Was mother much disturbed when she came to you, Thomasin?" "Oh, yes." "Very much indeed?" "Yes." Clem leant his elbow upon the post of the garden gate and covered his eyes with his hand. "Don't trouble about it, Clem. They may get to be friends." He shook his head. Not two people with inflammable natures like theirs. "Well, what must be will be. One thing is cheerful in it. The guineas are not lost. I would rather have lost them twice over than have had this happen." Amid these jarring events, Yeobright felt one thing to be indispensable. that he should speedily make some show of progress in his scholastic plans. With this view he read far into the small hours during many nights. One morning, after a severer strain than usual, he awoke with a strange sensation in his eyes. The sun was shining directly upon the window blind, and at his first glance thitherward, a sharp pain obliged him to close his eyelids quickly. At every new attempt to look about him, the same morbid sensibility to light was manifested, and excoriating tears ran down his cheeks. He was obliged to tie a bandage over his brow while dressing, and during the day it could not be abandoned. Eustacia was thoroughly alarmed. On finding that the case was no better the next morning, they decided to send to Anglebury for a surgeon. Towards evening he arrived, and pronounced the disease to be acute inflammation induced by Klim's night studies, continued in spite of a cold previously caught, which had weakened his eyes for the time. Fretting with impatience at this interruption to a task he was so anxious to hasten, Klim was transformed into an invalid. He was shut up in a room from which all light was excluded, and his condition would have been one of absolute misery, had not Eustacia read to him by the glimmer of a shaded lamp. He hoped that the worst would soon be over, but at the surgeon's third visit he learnt to his dismay that although he might venture out of doors with shaded eyes in the course of a month, all thought of pursuing his work, or of reading print of any description, would have to be given up for a long time to come. 1 week and another week wore on, and nothing seemed to lighten the gloom of the young couple. Dreadful imaginings occurred to Eustacia, but she carefully refrained from uttering them to her husband. Suppose he should become blind, or at all events never recover sufficient strength of sight to engage in an occupation which would be congenial to her feelings, and conduce to her removal from this lonely dwelling among the hills. That dream of beautiful Paris was not likely to cohere into substance in the presence of this misfortune. As day after day passed by and he got no better, her mind ran more and more in this mournful groove, and she would go away from him into the garden and weep despairing tears. Yeobright thought he would send for his mother, and then he thought he would not. Knowledge of his state could only make her the more unhappy, and the seclusion of their life was such that she would be hardly likely to learn the news except through a special messenger. Endeavouring to take the trouble as philosophically as possible, he waited on till the 3rd week had arrived, when he went into the open air for the first time since the attack. The surgeon visited him again at this stage, and Klim urged him to express a distinct opinion. The young man learnt with added surprise that the date at which he might expect to resume his labours was as uncertain as ever, his eyes being in that peculiar state which, though affording him sight enough for walking about, would not admit of their being strained upon any definite object, without incurring the risk of reproducing ophthalmia in its acute form. Klim was very grave at the intelligence, but not despairing. A quiet firmness and even cheerfulness took possession of him. He was not to be blind. That was enough. To be doomed to behold the world through smoked glass for an indefinite period was bad enough and fatal to any kind of advance, but Yeobright was an absolute stoic in the face of mishaps which only affected his social standing, and apart from Eustacia, the humblest walk of life would satisfy him, if it could be made to work in with some form of his culture scheme. To keep a cottage night school was one such form, and his affliction did not master his spirit as it might otherwise have done. He walked through the warm sun westward into those tracts of Egdon with which he was best acquainted, being those lying nearer to his old home. He saw before him in one of the valleys the gleaming of whetted iron, and advancing dimly perceived that the shine came from the tool of a man who was cutting furs. The worker recognized Clym, and Yeobright learnt from the voice that the speaker was Humphrey. Humphrey expressed his sorrow at Clym's condition, and added, "Now, if yours was low-class work like mine, you could go on with it just the same." "Yes, I could," said Yeobright musingly. "How much do you get for cutting these faggots?" "Half a crown 100, and in these long days I can live very well on the wages." During the whole of Yeobright's walk home to Alderworth, he was lost in reflections which were not of an unpleasant kind. On his coming up to the house, Eustacia spoke to him from the open window, and he went across to her. "Darling," he said, "I am much happier, and if my mother were reconciled to me and to you, I should, I think, be happy quite." "Oh, I fear that will never be," she said, looking afar with her beautiful stormy eyes. "How can you say, 'I am happier,' and nothing changed?" "It arises from my having at last discovered something I can do and get a living at in this time of misfortune." "Yes?" "I am going to be a furze and turf cutter." "Oh no, Clym," she said, the slight hopefulness previously apparent in her face going off again, and leaving her worse than before. "Surely I shall. Is it not very unwise in us to go on spending the little money we've got, when I can keep down expenditure by an honest occupation? The outdoor exercise will do me good, and who knows but that in a few months I shall be able to go on with my reading again?" "But my grandfather offers to assist us if we require assistance." "We don't require it. If I go furze cutting, we shall be fairly well off." "Oh, in comparison with slaves, and the Israelites in Egypt, and such people!" A bitter tear rolled down Eustacia's face, which he did not see. There had been nonchalance in his tone, showing her that he felt no absolute grief at a consummation which to her was a positive horror. The very next day Yeobright went to Humphrey's cottage, and borrowed of him leggings, gloves, a whetstone, and a hook, to use till he should be able to purchase some for himself. Then he sallied forth with his new fellow-labourer and old acquaintance, and selecting a spot where the furze grew thickest, he struck the first blow in his adopted calling. His sight, like the wings in Rasselas, though useless to him for his grand purpose, sufficed for this strait, and he found that when a little practice should have hardened his palms against blistering, he would be able to work with ease. Day after day he rose with the sun, buckled on his leggings, and went off to the rendezvous with Humphrey. His custom was to work from 4 o'clock in the morning till noon, then, when the heat of the day was at its highest, to go home and sleep for an hour or two, afterwards coming out again and working till dusk at 9. This man from Paris was now so disguised by his leather accoutrements and by the goggles he was obliged to wear over his eyes, that his closest friend might have passed by without recognizing him. He was a brown spot in the midst of an expanse of olive-green gorse, and nothing more. Though frequently depressed in spirit when not actually at work, owing to thoughts of Eustacia's position and his mother's estrangement, when in the full swing of labour he was cheerfully disposed and calm. His daily life was of a curious microscopic sort, his whole world being limited to a circuit of a few feet from his person. His familiars were creeping and winged things, and they seemed to enroll him in their band. Bees hummed around his ears with an intimate air, and tugged at the heath and furze flowers at his side in such numbers as to weigh them down to the sod. The strange amber-coloured butterflies which Egdon produced, and which were never seen elsewhere, quivered in the breath of his lips, alighted upon his bowed back, and sported with the glittering point of his hook as he flourished it up and down. Tribes of emerald-green grasshoppers leaped over his feet, falling awkwardly on their backs, heads, or hips, like unskilful acrobats, as chance might rule, or engaged themselves in noisy flirtations under the fern fronds with silent ones of homely hue. Huge flies, ignorant of larders and wire netting, and quite in a savage state, buzzed about him without knowing that he was a man. In and out of the fern dells, snakes glided in their most brilliant blue and yellow guise, it being the season immediately following the shedding of their old skins, when their colours are brightest. Litters of young rabbits came out from their forms, to sun themselves upon hillocks, the hot beams blazing through the delicate tissue of each thin-fleshed ear, and firing it to a blood-red transparency in which the veins could be seen. None of them feared him. The monotony of his occupation soothed him, and was in itself a pleasure. A forced limitation of effort offered a justification of homely courses to an unambitious man, whose conscience would hardly have allowed him to remain in such obscurity while his powers were unimpeded. Hence Yeobright sometimes sang to himself, and when obliged to accompany Humphrey in search of brambles for faggot bonds, he would amuse his companion with sketches of Parisian life and character, and so while away the time. On one of these warm afternoons, Eustacia walked out alone in the direction of Yeobright's place of work. He was busily chopping away at the furze, a long row of faggots which stretched downward from his position, representing the labour of the day. He did not observe her approach, and she stood close to him, and heard his undercurrent of song. It shocked her. To see him there, a poor afflicted man, earning money by the sweat of his brow, had at first moved her to tears, but to hear him sing, and not at all rebel against an occupation which, however satisfactory to himself, was degrading to her as an educated lady-wife, wounded her through. Unconscious of her presence, he still went on singing. Le point du jour à nos bosquets rend toute leur parure. Flore est plus belle à son retour. L'oiseau reprend doux chant d'amour. Tout célèbre dans la nature le point du jour. Le point du jour cause parfois, cause douleur extrême, que l'espace des nuits est court pour le berger brûlant d'amour, forcé de quitter ce qu'il aime au point du jour. It was bitterly plain to Eustacia that he did not care much about social failure, and the proud fair woman bowed her head and wept in sick despair at thought of the blasting effect upon her own life of that mood and condition in him. Then she came forward. "I would starve rather than do it," she exclaimed vehemently. "And you can sing!" "I will go and live with my grandfather again." "Eustacia, I did not see you, though I noticed something moving," he said gently. He came forward, pulled off his huge leather glove, and took her hand. "Why do you speak in such a strange way? It is only a little old song, which struck my fancy when I was in Paris, and now just applies to my life with you. Has your love for me all died, then, because my appearance is no longer that of a fine gentleman? Dearest, you must not question me unpleasantly, or it may make me not love you." Do you believe it is possible that I would run the risk of doing that? Well, you follow out your own ideas and won't give in to mine when I wish you to leave off this shameful labor. Is there anything you dislike in me, that you act so contrarily to my wishes? I am your wife, and why will you not listen? Yes, I am your wife indeed. I know what that tone means. What tone? The tone in which you said, "Your wife indeed." It meant your wife worse luck. It is hard in you to probe me with that remark. A woman may have reason, though she is not without heart. And if I felt worse luck, it was no ignoble feeling, it was only too natural. There you see that at any rate I do not attempt untruths. Do you remember how, before we were married, I warned you that I had not good wifely qualities? You mock me to say that now. On that point at least the only noble course would be to hold your tongue, for you are still queen of me, Eustacia, though I may no longer be king of you. You are my husband. Does not that content you? Not unless you are my wife without regret. Oh, I cannot answer you. I remember saying that I should be a serious matter on your hands. Yes, I saw that. Then you were too quick to see. No true lover would have seen any such thing. You are too severe upon me, Clym. I don't like your speaking so at all. Well, I married you in spite of it, and don't regret doing so. How cold you seem this afternoon, and yet I used to think there never was a warmer heart than yours. Yes, I fear we are cooling. I see it as well as you. She sighed mournfully. And how madly we loved 2 months ago. You were never tired of contemplating me, nor I of contemplating you. Who could have thought then that by this time my eyes would not seem so very bright to yours, nor your lips so very sweet to mine? 2 months? Is it possible? Oh, yes, 'tis too true. You sigh, dear, as if you were sorry for it, and that's a hopeful sign. No, I don't sigh for that. There are other things for me to sigh for, or any other woman in my place. That your chances in life are ruined by marrying in haste an unfortunate man. Why will you force me, Clym, to say bitter things? I deserve pity as much as you. As much, I think I deserve it more. For you can sing. It would be a strange hour which would catch me singing under such a cloud as this. Believe me, sweet, I could weep to a degree that would astonish and confound such an elastic mind as yours. Even had you felt careless about your own affliction, you might have refrained from singing out of sheer pity for mine. God, if I were a man in such a position, I would curse rather than sing. Yeobright placed his hand upon her arm. Now, don't you suppose, my inexperienced girl, that I cannot rebel in high Promethean fashion against the gods and fate as well as you? I have felt more steam and smoke of that sort than you have ever heard of. But the more I see of life, the more do I perceive that there is nothing particularly great in its greatest walks, and therefore nothing particularly small in mine of furze cutting. If I feel that the greatest blessings vouchsafed to us are not very valuable, how can I feel it to be any great hardship when they're taken away? So I sing to pass the time. Have you indeed lost all tenderness for me, that you begrudge me a few cheerful moments? I still have some tenderness left for you. Your words have no longer their old flavour, and so love dies with good fortune. Oh, I cannot listen to this, Clym. It will end bitterly. she said in a broken voice. "I will go home." End of chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4. The Closed Door. 3. She Goes Out to Battle Against Depression. A few days later, before the month of August had expired, Eustacia and Yeobright sat together at their early dinner. Eustacia's manner had become of late almost apathetic. There was a forlorn look about her beautiful eyes which, whether she deserved it or not, would have excited pity in the breast of anyone who had known her during the full flush of her love for Clym. The feelings of husband and wife varied in some measure, inversely with their positions. Clym, the afflicted man, was cheerful, and he even tried to comfort her, who had never felt a moment of physical suffering in her whole life. "Come, brighten up, dearest. We shall be all right again. Some day perhaps I shall see as well as ever. And I solemnly promise that I'll leave off cutting furs as soon as I have the power to do anything better. You cannot seriously wish me to stay idling at home all day." "But it is so dreadful. A furs cutter, and you a man who have lived about the world and speak French and German, and who are fit for what is so much better than this." "I suppose when you first saw me and heard about me, I was wrapped in a sort of golden halo to your eyes. A man who knew glorious things, and had mixed in brilliant scenes. In short, an adorable, delightful, distracting hero." "Yes," she said, sobbing. "And now I'm a poor fellow in brown leather." "Don't taunt me. But enough of this. I will not be depressed any more. I am going from home this afternoon, unless you greatly object. There is to be a village picnic, a gypsying they call it, at East Egdon, and I shall go." "To dance?" "Why not? You can sing." "Well, well, as you will. Must I come to fetch you?" "If you return soon enough from your work, but do not inconvenience yourself about it. I know the way home, and the heath has no terror for me." "And can you cling to gaiety so eagerly as to walk all the way to a village festival in search of it?" "No, you don't like my going alone. Clym, you are not jealous?" "No, but I would come with you, if it could give you any pleasure. Though as things stand, perhaps you have too much of me already. Still, I somehow wish that you did not want to go. Yes, perhaps I am jealous. And who could be jealous with more reason than I, a half-blind man, over such a woman as you? Don't think like it. Let me go, and don't take all my spirits away." "I would rather lose all my own, my sweet wife. Go, do whatever you like. Who can forbid your indulgence in any whim? You have all my heart yet, I believe, and because you bear with me, who am in truth a drag upon you, I owe you thanks. Yes, go alone and shine. As for me, I will stick to my doom. At that kind of meeting people would shun me. My hook and gloves are like the St. Lazarus rattle of the leper, warning the world to get out of the way of a sight that would sadden them." He kissed her, put on his leggings, and went out. When he was gone, she rested her head upon her hands, and said to herself, 2 wasted lives, his and mine, and I am come to this. Will it drive me out of my mind?" She cast about for any possible course which offered the least improvement on the existing state of things, and could find none. She imagined how all those Budmouth ones who should learn what had become of her would say, "Look at the girl for whom nobody was good enough." To Eustacia the situation seemed such a mockery of her hopes that death appeared the only door of relief, if the satire of heaven should go much further. Suddenly she aroused herself and exclaimed, "But I'll shake it off. Yes, I will shake it off. No one shall know my suffering. I'll be bitterly merry, and ironically gay, and I'll laugh in derision. And I'll begin by going to this dance on the green." She ascended to her bedroom and dressed herself with scrupulous care. To an onlooker, her beauty would have made her feelings almost seem reasonable. The gloomy corner into which accident as much as indiscretion had brought this woman might have led even a moderate partisan to feel that she had cogent reasons for asking the supreme power by what right a being of such exquisite finish had been placed in circumstances calculated to make of her charms a curse rather than a blessing. It was 5 in the afternoon when she came out from the house, ready for her walk. There was material enough in the picture for 20 new conquests. The rebellious sadness that was rather too apparent when she sat indoors without a bonnet was cloaked and softened by her outdoor attire, which always had a sort of nebulousness about it, devoid of harsh edges anywhere, so that her face looked from its environment as from a cloud, with no noticeable lines of demarcation between flesh and clothes. The heat of the day had scarcely declined as yet, and she went along the sunny hills at a leisurely pace, there being ample time for her idle expedition. Tall ferns buried her in their leafage whenever her path lay through them, which now formed miniature forests, though not one stem of them would remain to bud the next year. The site chosen for the village festivity was one of the lawn-like oases which were occasionally, yet not often, met with on the plateaus of the Heath district. The breaks of furze and fern terminated abruptly round the margin, and the grass was unbroken. A green cattle track skirted the spot, without, however, emerging from the screen of fern, and this path Eustacia followed in order to reconnoitre the group before joining it. The lusty notes of the East Egdon band had directed her unerringly, and she now beheld the musicians themselves, sitting in a blue wagon with red wheels, scrubbed as bright as new, and arched with sticks, to which boughs and flowers were tied. In front of this was the grand central dance of 15 or 20 couples, flanked by minor dances of inferior individuals whose gyrations were not always in strict keeping with the tune. The young men wore blue and white rosettes, and with a flush on their faces, footed it to the girls, who, with the excitement and the exercise, blushed deeper than the pink of their numerous ribbons. Fair ones with long curls, fair ones with short curls, fair ones with love-locks, fair ones with braids, flew round and round, and a beholder might well have wondered how such a prepossessing set of young women of like size, age, and disposition could have been collected together where there were only 1 or 2 villages to choose from. In the background was one happy man dancing by himself, with closed eyes, totally oblivious of all the rest. A fire was burning under a pollard thorn a few paces off, over which 3 kettles hung in a row. Hard by was a table where elderly dames prepared tea, but Eustacia looked among them in vain for the cattle-dealer's wife, who had suggested that she should come, and had promised to obtain a courteous welcome for her. This unexpected absence of the only local resident whom Eustacia knew considerably damaged her scheme for an afternoon of reckless gaiety. Joining in became a matter of difficulty, notwithstanding that were she to advance, cheerful dames would come forward with cups of tea and make much of her as a stranger of superior grace and knowledge to themselves. Having watched the company through the figures of 2 dances, she decided to walk a little farther, to a cottage where she might get some refreshment, and then return homeward in the shady time of evening. This she did, and by the time that she retraced her steps towards the scene of the gypsying, which it was necessary to repass on her way to Alderworth, the sun was going down. The air was now so still that she could hear the band afar off, and it seemed to be playing with more spirit, if that were possible, than when she had come away. On reaching the hill, the sun had quite disappeared, but this made little difference either to Eustacia or the revellers, for a round yellow moon was rising before her, though its rays had not yet outmastered those from the west. The dance was going on just the same, but strangers had arrived and formed a ring around the figure, so that Eustacia could stand among these without a chance of being recognized. A whole village full of sensuous emotion, scattered abroad all the year long, surged here in a focus for an hour. The 40 hearts of those waving couples were beating as they had not done since 12 months before they had come together in similar jollity. For the time, paganism was revived in their hearts, the pride of life was all in all, and they adored none other than themselves. How many of those impassioned but temporary embraces were destined to become perpetual was possibly the wonder of some of those who indulged in them, as well as of Eustacia, who looked on. She began to envy those pirouetters, to hunger for the hope and happiness which the fascination of the dance seemed to engender within them. Desperately fond of dancing herself, one of Eustacia's expectations of Paris had been the opportunity it might afford her of indulgence in this favourite pastime. Unhappily, that expectation was now extinct within her forever. Whilst she abstractedly watched them, spinning, fluctuating in the increasing moonlight, she suddenly heard her name whispered by a voice over her shoulder. Turning in surprise, she beheld, at her elbow, one whose presence instantly caused her to flush to the temples. It was Wild Eve. Till this moment he had not met her eyes since the morning of his marriage, when she had been loitering in the church and had startled him by lifting her veil and coming forward to sign the register as witness. Yet why the sight of him should have instigated that sudden rush of blood, she could not tell. Before she could speak, he whispered, "Do you like dancing as much as ever?" "I think I do," she replied in a low voice. "Will you dance with me?" "It would be a great change for me, but will it not seem strange?" "What strangeness can there be in relations dancing together?" "Ah, yes. Relations. Perhaps none." "Still, if you don't like to be seen, pull down your veil. Though there's not much risk of being known by this light. Lots of strangers are here." She did as he suggested, and the act was a tacit acknowledgment that she accepted his offer. Wild Eve gave her his arm and took her down on the outside of the ring to the bottom of the dance, which they entered. In 2 minutes more they were involved in the figure and began working their way upwards to the top. Till they had advanced halfway thither, Eustacia wished more than once that she had not yielded to his request. From the middle to the top she felt that, since she had come out to seek pleasure, she was only doing a natural thing to obtain it. Fairly launched into the ceaseless glides and whirls which their new position as top couple opened up to them, Eustacia's pulses began to move too quickly for longer rumination of any kind. Through the length of 25 couples they threaded their giddy way, and a new vitality entered her form. The pale ray of evening lent a fascination to the experience. There is a certain degree and tone of light which tends to disturb the equilibrium of the senses and to promote dangerously the tenderer moods. Added to movement, it drives the emotions to rankness, the reason becoming sleepy and unperceiving in inverse proportion. And this light fell now upon these two from the disk of the moon. All the dancing girls felt the symptoms, but Eustacia most of all. The grass under their feet became trodden away, and the hard, beaten surface of the sod, when viewed aslant towards the moonlight, shone like a polished table. The air became quite still. The flag above the wagon which held the musicians clung to the pole, and the players appeared only in outline against the sky, except when the circular mouths of the trombone, ophicleide, and French horn gleamed out like huge eyes from the shade of their figures. The pretty dresses of the maids lost their subtler day colors and showed more or less of a misty white. Eustacia floated round and round on Wild Eve's arm, her face rapt and statuesque. Her soul had passed away from and forgotten her features, which were left empty and quiescent, as they always are when feeling goes beyond their register. How near she was to Wild Eve! It was terrible to think of. She could feel his breathing, and he, of course, could feel hers. How badly she had treated him. Yet here they were, treading one measure. The enchantment of the dance surprised her. A clear line of difference divided like a tangible fence her experience within this maze of motion from her experience without it. Her beginning to dance had been like a change of atmosphere. Outside she had been steeped in arctic frigidity by comparison with the tropical sensations here. She had entered the dance from the troubled hours of her late life, as one might enter a brilliant chamber after a night walk in a wood. Wild Eve by himself would have been merely an agitation. Wild Eve added to the dance, and the moonlight, and the secrecy began to be a delight. Whether his personality supplied the greater part of this sweetly compounded feeling, or whether the dance and the scene weighed the more therein, was a nice point, upon which Eustacia herself was entirely in a cloud. People began to say, "Who are they?" But no invidious inquiries were made. Had Eustacia mingled with the other girls in their ordinary daily walks, the case would have been different. Here she was not inconvenienced by excessive inspection, for all were wrought to their brightest grace by the occasion. Like the planet Mercury, surrounded by the luster of sunset, her permanent brilliancy passed without much notice in the temporary glory of the situation. As for Wild Eve, his feelings are easy to guess. Obstacles were a ripening sun to his love, and he was at this moment in a delirium of exquisite misery. To clasp as his for 5 minutes what was another man's through all the rest of the year was a kind of thing he, of all men, could appreciate. He had long since begun to sigh again for Eustacia. Indeed, it may be asserted that signing the marriage register with Thomasin was the natural signal to his heart to return to its first quarters, and that the extra complication of Eustacia's marriage was the one addition required to make that return compulsory. Thus, for different reasons, what was to the rest an exhilarating movement was to these two a riding upon the whirlwind. The dance had come like an irresistible attack upon whatever sense of social order there was in their minds, to drive them back into old paths which were now doubly irregular. Through 3 dances in succession they spun their way, and then, fatigued with the incessant motion, Eustacia turned to quit the circle in which she had already remained too long. Wild Eve led her to a grassy mound a few yards distant, where she sat down, her partner standing beside her. From the time that he addressed her at the beginning of the dance till now, they had not exchanged a word. "The dance and the walking have tired you?" he said tenderly. "No, not greatly." "It is strange that we should have met here, of all places, after missing each other so long." "We have missed because we tried to miss, I suppose." "Yes, but you began that proceeding by breaking a promise." "It is scarcely worthwhile to talk of that now. We have formed other ties since then, you no less than I." "I am sorry to hear that your husband is ill." "He is not ill, only incapacitated." "Yes, that is what I mean. I sincerely sympathize with you in your trouble. Fate has treated you cruelly." She was silent a while. "Have you heard that he has chosen to work as a furs cutter?" she said, in a low, mournful voice. "It has been mentioned to me," answered Wild Eve hesitantly, "but I hardly believed it." "It is true. What do you think of me as a furs cutter's wife?" "I think the same as ever of you, Eustacia. Nothing of that sort can degrade you. You ennoble the occupation of your husband." "I wish I could feel it." "Is there any chance of Mr. Yeobright getting better?" "He thinks so." "I doubt it." "I was quite surprised to hear that he had taken a cottage. I thought, in common with other people, that he would have taken you off to a home in Paris immediately after you had married him. What a gay, bright future she has before her, I thought. He will, I suppose, return there with you, if his sight gets strong again." Observing that she did not reply, he regarded her more closely. She was almost weeping. Images of a future never to be enjoyed, the revived sense of her bitter disappointment, the picture of the neighbours' suspended ridicule which was raised by Wild Eve's words, had been too much for proud Eustacia's equanimity. Wild Eve could hardly control his own too forward feelings when he saw her silent perturbation. But he affected not to notice this, and she soon recovered her calmness. "You do not intend to walk home by yourself?" he asked. "Oh, yes," said Eustacia. "What could hurt me on this heath, who have nothing? By diverging a little, I can make my way home the same as yours. I shall be glad to keep you company as far as Throop Corner." Seeing that Eustacia sat on in hesitation, he added, "Perhaps you think it unwise to be seen in the same road with me, after the events of last summer." "Indeed, I think no such thing," she said haughtily. "I shall accept whose company I choose, for all that may be said by the miserable inhabitants of Egdon." "Then let us walk on, if you are ready. Our nearest way is towards that holly bush with the dark shadow that you see down there." Eustacia arose and walked beside him in the direction signified, brushing her way over the damping heath and fern, and followed by the strains of the merrymakers who still kept up the dance. The moon had now waxed bright and silvery, but the heath was proof against such illumination, and there was to be observed the striking scene of a dark, rayless tract of country, under an atmosphere charged from its zenith to its extremities with whitest light. To an eye above them their two faces would have appeared amid the expanse, like two pearls on a table of ebony. On this account the irregularities of the path were not visible, and Wildeve occasionally stumbled, whilst Eustacia found it necessary to perform some graceful feats of balancing whenever a small tuft of heather or root of furze protruded itself through the grass of the narrow track and entangled her feet. At these junctures in her progress a hand was invariably stretched forward to steady her, holding her firmly until smooth ground was again reached, when the hand was again withdrawn to a respectful distance. They performed the journey for the most part in silence, and drew near to Throop Corner, a few hundred yards from which a short path branched away to Eustacia's house. By degrees they discerned coming towards them a pair of human figures, apparently of the male sex. When they came a little nearer, Eustacia broke the silence by saying, "One of those men is my husband. He promised to come to meet me." "And the other is my greatest enemy," said Wildeve. "It looks like Diggory Venn." "That is the man." "It is an awkward meeting," said she, "but such is my fortune. He knows too much about me, unless he could know more, and so prove to himself that what he now knows counts for nothing. Well, let it be. You must deliver me up to them." "You will think twice before you direct me to do that. Here is a man who has not forgotten an item in our meetings at Rainbarrow. He is in company with your husband. Which of them, seeing us together here, will believe that our meeting and dancing at the gypsy party was by chance?" "Very well," she whispered gloomily. "Leave me before they come up." Wildeve bade her a tender farewell, and plunged across the fern and furze, Eustacia slowly walking on. In 2 or 3 minutes she met her husband and his companion. "Ah, my journey ends here for tonight, Redelman," said Yeobright as soon as he perceived her. "I turn back with this lady. Good night." "Good night, Mr. Yeobright," said Venn. "I hope to see you better soon." The moonlight shone directly upon Venn's face as he spoke, and revealed all its lines to Eustacia. He was looking suspiciously at her. That Venn's keen eye had discerned what Yeobright's feeble vision had not, a man in the act of withdrawing from Eustacia's side, was within the limits of the probable. If Eustacia had been able to follow the Redelman, she would soon have found striking confirmation of her thought. No sooner had Clym given her his arm and led her off the scene, than the Redelman turned back from the beaten track towards East Egdon, whither he had been strolling merely to accompany Clym in his walk, Diggory's van being again in the neighbourhood. Stretching out his long legs, he crossed the pathless portion of the heath somewhat in the direction which Wildeve had taken. Only a man accustomed to nocturnal rambles could, at this hour, have descended those shaggy slopes with Venn's velocity without falling headlong into a pit, or snapping off his leg by jamming his foot into some rabbit burrow. But Venn went on without much inconvenience to himself, and the course of his scamper was towards the Quiet Woman Inn. This place he reached in about half an hour, and he was well aware that no person who had been near Throop Corner when he started could have got down here before him. The Lonely Inn was not yet closed, though scarcely an individual was there, the business done being chiefly with travellers who passed the inn on long journeys, and these had now gone on their way. Then went to the public room, called for a mug of ale, and inquired of the maid, in an indifferent tone, if Mr. Wildeve was at home. Thomasin sat in an inner room and heard Ven's voice. When customers were present, she seldom showed herself, owing to her inherent dislike for the business, but perceiving that no one else was there tonight, she came out. "He's not at home yet, Diggory," she said pleasantly, "but I expected him sooner. He has been to East Egdon to buy a horse." "Did he wear a light wide-awake?" "Yes." Then I saw him at Throop Corner, leading one home," said Ven dryly. "A beauty with a white face and a mane as black as night. He'll soon be here, no doubt." Rising and looking for a moment at the pure sweet face of Thomasin, over which a shadow of sadness had passed since the time when he had last seen her, he ventured to add, "Mr. Wildeve seems to be often away at this time." "Oh, yes," cried Thomasin, in what was intended to be a tone of gaiety. "Husbands will play the truant, you know. I wish you could tell me of some secret plan that would help me to keep him home at my will in the evenings." "I will consider if I know of one," replied Ven in that same light tone which meant no lightness. And then he bowed, in a manner of his own invention, and moved to go. Thomasin offered him her hand, and without a sigh, though with food for many, the Reddleman went out. When Wildeve returned a quarter of an hour later, Thomasin said simply, and in the abashed manner usual with her now, "Where is the horse, Damon?" "Oh, I have not bought it after all. The man asks too much." "But somebody saw you at Throop Corner leading it home, a beauty with a white face and a mane as black as night." "Ah," said Wildeve, fixing his eyes upon her. "Who told you that?" "Ven, the Reddleman." The expression of Wildeve's face became curiously condensed. "That's a mistake. It must have been someone else," he said, slowly and testily, for he perceived that Ven's counter-moves had begun again. End of chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4, The Closed Door. 4. Rough coercion is employed. Those words of Thomasin, which seemed so little but meant so much, remained in the ears of Diggory Ven. Help me to keep him home in the evenings. On this occasion Ven had arrived on Egdon Heath only to cross to the other side. He had no further connection with the interests of the Yeobright family, and he had a business of his own to attend to. Yet he suddenly began to feel himself drifting into the old track of manoeuvring on Thomasin's account. He sat in his van and considered. From Thomasin's words and manner, he had plainly gathered that Wildeve neglected her. For whom could he neglect her, if not for Eustacia? Yet it was scarcely credible that things had come to such a head as to indicate that Eustacia systematically encouraged him. Ven resolved to reconnoitre somewhat carefully the lonely road which led along the vale from Wild Eve's dwelling to Clym's house at Alderworth. At this time, as has been seen, Wild Eve was quite innocent of any predetermined act of intrigue, and except at the dance on the green, he had not once met Eustacia since her marriage. But that the spirit of intrigue was in him had been shown by a recent romantic habit of his, a habit of going out after dark and strolling towards Alderworth, there looking at the moon and stars, looking at Eustacia's house, and walking back at leisure. Accordingly, when watching on the night after the festival, the Reddleman saw him ascend by the little path, lean over the front gate of Clym's garden, sigh, and turn to go back again. It was plain that Wild Eve's intrigue was rather ideal than real. Van retreated before him down the hill to a place where the path was merely a deep groove between the heather. Here he mysteriously bent over the ground for a few minutes, and retired. When Wild Eve came on to that spot, his ankle was caught by something, and he fell headlong. As soon as he had recovered the power of respiration, he sat up and listened. There was not a sound in the gloom beyond the spiritless stir of the summer wind. Feeling about for the obstacle which had flung him down, he discovered that 2 tufts of heath had been tied together across the path, forming a loop, which to a traveller was certain overthrow. Wild Eve pulled off the string that bound them, and went on with tolerable quickness. On reaching home, he found the cord to be of a reddish colour. 'Twas just what he had expected. Although his weaknesses were not specially those akin to physical fear, this species of coup de Jarnac, from one he knew too well, troubled the mind of Wild Eve. But his movements were unaltered thereby. A night or 2 later he again went along the vale to Alderworth, taking the precaution of keeping out of any path. The sense that he was watched, that craft was employed to circumvent his errant tastes, added piquancy to a journey so entirely sentimental, so long as the danger was of no fearful sort. He imagined that Van and Mrs. Yeobright were in league, and felt that there was a certain legitimacy in combating such a coalition. The heath tonight appeared to be totally deserted, and Wild Eve, after looking over Eustacia's garden gate for some little time, with a cigar in his mouth, was tempted by the fascination that emotional smuggling had for his nature, to advance towards the window, which was not quite closed, the blind being only partly drawn down. He could see into the room, and Eustacia was sitting there alone. Wild Eve contemplated her for a minute, and then, retreating into the heath, beat the ferns lightly, whereupon moths flew out alarmed. Securing one, he returned to the window, and holding the moth to the chink, opened his hand. The moth made towards the candle upon Eustacia's table, hovered round it 2 or 3 times, and flew into the flame. Eustacia started up. This had been a well-known signal in old times, when Wild Eve had used to come secretly wooing to Mistover. She at once knew that Wild Eve was outside, but before she could consider what to do, her husband came in from upstairs. Eustacia's face burnt crimson at the unexpected collision of incidents, and filled with an animation that it too frequently lacked. "You have a very high colour, dearest," said Yeobright, when he came close enough to see it. "Your appearance would be no worse if it were always so." "I am warm," said Eustacia. "I think I'll go into the air for a few minutes." "Shall I go with you?" "Oh, no, I'm only going to the gate." She arose, but before she had time to get out of the room, a loud rapping began upon the front door. I'll go," said Eustacia, in an unusually quick tone for her, and she glanced eagerly towards the window whence the moth had flown, but nothing appeared there. "You had better not at this time of the evening," he said. Clym stepped before her into the passage, and Eustacia waited, her somnolent manner covering her inner heat and agitation. She listened, and Clym opened the door. No words were uttered outside, and presently he closed it and came back, saying, "Nobody was there. I wonder what that could have meant." He was left to wonder during the rest of the evening, for no explanation offered itself, and Eustacia said nothing, the additional fact that she knew of only adding more mystery to the performance. Meanwhile, a little drama had been acted outside, which saved Eustacia from all possibility of compromising herself that evening at least. While Wildeave had been preparing his moth signal, another person had come up behind him, up to the gate. This man, who carried a gun in his hand, looked on for a moment at the other's operation by the window, walked up to the house, knocked at the door, and then vanished round the corner and over the hedge. "Damn him," said Wildeave. "He's been watching me again." As his signal had been rendered futile by this uproarious rapping, Wildeave withdrew, passed out at the gate, and walked quickly down the path, without thinking of anything except getting away unnoticed. Halfway down the hill the path ran near a knot of stunted hollies, which, in the general darkness of the scene, stood as the pupil in a black eye. When Wildeave reached this point, a report startled his ear, and a few spent gunshots fell among the leaves around him. There was no doubt that he himself was the cause of that gun's discharge, and he rushed into the clump of hollies, beating the bushes furiously with his stick, but nobody was there. This attack was a more serious matter than the last, and it was some time before Wildeave recovered his equanimity. A new and most unpleasant system of menace had begun, and the intent appeared to be to do him grievous bodily harm. Wildeave had looked upon Ven's first attempt as a species of horseplay, which the Reddleman had indulged in for want of knowing better. But now the boundary line was passed, which divides the annoying from the perilous. Had Wildeave known how thoroughly in earnest Ven had become, he might have been still more alarmed. The Reddleman had been almost exasperated by the sight of Wildeave outside Clym's house, and he was prepared to go to any lengths, short of absolutely shooting him, to terrify the young innkeeper out of his recalcitrant impulses. The doubtful legitimacy of such rough coercion did not disturb the mind of Ven. It troubles few such minds in such cases, and sometimes this is not to be regretted. From the impeachment of Strafford to Farmer Lynch's short way with the scamps of Virginia, there have been many triumphs of justice, which are mockeries of law. About half a mile below Clym's secluded dwelling lay a hamlet where lived one of the two constables who preserved the peace in the parish of Alderworth, and Wildeave went straight to the constable's cottage. Almost the first thing that he saw on opening the door was the constable's truncheon hanging to a nail, as if to assure him that here were the means to his purpose. On inquiry, however, of the constable's wife, he learned that the constable was not at home. Wildeave said he would wait. The minutes ticked on, and the constable did not arrive. Wildeave cooled down from his state of high indignation to a restless dissatisfaction with himself, the scene, the constable's wife, and the whole set of circumstances. he arose and left the house. Altogether, the experience of that evening had had a cooling, not to say a chilling, effect on misdirected tenderness, and Wildeve was in no mood to ramble again to Alderworth after nightfall in hope of a stray glance from Eustacia. Thus far the Reddleman had been tolerably successful in his rude contrivances for keeping down Wildeve's inclination to rove in the evening. He had nipped in the bud the possible meeting between Eustacia and her old lover this very night, but he had not anticipated that the tendency of his action would be to divert Wildeve's movement rather than to stop it. The gambling with the guineas had not conduced to make him a welcome guest to Clym, but to call upon his wife's relative was natural, and he was determined to see Eustacia. It was necessary to choose some less untoward hour than 10 o'clock at night. "Since it is unsafe to go in the evening," he said, "I'll go by day." Meanwhile Venn had left the heath and gone to call upon Mrs. Yeobright, with whom he had been on friendly terms since she had learned what a providential countermove he had made towards the restitution of the family guineas. She wondered at the lateness of his call, but had no objection to see him. He gave her a full account of Clym's affliction, and of the state in which he was living. Then, referring to Thomasin, touched gently upon the apparent sadness of her days. "Now, ma'am, depend upon it," he said, "you couldn't do a better thing for either of them than to make yourself at home in their houses, even if there should be a little rebuff at first." "Both she and my son disobeyed me in marrying. Therefore I have no interest in their households. Their troubles are of their own making." Mrs. Yeobright tried to speak severely, but the account of her son's state had moved her more than she cared to show. "Your visits would make Wildeve walk straighter than he is inclined to do, and might prevent unhappiness down the heath." "What do you mean?" "I saw something tonight out there which I didn't like at all. I wish your son's house and Mr. Wildeve's were 100 miles apart, instead of 4 or 5. "Then there was an understanding between him and Clym's wife when he made a fool of Thomasin." "Well, we'll hope there's no understanding now." "And our hope will very probably be very vain. Oh, Clym, oh, Thomasin! There's no harm done yet. In fact, I've persuaded Wildeve to mind his own business." "How?" "Oh, not by talking. By a plan of mine called the Silent System." "I hope you'll succeed." "I shall, if you help me by calling and making friends with your son. You'll have a chance then of using your eyes." "Well, since it has come to this," said Mrs. Yeobright sadly, "I will own to you, Reddleman, that I thought of going. I should be much happier if we were reconciled. The marriage is unalterable, my life may be cut short, and I should wish to die in peace. He is my only son, and since sons are made of such stuff, I am not sorry I have no other. As for Thomasin, I never expected much from her, and she has not disappointed me. But I forgave her long ago, and I forgive him now. I'll go." At this very time of the Reddleman's conversation with Mrs. Yeobright at Bloom's End, another conversation on the same subject was languidly proceeding at Alderworth. All the day Clym had borne himself as if his mind were too full of its own matter to allow him to care about outward things, and his words now showed what had occupied his thoughts. It was just after the mysterious knocking that he began the theme. "Since I've been away today, Eustacia, I've considered that something must be done to heal up this ghastly breach between my dear mother and myself. It troubles me." What do you propose to do?" said Eustacia, abstractedly, for she could not clear away from her the excitement caused by Wild Eve's recent maneuver for an interview. "You seem to take a very mild interest in what I propose, little or much," said Clym, with tolerable warmth. "Oh, you mistake me," she answered, reviving at his reproach. "I'm only thinking." "What of?" "Partly of that moth whose skeleton is getting burnt up in the wick of the candle," she said slowly. "But you know I always take an interest in what you say." "Very well, dear. Then I think I must go and call upon her," he went on with tender feeling. "It is a thing I'm not at all too proud to do, and only a fear that I might irritate her has kept me away so long. But I must do something. It is wrong in me to allow this sort of thing to go on." "What have you to blame yourself about? She's getting old, and her life is lonely, and I am her only son." "She has Thomasin." "Thomasin is not her daughter, and if she were, that would not excuse me. But this is beside the point. I've made up my mind to go to her, and all I wish to ask you is whether you will do your best to help me. That is, forget the past. And if she shows her willingness to be reconciled, meet her halfway by welcoming her to our house, or by accepting a welcome to hers." At first, Eustacia closed her lips as if she would rather do anything on the whole globe than what he suggested. But the lines of her mouth softened with thought, though not so far as they might have softened, and she said, "I will put nothing in your way, but after what has passed, it is asking too much that I go and make advances." "You never distinctly told me what did pass between you." "I could not do it then, nor can I now. Sometimes more bitterness is sown in 5 minutes than can be got rid of in a whole life, and that may be the case here." She paused a few moments and added, "Oh, if you had never returned to your native place, Clym, what a blessing it would have been for you! It has altered the destinies of—" "3 people." 5, Eustacia thought, but she kept that in. End of chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4, The Closed Door. 5, The Journey Across the Heath. Thursday, the 31st of August, was one of a series of days during which snug houses were stifling, and when cool draughts were treats, when cracks appeared in clayey gardens and were called earthquakes by apprehensive children, when loose spokes were discovered in the wheels of carts and carriages, and when stinging insects haunted the air, the earth, and every drop of water that was to be found. In Mrs. Yeobright's garden, large-leaved plants of a tender kind flagged by 10 o'clock in the morning, rhubarb bent downward at 11, and even stiff cabbages were limp by noon. 'Twas about 11 o'clock on this day that Mrs. Yeobright started across the heath towards her son's house to do her best in getting reconciled with him and Eustacia, in conformity with her words to the Reddleman. She had hoped to be well advanced in her walk before the heat of the day was at its highest, but after setting out she found that this was not to be done. The sun had branded the whole heath with his mark, even the purple heath flowers having put on a brownness under the dry blazes of the few preceding days. Every valley was filled with air like that of a kiln, and clean quartz sand of the winter watercourses which formed summer paths had undergone a species of incineration since the drought had set in. In cool, fresh weather, Mrs. Yeobright would have found no inconvenience in walking to Alderworth. But the present torrid attack made the journey a heavy undertaking for a woman past middle age, and at the end of the 3rd mile she wished that she had hired Fairway to drive her a portion at least of the distance. But from the point at which she had arrived, it was as easy to reach Clim's house as to get home again. So she went on, the air around her pulsating silently, and oppressing the earth with lassitude. She looked at the sky overhead, and saw that the sapphirine hue of the zenith in spring and early summer had been replaced by a metallic violet. Occasionally she came to a spot where independent worlds of ephemerans were passing their time in mad carousal, some in the air, some on the hot ground and vegetation, some in the tepid and stringy water of a nearly dried pool. All the shallower ponds had decreased to a vaporous mud, amid which the maggoty shapes of innumerable obscure creatures could be indistinctly seen, heaving and wallowing with enjoyment. Being a woman not disinclined to philosophize, she sometimes sat down under her umbrella to rest and to watch their happiness, for a certain hopefulness as to the result of her visit gave ease to her mind, and between important thoughts left it free to dwell on any infinitesimal matter which caught her eyes. Mrs. Yeobright had never before been to her son's house, and its exact position was unknown to her. She tried one ascending path and another, and found that they led her astray. Retracing her steps, she came again to an open level, where she perceived at a distance a man at work. She went towards him and inquired the way. The labourer pointed out the direction, and added, "D'ye see that furze cutter, ma'am, going up that footpath yond?" Mrs. Yeobright strained her eyes, and at last said that she did perceive him. "Well, if you follow him, you can make no mistake. He's going to the same place, ma'am." She followed the figure indicated. He appeared of a russet hue, not more distinguishable from the scene around him than the green caterpillar from the leaf it feeds on. His progress when actually walking was more rapid than Mrs. Yeobright's, but she was enabled to keep at an equable distance from him by his habit of stopping whenever he came to a break of brambles, where he paused a while. On coming in her turn to each of these spots, she found half a dozen long, limp brambles which he had cut from the bush during his halt, and laid out straight beside the path. They were evidently intended for furze faggot bonds, which he meant to collect on his return. The silent being who thus occupied himself seemed to be of no more account in life than an insect. He appeared as a mere parasite of the heath, fretting its surface in his daily labor, as a moth frets a garment, entirely engrossed with its products, having no knowledge of anything in the world but fern, furze, heath, lichens, and moss. The furze cutter was so absorbed in the business of his journey that he never turned his head, and his leather-legged and gauntleted form at length became to her as nothing more than a moving hand-post to show her the way. Suddenly she was attracted to his individuality by observing peculiarities in his walk. It was a gait she had seen somewhere before, and the gait revealed the man to her, as the gate of Ahimaaz in the distant plain made him known to the watchman of the king. "His walk is exactly as my husband's used to be," she said, and then the thought burst upon her that the furze cutter was her son. She was scarcely able to familiarize herself with this strange reality. She had been told that Clym was in the habit of cutting furs, but she had supposed that he occupied himself with the labor only at odd times by way of useful pastime. Yet she now beheld him as a furze cutter and nothing more, wearing the regulation dress of the craft and thinking the regulation thoughts, to judge by his motions. Planning a dozen hasty schemes for at once preserving him and Eustacia from this mode of life, she throbbingly followed the way and saw him enter his own door. At one side of Clym's house was a knoll, and on the top of the knoll a clump of fir trees, so highly thrust up into the sky that their foliage from a distance appeared as a black spot in the air above the crown of the hill. On reaching this place, Mrs. Yeobright felt distressingly agitated, weary, and unwell. She ascended and sat down under their shade to recover herself, and to consider how best to break the ground with Eustacia, so as not to irritate a woman underneath whose apparent indolence lurked passions even stronger and more active than her own. The trees beneath which she sat were singularly battered, rude, and wild, and for a few minutes Mrs. Yeobright dismissed thoughts of her own storm-broken and exhausted state to contemplate theirs. Not a bough in the 9 trees which composed the group but was splintered, lopped, and distorted by the fierce weather that there held them at its mercy whenever it prevailed. Some were blasted and split as if by lightning, black stains as from fire marking their sides, while the ground at their feet was strewn with dead fir needles and heaps of cones blown down in the gales of past years. The place was called the Devil's Bellows, and it was only necessary to come there on a March or November night to discover the forcible reasons for that name. On the present heated afternoon, when no perceptible wind was blowing, the trees kept up a perpetual moan, which one could hardly believe to be caused by the air. Here she sat for 20 minutes or more, ere she could summon resolution to go down to the door, her courage being lowered to 0 by her physical lassitude. To any other person than a mother, it might have seemed a little humiliating that she, the elder of the 2 women, should be the first to make advances. But Mrs. Yeobright had well considered all that, and she only thought how best to make her visit appear to Eustacia not abject, but wise. From her elevated position, the exhausted woman could perceive the roof of the house below, and the garden, and the whole enclosure of the little domicile. And now, at the moment of rising, she saw a second man approaching the gate. His manner was peculiar, hesitating, and not that of a person come on business or by invitation. He surveyed the house with interest, and then walked round and scanned the outer boundary of the garden, as one might have done had it been the birthplace of Shakespeare, the prison of Mary Stuart, or the chateau of Hougomont. After passing round and again reaching the gate, he went in. Mrs. Yeobright was vexed at this, having reckoned on finding her son and wife by themselves. But a moment's thought showed her that the presence of an acquaintance would take off the awkwardness of her first appearance in the house, by confining the talk to general matters until she had begun to feel comfortable with them. She came down the hill to the gate, and looked into the hot garden. There lay the cat, asleep on the bare gravel of the path, as if beds, rugs, and carpets were unendurable. The leaves of the hollyhocks hung like half-closed umbrellas, the sap almost simmered in the stems, and foliage with a smooth surface glared like metallic mirrors. A small apple tree of the sort called rather ripe grew just inside the gate, the only one which throve in the garden by reason of the lightness of the soil, and among the fallen apples on the ground beneath were wasps rolling drunk with the juice, or creeping about the little caves in each fruit which they had eaten out before stupefied by its sweetness. By the door lay Clym's furze hook, and the last handful of faggot bonds she had seen him gather. They had, plainly, been thrown down there as he entered the house. End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4. The Closed Door. 6. A Conjuncture and its Result upon the Pedestrian. Wild Eve, as has been stated, was determined to visit Eustacia boldly by day, and on the easy terms of a relation, since the Reddleman had spied out and spoiled his walks to her by night. The spell that she had thrown over him in the moonlight dance made it impossible for a man having no strong puritanic force within him to keep away altogether. He merely calculated on meeting her and her husband in an ordinary manner, chatting a little while, and leaving again. Every outward sign was to be conventional, but the one great fact would be there to satisfy him. He would see her. He did not even desire Clym's absence, since it was just possible that Eustacia might resent any situation which could compromise her dignity as a wife, whatever the state of her heart towards him. Women were often so. He went accordingly, and it happened that the time of his arrival coincided with that of Mrs. Yeobright's pause on the hill near the house. When he had looked round the premises in the manner she had noticed, he went and knocked at the door. There was a few minutes' interval, and then the key turned in the lock, the door opened, and Eustacia herself confronted him. Nobody could have imagined from her bearing now that here stood the woman who had joined with him in the impassioned dance of the week before, unless, indeed, he could have penetrated below the surface and gauged the real depth of that still stream. "I hope you reached home safely?" said Wild Eve. "Oh, yes," she carelessly returned. "And were you not tired the next day? I feared you might be." "I was, rather. You need not speak low, nobody will overhear us. My small servant is gone on an errand to the village." "Then Clym is not at home?" "Yes, he is." "Oh, I thought that perhaps you had locked the door because you were alone and were afraid of tramps." "No, here is my husband." They had been standing in the entry. Closing the front door and turning the key as before, she threw open the door of the adjoining room and asked him to walk in. Wild Eve entered, the room appearing to be empty, but as soon as he had advanced a few steps, he started. On the hearthrug lay Clym, asleep. Beside him were the leggings, thick boots, leather gloves, and sleeve waistcoat in which he worked. "You may go in, you will not disturb him," she said, following behind. "My reason for fastening the door is that he may not be intruded upon by any chance comer while lying here, if I should be in the garden or upstairs." "Why is he sleeping there?" said Wild Eve in low tones. "He is very weary. He went out at 4:30 this morning and has been working ever since. He cuts furs because it's the only thing he can do that does not put any strain upon his poor eyes." The contrast between the sleeper's appearance and Wildeve's at this moment was painfully apparent to Eustacia, Wildeve being elegantly dressed in a new summer suit and light hat, and she continued, "Ah, you don't know how differently he appeared when I first met him, though it is such a little while ago. His hands were as white and soft as mine, and look at them now, how rough and brown they are. His complexion is by nature fair, and that rusty look he has now, all of a colour with his leather clothes, is caused by the burning of the sun." "Why does he go out at all?" Wildeve whispered. "Because he hates to be idle. Though what he earns doesn't add much to our exchequer, however, he says that when people are living upon their capital, they must keep down current expenses by turning a penny where they can." "The fates have not been kind to you, Eustacia Yeobright." "I have nothing to thank them for." "Nor has he, except for their one great gift to him." "What's that?" Wildeve looked her in the eyes. Eustacia blushed for the first time that day. "Well, I am a questionable gift," she said quietly. "I thought you meant the gift of content, which he has, and I have not." "I can understand content in such a case, though how the outward situation can attract him puzzles me." "That's because you don't know him. He's an enthusiast about ideas, careless about outward things. He often reminds me of the Apostle Paul." "Oh, I'm glad to hear that he's so grand in character as that." "Yes, but the worst of it is that though Paul was excellent as a man in the Bible, he would hardly have done in real life." Their voices had instinctively dropped lower, though at first they had taken no particular care to avoid awakening Clym. "Well, if that means that your marriage is a misfortune to you, you know who is to blame," said Wildeve. "The marriage is no misfortune in itself," she retorted with some little petulance. "It's simply the accident which has happened since that has been the cause of my ruin. I've certainly got thistles for figs in a worldly sense, but how could I tell what time would bring forth?" "Sometimes, Eustacia, I think it's a judgment upon you. You rightly belong to me, you know, and I had no idea of losing you." "No, it was not my fault. Two could not belong to you. And remember that before I was aware, you turned aside to another woman. It was cruel levity in you to do that. I never dreamt of playing such a game on my side till you began it on yours." "I meant nothing by it," replied Wildeve. "It was a mere interlude. Men are given to the trick of having a passing fancy for somebody else in the midst of a permanent love, which reasserts itself afterwards just as before. On account of your rebellious manner to me, I was tempted to go further than I should have done, and when you still would keep playing the same tantalizing part, I went further still and married her." Turning and looking again at the unconscious form of Clym, he murmured, "I'm afraid you don't value your prize, Clym. He ought to be happier than I in one thing at least. He may know what it is to come down in the world, and to be afflicted with a great personal calamity, but he probably doesn't know what it is to lose the woman he loved." "He is not ungrateful for winning her," whispered Eustacia, "and in that respect he is a good man. Many women would go far for such a husband. But do I desire unreasonably much in wanting what is called life? Music, poetry, passion, war, and all the beating and pulsing that's going on in the great arteries of the world. That was the shape of my youthful dream, but I did not get it. Yet I thought I saw the way to it in my Clym. And you only married him on that account?
There you mistake me. I married him because I loved him. But I won't say that I didn't love him partly because I thought I saw a promise of that life in him.
You have dropped into your old mournful key.
But I'm not going to be depressed, she cried perversely. I began a new system by going to that dance, and I mean to stick to it. Clym can sing merrily, why should not I?
Wildeve looked thoughtfully at her. It's easier to say you will sing than to do it, though if I could, I would encourage you in your attempt. But as life means nothing to me without one thing which is now impossible, you'll forgive me for not being able to encourage you.
Damon, what is the matter with you that you speak like that?
She asked, raising her deep, shady eyes to his. That's a thing I shall never tell plainly, and perhaps if I try to tell you in riddles, you will not care to guess them. Eustacia remained silent for a minute, and she said, "We're in a strange relationship today. You mince matters to an uncommon nicety. You mean, Damon, that you still love me. Well, that gives me sorrow. For I am not made so entirely happy by my marriage that I am willing to spurn you for the information, as I ought to do. But we've said too much about this. Do you mean to wait until my husband is awake?" "I thought to speak to him, but it's unnecessary. Eustacia, if I offend you by not forgetting you, you are right to mention it. But do not talk of spurning." She did not reply, and they stood looking musingly at Clym, as he slept on in that profound sleep which is the result of physical labour carried on in circumstances that wake no nervous fear. "God, how I envy him that sweet sleep," said Wildeve. "I've not slept like that since I was a boy years and years ago." While they thus watched him, a click at the gate was audible, and a knock came to the door. Eustacia went to a window and looked out. Her countenance changed. First she became crimson, and then the red subsided, till it even partially left her lips. "Shall I go away?" said Wildeve, standing up.
"I hardly know."
"Who is it?"
"Mrs. Yeobright. Oh, what she said to me that day! I cannot understand this visit. What does she mean? And she suspects that past time of ours."
"I'm in your hands. If you think she had better not see me here, I'll go into the next room."
"Well, yes, go."
Wildeve at once withdrew. But before he had been half a minute in the adjoining apartment, Eustacia came after him.
"No," she said, "we won't have any of this. If she comes in, she must see you, and think, if she likes, there's something wrong. But how can I open the door to her when she dislikes me, wishes to see not me, but her son? I won't open the door."
Mrs. Yeobright knocked again, more loudly.
"Her knocking will in all likelihood awaken him,"
continued Eustacia.
"and then he will let her in himself. Ah, listen."
They could hear Clym moving in the other room, as if disturbed by the knocking, and he uttered the word, "Mother."
"Yes, he is awake. He will go to the door,"
she said, with a breath of relief.
"Come this way. I have a bad name with her, and you must not be seen. Thus I am obliged to act by stealth, not because I do ill, but because others are pleased to say so."
By this time she had taken him to the back door, which was open, disclosing a path leading down the garden.
"Now, one word, Damon," she remarked as he stepped forth. "This is your first visit here. Let it be your last. We have been hot lovers in our time, but it won't do now. Goodbye."
"Goodbye," said Wildeve. "I've had all I came for, and I am satisfied."
"What was it?" a sight of you. Upon my eternal honour, I came for no more." Wild Eve kissed his hand to the beautiful girl he addressed, and passed into the garden, where she watched him down the path, over the stile at the end, and into the ferns outside, which brushed his hips as he went along, till he became lost in their thickets. When he had quite gone, she slowly turned, and directed her attention to the interior of the house. But it was possible that her presence might not be desired by Clym and his mother at this moment of their first meeting, or that it would be superfluous. At all events, she was in no hurry to meet Mrs. Yeobright. She resolved to wait till Clym came to look for her, and glided back into the garden. Here she idly occupied herself for a few minutes, till, finding no notice was taken of her, she retraced her steps through the house to the front, where she listened for voices in the parlour. But hearing none, she opened the door and went in. To her astonishment, Clym lay precisely as Wild Eve and herself had left him, his sleep apparently unbroken. He had been disturbed and made to dream and murmur by the knocking, but he had not awakened. Eustacia hastened to the door, and in spite of her reluctance to open it to a woman who had spoken of her so bitterly, she unfastened it and looked out. Nobody was to be seen. There by the scraper lay Clym's hook and the handful of faggot bonds he had brought home. In front of her were the empty path, the garden gate standing slightly ajar, and beyond the great valley of purple heath, thrilling silently in the sun. Mrs. Yeobright was gone. Clym's mother was, at this time, following a path which lay hidden from Eustacia by a shoulder of the hill. Her walk thither from the garden gate had been hasty and determined, as of a woman who was now no less anxious to escape from the scene than she had previously been to enter it. Her eyes were fixed on the ground. Within her 2 sights were graven, that of Clym's hook and brambles at the door, and that of a woman's face at a window. Her lips trembled, becoming unnaturally thin, as she murmured, "Oh, 'tis too much! Clym, how can he bear to do it? He is at home, and yet he lets her shut the door against me." In her anxiety to get out of the direct view of the house, she had diverged from the straightest path homeward, and while looking about to regain it, she came upon a little boy gathering whortleberries in a hollow. The boy was Johnny Nonsuch, who had been Eustacia's stoker at the bonfire, and with the tendency of a minute body to gravitate towards a greater, he began hovering round Mrs. Yeobright as soon as she appeared, and trotted on beside her, without perceptible consciousness of his act. Mrs. Yeobright spoke to him, as one in a mesmeric sleep. "'Tis a long way home, my child, and we shall not get there till evening." "I shall," said her small companion. "I'm going to play marnels afore supper, and we go to supper at 6 o'clock, because father comes home. Does your father come home at 6 too?" "No, he never comes, nor my son neither, nor anybody." "What have made you so down? Have you seen a oozer?" "I have seen what's worse, a woman's face looking at me through a window pane." "Is that a bad sight?" "Yes, it is always a bad sight to see a woman looking out at a weary wayfarer and not letting her in." "Once when I went to Throop Great Pond to catch efforts, I seed myself looking up at myself, and I was frightened and jumped back like anything." "Oh, if they'd only shown signs of meeting my advances halfway, how well it might have been done. But there's no chance. Shut out. She must have set him against me. Can there be beautiful bodies without hearts inside? I think so. I would not have done it against a neighbour's cat on such a fiery day as this.
What is it you say?
Never again. Never. Not even if they send for me.
You must be a very curious woman to talk like that.
Oh, no, not at all, she said, returning to the boy's prattle. Most people who grow up and have children talk as I do. When you grow up, your mother will talk as I do, too.
Oh, I hope she won't, because 'tis very bad to talk nonsense.
Yes, child, it is nonsense, I suppose. Are you not nearly spent with the heat?
Yes, but not so much as you be.
How do you know?
Your face is white and wet, and your head is hanging down like.
Oh, I'm exhausted from inside.
Why do you, every time you take a step, go like this?
The child, in speaking, gave to his motion the jerk and limp of an invalid. Because I have a burden which is more than I can bear.
The little boy remained silently pondering, and they tottered on side by side until more than a quarter of an hour had elapsed, when Mrs. Yeobright, whose weakness plainly increased, said to him, "I must sit down here to rest." When she had seated herself, he looked long in her face and said, "How funny you draw your breath, like a lamb when you drive him till he's nearly done for. Do you always draw your breath like that?"
"Not always."
Her voice was now so low as to be scarcely above a whisper. "You'll go to sleep there, I suppose, won't you? You've shut your eyes already."
"No, I shall not sleep much till another day, and then I hope to have a long, long one, very long. Now can you tell me if Rimsmore Pond is dry this summer?"
"Rimsmore Pond is, but Ochre's Pool isn't, because he's deep and is never dry. 'Tis just over there."
"Is the water clear?"
"Oh, yes, middling, 'cept where the heath croppers walk into it."
"Then take this and go as fast as you can and dip me up the clearest you can find. I am very faint."
She drew from the small willow reticule that she carried in her hand an old-fashioned china teacup without a handle. It was one of half a dozen of the same sort lying in the reticule, which she had preserved ever since her childhood, and had brought with her today as a small present for Clym and Eustacia. The boy started on his errand and soon came back with the water, such as it was. Mrs. Yeobright attempted to drink, but it was so warm as to give her nausea, and she threw it away. Afterwards she still remained sitting, with her eyes closed. The boy waited, played near her, caught several of the little brown butterflies which abounded, and then said as he waited again, "I like going on better than biding still. Will you soon start again?"
"I don't know."
"I wish I might go on by myself," he resumed, fearing apparently that he was to be pressed into some unpleasant service. "Do you want me any more, please?" Mrs. Yeobright made no reply. "What shall I tell mother?" the boy continued.
"Tell her you've seen a broken-hearted woman cast off by her son."
Before quite leaving her, he threw upon her face a wistful glance, as if he had misgivings on the generosity of forsaking her thus. He gazed into her face in a vague, wondering manner, like that of one examining some strange old manuscript, the key to whose characters is undiscoverable. He was not so young as to be absolutely without a sense that sympathy was demanded. He was not old enough to be free from the terror felt in childhood at beholding misery in adult quarters hitherto deemed impregnable. And whether she were in a position to cause trouble or to suffer from it, whether she and her affliction were something to pity or something to fear, it was beyond him to decide. He lowered his eyes and went on without another word. Before he'd gone half a mile he'd forgotten all about her, except that she was a woman who had sat down to rest. Mrs. Yeobright's exertions, physical and emotional, had well nigh prostrated her, but she continued to creep along in short stages with long breaks between. The sun had now got far to the west of south and stood directly in her face, like some merciless incendiary, brand in hand, waiting to consume her. With the departure of the boy, all visible animation disappeared from the landscape, though the intermittent husky notes of the male grasshoppers from every tuft of furze were enough to show that amid the prostration of the larger animal species, an unseen insect world was busy in all the fullness of life. In 2 hours she reached the slope about 3/4 the whole distance from Alderworth to her own home, where a little patch of shepherd's thyme intruded upon the path, and she sat down upon the perfumed mat it formed there. In front of her a colony of ants had established a thoroughfare across the way, where they toiled, a never-ending and heavy-laden throng. To look down upon them was like observing a city street from the top of a tower. She remembered that this bustle of ants had been in progress for years at the same spot. Doubtless those of the old times were the ancestors of these which walked there now. She leant back to obtain more thorough rest, and the soft eastern portion of the sky was as great a relief to her eyes as the time was to her head. While she looked, a heron arose on that side of the sky, and flew on with his face towards the sun. He had come dripping wet from some pool in the valleys, and as he flew, the edges and lining of his wings, his thighs and his breast were so caught by the bright sunbeams that he appeared as if formed of burnished silver. Up in the zenith, where he was, seemed a free and happy place, away from all contact with the earthly ball to which she was pinioned, and she wished that she could arise uncrushed from its surface and fly as he flew then. But, being a mother, it was inevitable that she should soon cease to ruminate upon her own condition. Had the track of her next thought been marked by a streak in the air like the path of a meteor, it would have shown a direction contrary to the heron's, and have descended to the eastward, upon the roof of Klim's house. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4, The Closed Door. 7. The Tragic Meeting of Two Old Friends. He, in the meantime, had aroused himself from sleep, sat up, and looked around. Eustacia was sitting in a chair hard by him, and though she held a book in her hand, she had not looked into it for some time. "Oh, well, indeed," said Klim, brushing his eyes with his hands. "How soundly I slept! I've had such a tremendous dream, too, one I shall never forget." "I thought you'd been dreaming," said she. "Yes, it was about my mother. I dreamt that I took you to her house to make up differences, and when we got there we couldn't get in, though she kept on crying to us for help. However, dreams are dreams. What o'clock is it, Eustacia?" 2:30. "So late, is it? I didn't mean to stay so long. By the time I've had something to eat, it'll be after 3.
Anne is not come back from the village, and I thought I would let you sleep on till she returned."
Clym went to the window and looked out. Presently he said musingly, "Week after week passes, and yet Mother does not come. I thought I should have heard something from her long before this." Misgiving, regret, fear, resolution ran their swift course of expression in Eustatia's dark eyes. She was face to face with a monstrous difficulty, and she resolved to get free of it by postponement. "I must certainly go to Bloom's End soon," he continued, "and I think I'd better go alone." He picked up his leggings and gloves, threw them down again, and added, "As dinner will be so late today, I will not go back to the heath but work in the garden till the evening, and then, when it will be cooler, I will walk to Bloom's End. I'm quite sure that if I make a little advance, Mother will be willing to forget all. It'll be rather late before I can get home, as I shall not be able to do the distance either way in less than an hour and a half, but you will not mind for one evening, dear? What are you thinking of to make you look so abstracted?"
"I cannot tell you," she said heavily. "Oh, I wish we didn't live here, Clym. The world seems all wrong in this place."
"Well, if we make it so. I wonder if Thompson's been to Bloom's End lately. I hope so, but probably not, as she is, I believe, expecting to be confined in a month or two. I wish I'd thought of that before. Poor Mother must indeed be very lonely."
"I don't like you going tonight."
"Why not tonight?"
"Something may be said which will terribly injure me."
"My mother is not vindictive," said Clym, his colour faintly rising.
"But I wish you would not go," Eustacia repeated in a low tone. "If you agree not to go tonight, I promise to go by myself to her house tomorrow and make it up with her, and wait till you fetch me."
"Why do you want to do that at this particular time, when at every previous time that I've proposed it you have refused?"
"I cannot explain further than that I should like to see her alone before you go," she answered, with an impatient move of her head, and looking at him with an anxiety more frequently seen upon those of a sanguine temperament than upon such as herself. "Well, it's very odd that just when I had decided to go myself, you should want to do what I proposed long ago. If I wait for you to go tomorrow, another day will be lost, and I know I shall be unable to rest another night without having been. I want to get this settled, and will. You must visit her afterwards. It will be all the same." "I could even go with you now."
"You could scarcely walk there and back without a longer rest than I shall take. No, not tonight, Eustacia."
"Let it be as you say, then,"
she replied in the quiet way of one who, though willing to ward off evil consequences by a mild effort, would let events fall out as they might, sooner than wrestle hard to direct them. Clym then went into the garden, and a thoughtful languor stole over Eustacia for the remainder of the afternoon, which her husband attributed to the heat of the weather. In the evening he set out on the journey. Although the heat of summer was yet intense, the days had considerably shortened, and before he had advanced a mile on his way, all the heath purples, browns, and greens had merged in a uniform dress without airiness or gradation, and broken only by touches of white, where the little heaps of clean quartz sand showed the entrance to a rabbit burrow, or where the white flints of a footpath lay like a thread over the slopes. In almost every one of the isolated and stunted thorns which grew here and there, a nighthawk revealed his presence, by whirring like the clack of a mill as long as he could hold his breath, then stopping, flapping his wings, wheeling round the bush, alighting, and after a silent interval of listening, beginning to whir again. At each brushing of Klim's feet, white miller moths flew into the air just high enough to catch upon their dusty wings the mellowed light from the west, which now shone across the depressions and levels of the ground without falling thereon to light them up. Yeobright walked on amid this quiet scene, with a hope that all would soon be well. 3 miles on, he came to a spot where a soft perfume was wafted across his path, and he stood still for a moment to inhale the familiar scent. It was the place at which 4 hours earlier his mother had sat down exhausted on the knoll covered with shepherd's thyme. While he stood, a sound between a breathing and a moan suddenly reached his ears. He looked to where the sound came from, but nothing appeared there save the verge of the hillock stretching against the sky in an unbroken line. He moved a few steps in that direction, and now he perceived a recumbent figure almost close at his feet. Among the different possibilities as to the person's individuality, there did not for a moment occur to Yeobright that it might be one of his own family. Sometimes furze cutters had been known to sleep out of doors at these times, to save a long journey homeward and back again. But Klim remembered the moan, and looked closer, and saw that the form was feminine, and a distress came over him like cold air from a cave. But he was not absolutely certain that the woman was his mother, till he stooped and beheld her face, pallid and with closed eyes. His breath went, as it were, out of his body, and the cry of anguish, which would have escaped him, died upon his lips. During the momentary interval that elapsed before he became conscious that something must be done, all sense of time and place left him, and it seemed as if he and his mother were as when he was a child with her many years ago on this heath, at hours similar to the present. Then he awoke to activity, and bending yet lower, he found that she still breathed, and that her breath, though feeble, was regular, except when disturbed by an occasional gasp.
"Oh, what is it? Mother! Are you very ill? You're not dying?"
he cried, pressing his lips to her face.
"I am your Klim! How did you come here? What does it all mean?"
At that moment the chasm in their lives, which his love for Eustacia had caused, was not remembered by Yeobright, and to him the present joined continuously with that friendly past that had been their experience before the division. She moved her lips, appeared to know him, but could not speak, and then Klim strove to consider how best to move her, as it would be necessary to get her away from the spot before the dews were intense. He was able-bodied, and his mother was thin. He clasped his arms round her, lifted her a little, and said, "Does that hurt you?" She shook her head, and he lifted her up. Then, at a slow pace, went onward with his load. The air was now completely cool, but whenever he passed over a sandy patch of ground uncarpeted with vegetation, there was reflected from its surface into his face the heat which it had imbibed during the day. At the beginning of his undertaking, he had thought but little of the distance which yet would have to be traversed before Bloom's End could be reached, But though he had slept that afternoon, he soon began to feel the weight of his burden. Thus he proceeded, like Aeneas with his father, the bats circling round his head, nightjars flapping their wings within a yard of his face, and not a human being within call. While he was yet nearly a mile from the house, his mother exhibited signs of restlessness under the constraint of being borne along, as if his arms were irksome to her. He lowered her upon his knees and looked around. The point they had now reached, though far from any road, was not more than a mile from the Bloom's End cottages occupied by Fairway, Sam, Humphrey, and the Cantles. Moreover, 50 yards off stood a hut, built of clods and covered with thin turves, but now entirely disused. The simple outline of the lonely shed was visible, and thither he determined to direct his steps. As soon as he arrived, he laid her down carefully by the entrance, and then ran and cut with his pocket-knife an armful of the driest fern. Spreading this within the shed, which was entirely open on one side, he placed his mother thereon. Then he ran with all his might towards the dwelling of Fairway. Nearly a quarter of an hour had passed, disturbed only by the broken breathing of the sufferer, when moving figures began to animate the line between heath and sky. In a few moments Clym arrived, with Fairway, Humphrey, and Susan Nonsuch. Ollie Dowden, who had chanced to be at Fairway's, Christian and Grandfer Cantle following helter-skelter behind. They had brought a lantern and matches, water, a pillow, and a few other articles which had occurred to their minds in the hurry of the moment. Sam had been dispatched back again for brandy, and a boy brought Fairway's pony, upon which he rode off to the nearest medical man with directions to call at Wildeve's on his way and inform Thomasin that her aunt was unwell. Sam and the brandy soon arrived, and it was administered by the light of the lantern, after which she became sufficiently conscious to signify by signs that something was wrong with her foot. Ollie Dowden at length understood her meaning and examined the foot indicated. It was swollen and red. Even as they watched, the red began to assume a more livid color, in the midst of which appeared a scarlet speck, smaller than a pea, and it was found to consist of a drop of blood, which rose above the smooth flesh of her ankle in a hemisphere. "I know what it is," cried Sam. "She's been stung by an adder." "Yes," said Clym instantly. "I remember when I was a child seeing just such a bite. Oh, my poor mother!" "It was my father who was bit," said Sam, "and there's only one way to cure it. You must rub the place with the fat of other adders, and the only way to get that is by frying them. That's what they did for him." "'Tis an old remedy," said Clym distrustfully, "and I have doubts about it. But we can do nothing else till the doctor comes." "'Tis a sure cure," said Ollie Dowden with emphasis. "I've used it when I used to go out nursing." "Then we must pray for daylight to catch them," said Clym gloomily. "I see what I can do," said Sam. He took a green hazel which he had used as a walking stick, split it at the end, inserted a small pebble, and with the lantern in his hand went out into the heath. Clym had by this time lit a small fire, and dispatched Susan Nonsuch for a frying pan. Before she had returned, Sam came in with 3 adders, one briskly coiling and uncoiling in the cleft of the stick, and the other 2 hanging dead across it. "I've only been able to get one alive and fresh as he ought to be," said Sam. "These limp ones are 2 I killed today at work, but as they don't die till the sun goes down, they can't be very stale meat." The live adder regarded the assembled group with a sinister look in its small black eye, and the beautiful brown and jet pattern on its back seemed to intensify with indignation. Mrs. Yeobright saw the creature, and the creature saw her. She quivered throughout and averted her eyes.
"Oh, look at that!" murmured Christian Cantwell. "Neighbours, how do we know but that something of the old serpent in God's garden that give the apple to the young woman with no clothes lives on in adders and snakes still? Look at his eye, for all the world like a villainous sort of black currant. 'Tis to be hoped he can't ill wish us. There's folks in Heath who've been overlooked already. I'll never kill another adder as long as I live."
"Well, 'tis right to be afeard of things if folks can't help it," says Grandfer Cantwell. "'Twould have saved me many a brave danger in my time."
"I fancy I heard something outside the shed," said Christian. "Oh, I wish troubles would come in the daytime, for then a man could show his courage and hardly beg for mercy of the most broomstick old woman he should see, if he was a brave man and able to run out of her sight."
"Even such an ignorant feller as I should know better than do that," said Sam.
"Well, there's calamities where we least expect it, whether or no. Neighbours, if Mrs. Yeobright were to die, do you think we should be took up and tried for the manslaughter of a woman?"
"No, they couldn't bring it in as that," said Sam, "lest they could prove we'd been poachers at some time of our lives. But she'll fetch round. Now, if I'd been stung by 10 adders, I should hardly have lost a day's work for it," said Grandfer Cantwell. "Such is my spirit when I'm on my mettle. But p'raps 'tis natural in a man trained for war. Yes, I've gone through a good deal, but nothing ever came amiss to me after I joined the locals in 4.
He shook his head and smiled at a mental picture of himself in uniform.
"Oh, I was always first in the most gallantest scrapes in my younger days." "I suppose that was because they always used to put the biggest fool of 4, said Fairway from the fire, besides which he knelt, blowing it with his breath. "Do you think so, Timothy?" said Grandfer Cantwell, coming forward to Fairway's side, with sudden depression in his face. "Oh, then a man may feel for years that he is good solid company, and be wrong about himself after all. Never mind that question, Grandfer. Stir your stumps and get some more sticks. 'Tis very nonsense of an old man to prattle so, when life and death's in mangling." "Yes, yes," said Grandfer Cantwell, with melancholy conviction. "Well, this is a bad night altogether for them that have done well in their time. And if I were ever such a dab at the hautboy or tenor viol, I shouldn't have the art to play tunes upon 'em now." Susan now arrived with the frying pan, when the live adder was killed and the heads of the 3 taken off. The remainders, being cut into lengths and split open, were tossed into the pan, which began hissing and crackling over the fire. Soon a rill of clear oil trickled from the carcasses, whereupon Clem dipped the corner of his handkerchief into the liquid and anointed the wound. End of chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 4, The Closed Door. 8. Eustacia hears of good fortune and beholds evil. In the meantime, Eustacia, left alone in her cottage at Alderworth, had become considerably depressed by the posture of affairs. The consequences which might result from Klim's discovery that his mother had been turned from his door that day were likely to be disagreeable, and this was a quality in events which she hated as much as the dreadful. To be left to pass the evening by herself was irksome to her at any time, and this evening it was more irksome than usual by reason of the excitements of the past hours. The 2 visits had stirred her into restlessness. She was not wrought to any great pitch of uneasiness by the probability of appearing in an ill light in the discussion between Klim and his mother, but she was wrought to vexation, and her slumbering activities were quickened to the extent of wishing that she had opened the door. She had certainly believed that Klim was awake, and the excuse would be an honest one as far as it went, but nothing could save her from censure in refusing to answer at the first knock. Yet instead of blaming herself for the issue, she laid the fault upon the shoulders of some indistinct, colossal prince of the world, who had framed her situation and ruled her lot. At this time of the year it was pleasanter to walk by night than by day, and when Klim had been absent about an hour, she suddenly resolved to go out in the direction of Bloom's End, on the chance of meeting him on his return. When she reached the garden gate, she heard wheels approaching, and looking round, beheld her grandfather coming up in his cart. "I can't stay a minute, thank you," he answered to her greeting. "I'm driving to East Egdon. But I came round here just to tell you the news. Perhaps you've heard about Mr. Wild Eve's fortune?" "No," said Eustacia blankly. "Well, he has come into a fortune of £11,000. Uncle died in Canada, just after hearing that all his family, whom he was sending home, had gone to the bottom in the Cassiopeia. So Wild Eve has come into everything without in the least expecting it." Eustacia stood motionless a while. "How long has he known of this?" she asked. "Well, 'twas known to him this morning early, for I knew it at 10 o'clock when Charlie came back. Now, he is what I call a lucky man. What a fool you were, Eustacia." "In what way?" she said, lifting her eyes in apparent calmness. "Why, in not sticking to him when you had him." "Had him, indeed?" "I did not know there had ever been anything between you till lately, and faith, I should have been hot and strong against it if I had known. But since it seems that there was some sniffing between you, why the deuce didn't you stick to him?" Eustacia made no reply, but she looked as if she could say as much upon that subject as he, if she chose. "And how's your poor purblind husband?" continued the old man. "Not a bad feller either, as far as he goes?" "He is quite well." "It's a good thing for his cousin, what you call her. By George, you ought to have been in that galley, my girl. Now I must drive on. Do you want any assistance? What's mine is yours, you know." "Thank you, grandfather, we are not in want at present," she said coldly. "Klim cuts furs, but he does it mostly as a useful pastime, because he can do nothing else." "He is paid for his pastime, isn't he? 3 shillings a hundred, I heard." "Klim has money," she said, colouring, "but he likes to earn a little." "Very well, good night." And the captain drove on. When her grandfather was gone, Eustacia went on her way mechanically, but her thoughts were no longer concerning her mother-in-law and Klim. Wild Eve, notwithstanding his complaints against his fate, had been seized upon by destiny and placed in the sunshine once more. £11,000! From every Egdon point of view he was a rich man. In Eustatia's eyes, too, it was an ample sum, one sufficient to supply those wants of hers which had been stigmatized by Klim in his more austere moods as vain and luxurious. Though she was no lover of money, she loved what money could bring, and the new accessories she imagined around him clothed Wildeve with a great deal of interest. She recollected now how quietly well dressed he had been that morning. He had probably put on his newest suit, regardless of damage by briars and thorns. And then she thought of his manner towards herself. "Oh, I see it," she said. "How much he wishes he had me now, that he might give me all I desire." In recalling the details of his glances and words, at the time scarcely regarded, it became plain to her how greatly they had been dictated by his knowledge of this new event. Had he been a man to bear a jilt ill will, he would have told me of his good fortune in crowing tones. Instead of doing that, he mentioned not a word, in deference to my misfortunes, and merely implied that he loved me still, as one superior to him. Wildeve's silence that day on what had happened to him was just the kind of behavior calculated to make an impression on such a woman. Those delicate touches of good taste were, in fact, one of the strong points in his demeanor towards the other sex. The peculiarity of Wildeve was that while at one time passionate, upbraiding, and resentful towards a woman, at another he would treat her with such unparalleled grace as to make previous neglect appear as no discourtesy, injury as no insult, interference as a delicate attention, and the ruin of her honor as excessive chivalry. This man, whose admiration today Eustacia had disregarded, whose good wishes she had scarcely taken the trouble to accept, whom she had shown out of the house by the back door, was the possessor of £11,000, a man of fair professional education, and one who had served his articles with a civil engineer. So intent was Eustacia upon Wildeve's fortunes that she forgot how much closer to her own course were those of Klim, and instead of walking on to meet him at once, she sat down upon a stone. She was disturbed in her reverie by a voice behind, and turning her head, beheld the old lover and fortunate inheritor of wealth immediately beside her. She remained sitting, though the fluctuation in her look might have told any man who knew her so well as Wildeve that she was thinking of him. "How did you come here?" she said in her clear, low tone. "I thought you were at home." "I went on to the village after leaving your garden, and now I've come back again. That's all. Which way are you walking, may I ask?" She waved her hand in the direction of Bloom's End. "I'm going to meet my husband. I think I may possibly have got into trouble while you were with me today." "How could that be?" "By not letting in Mrs. Yeobright." "I hope that visit of mine did you no harm." "None. It was not your fault," she said quietly. By this time she had risen, and they involuntarily sauntered on together without speaking for 2 or 3 minutes, when Eustacia broke silence by saying, "I assume I must congratulate you." "On what?" "Oh, yes, on my £11,000, you mean. Well, since I didn't get something else, I must be content with getting that." "You seem very indifferent about it. Why didn't you tell me today when you came?" she said, in the tone of a neglected person. "I heard of it quite by accident." "I did mean to tell you," said Wildeve, "but I will speak frankly. I did not like to mention it when I saw, Eustacia, that your star was not high. The sight of a man lying wearied out with hard work, as your husband lay, made me feel that to brag of my own fortune to you would be greatly out of place. Yet as you stood there beside him, I could not help feeling too that in many respects he was a richer man than I. At this, Eustacia said with slumbering mischievousness, "What? Would you exchange with him your fortune for me?" "I certainly would," said Wild Eve. "As we are imagining what is impossible and absurd, suppose we change the subject." "Very well, and I will tell you of my plans for the future, if you care to hear them. I shall permanently invest £9,000, keep 1,000 as ready money, and with the remaining 1,000 travel for a year or so." "Travel? What a bright idea! Where will you go to?" "From here to Paris, where I shall pass the winter and spring. Then I shall go to Italy, Greece, Egypt, and Palestine before the hot weather comes on. In the summer I shall go to America, and then by a plan not yet settled I shall go to Australia and round to India. By that time I shall have begun to have had enough of it. Then I shall probably come back to Paris again, and there I shall stay as long as I can afford to." "Back to Paris again," she murmured in a voice that was nearly a sigh. She had never once told Wild Eve of the Parisian desires which Klim's description had sown in her. Yet here was he, involuntarily in a position to gratify them. "You think a good deal of Paris?" she added. "Yes, in my opinion it is the central beauty spot of the world." "And in mine. And Thomasin will go with you?" "Yes, if she cares to. She may prefer to stay at home." "So you will be going about, and I shall be staying here." "I suppose you will. But we know whose fault that is." "I'm not blaming you," she said quickly. "Oh, I thought you were." "If ever you should be inclined to blame me, think of a certain evening by Rainbarrow, when you promised to meet me and did not. You sent me a letter, and my heart ached to read that, as I hope yours never will. That was one point of divergence. I then did something in haste, but she is a good woman, and I will say no more." "I know that the blame was on my side that time," said Eustacia, "but it had not always been so. However, it is my misfortune to be too sudden in feeling. Oh, Damon, don't reproach me any more. I can't bear that." They went on silently for a distance of 2 or 3 miles, when Eustacia said suddenly, "Haven't you come out of your way, Mr. Wildeve?" "My way is anywhere tonight. I will go with you as far as the hill on which we can see Bloom's End, as it is getting late for you to be alone." "Don't trouble. I am not obliged to be out at all. I think I would rather you did not accompany me, father. This sort of thing would have an odd look if known." "Very well, I will leave you." He took her hand unexpectedly and kissed it, for the first time since our marriage. "What light is that on the hill?" he added, as it were to hide the caress. She looked and saw a flickering firelight proceeding from the open side of a hovel a little way before them. The hovel, which she had hitherto always found empty, seemed to be inhabited now. "Since you have come so far," said Eustacia, "will you see me safely past that hut? I thought I should have met Klim somewhere about here, but as he doesn't appear, I will hasten on and get to Bloom's End before he leaves." They advanced to the turf shed, and when they got near it, The firelight and the lantern inside showed distinctly enough the form of a woman reclining on a bed of fern, a group of heath men and women standing around her. Eustacia did not recognize Mrs. Yeobright in the reclining figure, nor Clym as one of the standers-by till she came close. Then she quickly pressed her hand upon Wild Eve's arm, and signified to him to come back from the open side of the shed into the shadow.
"It is my husband and his mother,"
she whispered in an agitated voice.
"What can it mean? Will you step forward and tell me?"
Wild Eve left her side and went to the back wall of the hut. Presently Eustacia perceived that he was beckoning to her, and she advanced and joined him. "It's a serious case," said Wild Eve. From their position they could hear what was proceeding inside. "I cannot think where she could have been going," said Clym to someone. "She had evidently walked a long way, but even when she was able to speak just now, she would not tell me where. What do you really think of her?" "There is a great deal to fear," was gravely answered, in a voice which Eustacia recognized as that of the only surgeon in the district. "She has suffered somewhat from the bite of the adder, but it is exhaustion which has overpowered her. My impression is that her walk must have been exceptionally long." "I used to tell her not to overwalk herself this weather," said Clym with distress. "Do you think we did well in using the adder's fat?" "Well, it is a very ancient remedy, the old remedy of the viper catchers, I believe," replied the doctor. "It is mentioned as an infallible ointment by Hoffman, Mead, and I think the Abbé Fontana. Undoubtedly it was as good a thing as you could do, though I question if some other oils would not have been equally efficacious."
Come here," was then rapidly said in anxious female tones, and Clym and the doctor could be heard rushing forward from the back part of the shed to where Mrs. Yeobright lay.
"Oh, what is it?" whispered Eustacia. "'Twas Thomasin who spoke," said Wild Eve. "Then they've fetched her. I wonder if I had better go in, yet it might do harm." For a long time there was utter silence among the group within, and it was broken at last by Clym saying, in an agonized voice, "Oh, doctor, what does it mean?" The doctor did not reply at once. Ultimately he said, "She is sinking fast. Her heart was previously affected, and physical exhaustion has dealt the finishing blow." Then there was a weeping of women, then waiting, then hushed exclamations, then a strange gasping sound, then a painful stillness. "It is all over," said the doctor. Farther back in the hut, the cotters whispered, "Mrs. Yeobright is dead." Almost at the same moment the two watchers observed the form of a small, old-fashioned child entering at the open side of the shed. Susan Nonsuch, whose boy it was, went forward to the opening and silently beckoned to him to go back. "I got something to tell 'ee, mother," he cried in a shrill tone. "That woman asleep there walked along with me today, and she said I was to say that I had seed her, and she was a broken-hearted woman and cast off by her son. And then I came on home." A confused sob, as from a man, was heard within, upon which Eustacia gasped faintly, "That's Clym. I must go to him. Yet dare I do it? No, come away." When they had withdrawn from the neighborhood of the shed, she said huskily, "I am to blame for this. There is evil in store for me. Was she not admitted to your house after all? Wild Eve inquired.
No, and that's where it all lies. Oh, what shall I do? I shall not intrude upon them. I shall go straight home. Damon, goodbye. I cannot speak to you any more now.
They parted company, and when Eustacia had reached the next hill, she looked back. A melancholy procession was wending its way by the light of the lantern from the hut towards Bloom's End. Wild Eve was nowhere to be seen. End of chapter 8. End of book 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5. The Discovery. 1. Wherefore is light given to him that is in misery? One evening, about 3 weeks after the funeral of Mrs. Yeobright, when the silver face of the moon sent a bundle of beams directly upon the floor of Clim's house at Alderworth, a woman came forth from within. She reclined over the garden gate as if to refresh herself a while. The pale lunar touches which make beauties of hags lent divinity to this face, already beautiful. She had not long been there when a man came up the road, and with some hesitation said to her, "How is he tonight, ma'am, if you please?" "He is better, though still very unwell, Humphrey," replied Eustacia. "Is he light-headed, ma'am?" "No, he is quite sensible now." "Do he rave about his mother just the same, poor fella?" continued Humphrey. "Just as much, though not quite so wildly," she said in a low voice. "'Twas very unfortunate, ma'am, that the boy Johnny should ever ha' told him his mother's dying words about her being broken-hearted and cast off by her son. 'Twas enough to upset any man alive." Eustacia made no reply beyond that of a slight catch in her breath, as of one who fain would speak, but could not. And Humphrey, declining her invitation to come in, went away. Eustacia turned, entered the house, and ascended to the front bedroom, where a shaded light was burning. In the bed lay Clim, pale, haggard, wide awake, tossing to one side and to the other, his eyes lit by a hot light, as if the fire in their pupils were burning up their substance. "Is it you, Eustacia?" he said as she sat down. "Yes, Clim, I have been down to the gate. The moon is shining beautifully, and there is not a leaf stirring." "Shining, is it? What's the moon to a man like me? Let it shine, let anything be, so that I never see another day. Eustacia, I don't know where to look. My thoughts go through me like swords. Oh, if any man wants to make himself immortal by painting a picture of wretchedness, let him come here." "Why do you say so?" "I can't help feeling that I did my best to kill her." "No, Clim." "Yes, it was so. It is useless to excuse me. My conduct to her was too hideous. I made no advances, and she could not bring herself to forgive me. Now she is dead. If I had only shown myself willing to make it up with her sooner, and we had been friends, and then she had died, it wouldn't be so hard to bear.
but I never went near her house, so she never came near mine, and didn't know how welcome she would have been. That's what troubles me. She did not know I was going to her house that very night, for she was too insensible to understand me. If she had only come to see me, I longed that she would. But it was not to be. There escaped from Eustacia one of those shivering sighs which used to shake her like a pestilent blast. She had not yet told. But Yeobright was too deeply absorbed in the ramblings incidental to his remorseful state to notice her. During his illness he had been continually talking thus. Despair had been added to his original grief by the unfortunate disclosure of the boy who had received the last words of Mrs. Yeobright, words too bitterly uttered in an hour of misapprehension. Then his distress had overwhelmed him, and he longed for death, as a field labourer longs for the shade. It was the pitiful sight of a man standing in the very focus of sorrow. He continually bewailed his tardy journey to his mother's house, because it was an error which could never be rectified, and insisted that he must have been horribly perverted by some fiend, not to have thought before that it was his duty to go to her, since she did not come to him. He would ask Eustacia to agree with him in his self-condemnation, and when she, seared inwardly by a secret she dared not tell, declared that she could not give an opinion, he would say, "That's because you didn't know my mother's nature. She was always ready to forgive if asked to do so. But I seemed to her to be as an obstinate child, and that made her unyielding. Yet not unyielding. She was proud and reserved, no more. Yes, I can understand why she held out against me so long. She was waiting for me. I dare say she said 100 times in her sorrow, 'What a return he makes for all the sacrifices I have made for him!' I never went to her. When I set out to visit her, it was too late. Oh, to think of that is nearly intolerable." Sometimes his condition had been one of utter remorse, unsoftened by a single tear of pure sorrow, and then he writhed as he lay, fevered far more by thought than by physical ills. "If I could only get one assurance that she did not die in a belief that I was resentful," he said one day when in this mood, "it would be better to think of than a hope of heaven. But that I cannot do." "You give yourself up too much to this wearing despair," said Eustacia. "Other men's mothers have died." "That doesn't make the loss of mine less. Yet it is less the loss than the circumstances of the loss. I sinned against her, and on that account there is no light for me." "She sinned against you, I think." "No, she did not. I committed the guilt, and may the whole burden be upon my head." "I think you might consider twice before you say that," Eustacia replied. "Single men have no doubt a right to curse themselves as much as they please, but men with wives involve too in the doom they pray down." "I am in too sorry a state to understand what you are refining on," said the wretched man. "Day and night shout at me, 'You have helped to kill her!' But in loathing myself I own, be unjust to you, my poor wife. Forgive me for it, Eustacia, for I scarcely know what I do." Eustacia was always anxious to avoid the sight of her husband in such a state as this, which had become as dreadful to her as the trial scene was to Judas Iscariot. It brought before her eyes the spectre
of a worn-out woman knocking at a door which she would not open, and she shrank from contemplating it. Yet it was better for Yeobright himself when he spoke openly of his sharp regret, for in silence he endured infinitely more, and would sometimes remain so long in a tense brooding mood, consuming himself by the gnawing of his thought, that it was imperatively necessary to make him talk aloud, that his grief might in some degree expend itself in the effort. Eustacia had not been long indoors after her look at the moonlight, when a soft footstep came up to the house, and Thomasin was announced by the woman downstairs. "Ah, Thomasin, thank you for coming tonight," said Clym, when she entered the room. "Here am I, you see. Such a wretched spectacle am I, that I shrink from being seen by a single friend, and almost from you." "You must not shrink from me, dear Clym," said Thomasin earnestly, in that sweet voice of hers which came to a sufferer like a fresh air into a black hole. "Nothing in you can ever shock me or drive me away. I have been here before, but you don't remember it." "Yes, I do. I am not delirious, Thomasin, nor have I been so at all. Don't you believe that, if they say so. I am only in great misery at what I have done, and that with the weakness makes me seem mad, but it has not upset my reason. Do you think I should remember all about my mother's death if I were out of my mind? No such good luck. 2 months and a half, Thomasin, the last of her life, did my poor mother live alone, distracted and mourning because of me. Yet she was unvisited by me, though I was living only 6 miles off. 2 months and a half, 75 days did the sun rise and set upon her in that deserted state which a dog didn't deserve. Poor people who had nothing in common with her would have cared for her and visited her had they known her sickness and loneliness, but I, who should have been all to her, stayed away like a cur. Oh, if there is any justice in God, let him kill me now. He has nearly blinded me, but that is not enough. If he would only strike me with more pain, I would believe in him forever." "Hush, hush, oh pray, Clym, don't say it," implored Thomasin, affrighted into sobs and tears, while Eustacia, at the other side of the room, though her pale face remained calm, writhed in her chair. Clym went on without heeding his cousin. "But I am not worth receiving further proof, even of heaven's reprobation. Do you think, Thomasin, that she knew me, that she did not die in that horrid mistaken notion about my not forgiving her, which I can't tell you how she acquired? If you could only assure me of that. Do you think so, Eustacia? Do speak to me." "I think I can assure you that she knew better at last," said Thomasin. The pallid Eustacia said nothing. "Why didn't she come to my house? I would have taken her in and showed her how I loved her in spite of all, but she never came, and I didn't go to her, and she died on the heath like an animal kicked out, nobody to help her till it was too late. If you could have seen her, Thomasin, as I saw her, a poor dying woman lying in the dark upon the bare ground, moaning, nobody near, believing she was utterly deserted by all the world, it would have moved you to anguish. It would have moved a brute. And this poor woman, my mother. No wonder she said to the child, 'You have seen a broken-hearted woman.' What a state she must have been brought to say that, and who can have done it but I? It is too dreadful to think of, and I wish I could be punished more heavily than I am. How long was I what they called out of my senses? A week, I think, and then I became calm.
Yes, for 4 days. And now I've left off being calm. But try to be quiet. Please do, and you will soon be strong. If you could remove that impression from your mind—" "Yes, yes," he said impatiently. "But I don't want to get strong. What's the use of my getting well? It would be better for me if I die, and it would certainly be better for Eustacia." "Is Eustacia there?" "Yes." "It would be better for you, Eustacia, if I were to die?" "Don't press such a question, dear Clym." "Well, it really is but a shadowy supposition, for unfortunately I am going to live. I feel myself getting better. Thomasin, how long are you going to stay at the inn, now that all this money has come to your husband?" "Another month or 2, probably, until my illness is over. We cannot get off till then. I think it will be a month or more." "Yes, yes, of course. Ah, Cousin Tamsy, you will get over your trouble. 1 little month will take you through it, and bring something to console you. But I shall never get over mine, and no consolation will come." "Clym, you are unjust to yourself. Depend upon it, Aunt thought kindly of you. I know that, if she had lived, you would have been reconciled with her." "But she didn't come to see me, though I asked her before I married if she would come. Had she come, or had I gone there, she would never have died saying, 'I am a broken-hearted woman cast off by my son.' My door has always been open to her. A welcome here has always awaited her. But that she never came to see." "You had better not talk any more now, Clym," said Eustacia faintly from the other part of the room, for the scene was growing intolerable to her. "Let me talk to you instead for the little time I shall be here," Thomasin said soothingly. "Consider what a one-sided way you have of looking at the matter, Clym. When she said that to the little boy, you had not found her and taken her into your arms, and it might have been uttered in a moment of bitterness. It was rather like Aunt to say things in haste. She sometimes used to speak so to me. Though she did not come, I am convinced that she thought of coming to see you. Do you suppose a man's mother could live 2 or 3 months without one forgiving thought? She forgave me, and why should she not have forgiven you? You labored to win her round. I did nothing. I, who was going to teach people the higher secrets of happiness, did not know how to keep out of that gross misery which the most untaught are wise enough to avoid." "How did you get here tonight, Thomasin?" said Eustacia. "Damon set me down at the end of the lane. He has driven into East Egdon on business, and he will come and pick me up by and by." Accordingly they soon after heard the noise of wheels. Wildeve had come, and was waiting outside with his horse and gig. "Send out and tell him I will be down in 2 minutes," said Thomasin. "I will run down myself," said Eustacia. She went down. Wildeve had alighted, and was standing before the horse's head, when Eustacia opened the door. He did not turn for a moment, thinking the comer Thomasin. Then he looked, started ever so little, and said one word. "Well?" "I have not yet told him," she replied in a whisper. "Then don't do so till he is well. It will be fatal. You are ill yourself." "I am wretched. Oh, Damon," she said, bursting into tears, I can't tell you how unhappy I am. I can hardly bear this. I can tell nobody of my trouble. Nobody knows of it but you." "Poor girl," said Wildeve, visibly affected at her distress, and at last led on so far as to take her hand. It is hard, when you have done nothing to deserve it, that you should have got involved in such a web as this. You were not made for these sad scenes. I am to blame most. If I could only have saved you from it all. But Damon, please, pray tell me what I must do. To sit by him hour after hour and hear him reproach himself as being the cause of her death, and to know that I am the sinner, if any human being is at all, drives me into cold despair. I don't know what to do. Should I tell him or should I not tell him? I always am asking myself that. Oh, I want to tell him, and yet I am afraid. If he finds out, he must surely kill me, for nothing else will be in proportion to his feelings now. Beware the fury of a patient man sounds day by day in my ears as I watch him. Well, wait till he is better, and trust to chance, and when you tell, you must only tell part, for his own sake. Which part should I keep back? Wildeve paused. That I was in the house at the time, he said in a low tone. Oh, yes, it must be concealed, seeing what has been whispered. How much easier are hasty actions than speeches that will excuse them. If he were only to die, Wildeve murmured. Do not think of it. I would not buy hope of immunity by so cowardly a desire, even if I hated him. Now I am going up to him again. Thomasin bade me to tell you she would be down in a few minutes. Goodbye. She returned, and Thomasin soon appeared. When she was seated in the gig with her husband, and the horse was turning to go off, Wildeve lifted his eyes to the bedroom windows. Looking from one of them, he could discern a pale, tragic face watching him drive away. It was Eustatia's. End of chapter 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5. The Discovery. 2. A lurid light breaks in upon a darkened understanding. Klim's grief became mitigated by wearing itself out. His strength returned, and a month after the visit of Thomasin, he might have been seen walking about the garden. Endurance and despair, equanimity and gloom, the tints of health and the pallor of death mingled weirdly in his face. He was now unnaturally silent upon all of the past that related to his mother, and though Eustacia knew that he was thinking of it none the less, she was only too glad to escape the topic, ever to bring it up anew. When his mind had been weaker, his heart had led him to speak out, but reason having now somewhat recovered itself, he sank into taciturnity. One evening, when he was thus standing in the garden, abstractedly spudding up a weed with his stick, a bony figure turned the corner of the house and came up to him. "Christian, isn't it?" said Klim. "I am so glad you have found me out. I shall soon want you to go to Bloom's End and assist me in putting the house in order. I suppose it is all locked up as I left it." "Oh, yes, Mr. Klim." "Have you dug up the potatoes and other roots?" "Yes, without a drop of rain, thank God. But I was coming to tell 'ee of something else, which is quite different from what we have lately had in the family. I am sent by the rich gentleman at the woman that we used to call the landlord, to tell 'ee
that Mrs. Wildeve is doing well of a girl which was born punctually at 1 o'clock at noon, or a few minutes more or less. And 'tis said that expecting of this increase is what have kept 'em there since they came into their money. And she's getting on well, you say? Oh, yes, sir. Only Mr. Wildeve is twanky because 'tisn't a boy. That's what they say in the kitchen, but I was not supposed to notice that. Christian now listened to me. Oh, yes, sure, Mr. Yeobright. Did you see my mother the day before she died? Oh, no, I did not. Yeobright's face expressed disappointment. But I seed her the morning of the same day she died. Clem's look lighted up. That's nearer still to my meaning, he said. Oh, yes, I know 'twas the same day, for she said, I be going to see him, Christian, so I shall not want any vegetables brought in for dinner. See whom? We see you. She was going to your house, you understand? Yeobright regarded Christian with intense surprise. Why did you never mention this? He said. Are you sure it was my house she was coming to? Oh, yes. I didn't mention it, because I've never seed you lately. And as she didn't get there, 'twas all naught, and nothing to tell. And I have been wondering why she should have walked in the heath on that hot day. Well, did she say what she was coming for? It is a thing, Christian, I am very anxious to know. Oh, yes, Mr. Clem. She didn't say it to me, though I think she did to one here and there. Do you know one person to whom she spoke of it? Oh, there is one man, please, sir, but I hope you won't mention my name to him, as I have seen him in strange places, particular in dreams. One night last summer he glared at me like famine and sword, and it made me feel so low that I didn't comb out my few hairs for 2 days. He was standing, as it might be, Mr. Yeobright, in the middle of the path to mist over, and your mother came up, looking as pale. Yes, when was that? Last summer, in my dream. Oh, pooh! Who's the man? Diggory, the Reddle man. He called upon her and sat with her the evening before she set out to see you. I hadn't gone home from work when he came up to the gate. I must see Ven. I wish I'd known it before, said Clem anxiously. I wonder why he has not come to tell me. He went out of Egdon Heath the next day, so would not be likely to know you wanted him. Christian, said Clem, you must go and find Ven. I am otherwise engaged, or I would go myself. Find him at once, and tell him I want to speak to him. Oh, I'm a good hand at hunting up folk by day, said Christian, looking dubiously round at the declining light. But as to night time, never is such a bad hand as I, Mr. Yeobright. Search the heath when you will, so that you bring him soon. Bring him tomorrow if you can. Christian then departed. The morrow came, but no Ven. In the evening Christian arrived, looking very weary. He had been searching all day, and had heard nothing of the Reddle men. Inquire as much as you can tomorrow, without neglecting your work, said Yeobright. Don't come again till you have found him. The next day Yeobright set out for the old house at Bloom's End, which, with the garden, was now his own. His severe illness had hindered all preparations for his removal thither, but it had become necessary that he should go and overlook its contents as administrator to his mother's little property, for which purpose he decided to pass the next night on the premises. He journeyed onward, not quickly or decisively, but in the slow walk of one who has been awakened from a stupefying sleep. It was early afternoon when he reached the valley. The expression of the place, the tone of the hour, were precisely those of many such occasions in days gone by. and these antecedent similarities fostered the illusion that she, who was there no longer, would come out to welcome him. The garden gate was locked and the shutters were closed, just as he himself had left them on the evening after the funeral. He unlocked the gate and found that a spider had already constructed a large web tying the door to the lintel on the supposition that it was never to be opened again. When he had entered the house and flung back the shutters, he set about his task of overhauling the cupboards and closets, burning papers, and considering how best to arrange the place for Eustatia's reception, until such time as he might be in a position to carry out his long-delayed scheme, should that time ever arrive. As he surveyed the rooms, he felt strongly disinclined for the alterations which would have to be made in the time-honored furnishing of his parents and grandparents to suit Eustatia's modern ideas. The gaunt oak-cased clock, with the picture of the Ascension on the door panel, and the miraculous draught of fishes on the base, his grandmother's corner cupboard with the glass door, through which the spotted china was visible, the dumb waiter, the wooden tea-trays, the hanging fountain with the brass tap. Whither would these venerable articles have to be banished? He noticed that the flowers in the windows had died for want of water, and he placed them out upon the ledge, that they might be taken away. While thus engaged, he heard footsteps on the gravel without, and somebody knocked at the door. Yeobright opened it, and Venn was standing before him. "Good morning," said the Reddleman. "Is Mrs. Yeobright at home?" Yeobright looked upon the ground. "Then you have not seen Christian or any of the Egdon folks?" he said. "No, I have only just returned after a long stay away. I called here the day before I left." "And you have heard nothing?" "No, nothing." "My mother is dead." "Dead?" said Venn mechanically. "Her home now is where I shouldn't mind having mine." Venn regarded him and then said, "If I didn't see your face, I could never believe your words. Have you been ill?" "I had an illness." "Well, the change. When I parted from her a month ago, everything seemed to say that she was going to begin a new life. And what seemed came true. You say right, no doubt. Trouble has taught you a deeper vein of talk than mine. All I meant was regarding her life here. She has died too soon. Perhaps through my living too long. I have had a bitter experience on that score this last month, Diggory. But come in, I've been wanting to see you." He conducted the Reddleman into the large room where the dancing had taken place the previous Christmas, and they sat down in the settle together. "There's the cold fireplace, you see," said Clym. "When that half-burnt log and those cinders were alight, she was alive. Little has been changed here yet. I can do nothing. My life creeps like a snail." "How came she to die?" said Venn. Yeobright gave him some particulars of her illness and death, and continued, "After this, no kind of pain will ever seem more than an indisposition to me. I began saying that I wanted to ask you something, but I stray from subjects like a drunken man. I am anxious to know what my mother said to you when she last saw you. You talked with her a long time, I think." "I talked with her more than half an hour." "About me?" "Yes, and it must have been on account of what we said that she was on the heath. Without question she was coming to see you." "But why should she come to see me if she felt so bitterly against me? There's the mystery. Yet I know she quite forgave thee." "But, Diggory, would a woman who had quite forgiven her son say, when she felt herself ill on the way to his house,
that she was broken-hearted because of his ill usage. Never. What I know is that she didn't blame you at all. She blamed herself for what had happened, and only herself. I had it from her own lips. You had it from her lips that I had not ill-treated her, and at the same time another had it from her lips that I had ill-treated her? My mother was no impulsive woman who changed her opinion every hour without reason. How can it be, then, that she should have told such different stories in close succession? I cannot say. It is certainly odd when she had forgiven you, and had forgiven your wife, and was going to see you on purpose to make friends. If there was one thing wanting to bewilder me, it was this incomprehensible thing. Diggory, if we who remain alive were only allowed to hold conversation with the dead just once, a bare minute, even through a screen of iron bars, as with persons in prison, what we might learn! How many who now ride smiling would hide their heads! And this mystery, I should then be at the bottom of it at once. But the grave has forever shut her in, and how shall it be found out now? No reply was returned by his companion, since none could be given, and when Venn left a few minutes later, Clym had passed from the dullness of sorrow to the fluctuation of carking incertitude. He continued in the same state all the afternoon. A bed was made up for him in the same house by a neighbour, that he might not have to return again the next day, and when he retired to rest in the deserted place, it was only to remain awake hour after hour, thinking the same thoughts. How to discover a solution to this riddle of death seemed a query of more importance than highest problems of the living. There was housed in his memory a vivid picture of the face of a little boy as he entered the hovel where Clym's mother lay. The round eyes, eager gaze, the piping voice which enunciated the words, had operated like stilettos on his brain. A visit to the boy suggested itself as a means of gleaning new particulars, though it might be quite unproductive. To probe a child's mind after the lapse of 6 weeks, not for facts which the child had seen and understood, but to get at those which were in their nature beyond him, did not promise much. Yet, when every obvious channel is blocked, we grope towards the small and obscure. There was nothing else left to do. After that he would allow the enigma to drop into the abyss of undiscoverable things. It was about daybreak when he had reached this decision, and he at once arose. He locked up the house and went out into the green patch, which merged in heather further on. In front of the white garden palings the path branched into 3 like a broad arrow. The road to the right led to the Quiet Woman and its neighbourhood. The middle track led to Mistover Nap, and the left-hand track led over the hill to another part of Mistover, where the child lived. On inclining into the latter path, Yeobright felt a creeping chilliness, familiar enough to most people, and probably caused by the unsunned morning air. In after days he thought of it as a thing of singular significance. When Yeobright reached the cottage of Susan Nonsuch, the mother of the boy he sought, he found that the inmates were not yet astir. But in upland hamlets, the transition from abed to abroad is surprisingly swift and easy. There, no dense partition of yawns and toilets divides humanity by night from humanity by day. Yeobright tapped at the upper window-sill, which he could reach with his walking-stick, and in 3 or 4 minutes the woman came down. It was not till this moment that Clym recollected her to be the person who had behaved so barbarously to Eustacia.
It partly explained the insuavity with which the woman greeted him. Moreover, the boy had been ailing again, and Susan now, as ever since the night when he had been pressed into Eustatia's service at the bonfire, attributed his indispositions to Eustatia's influence as a witch. 'Twas one of those sentiments which lurk like moles underneath the visible surface of manners, and may have been kept alive by Eustatia's entreaty to the captain, at the time he had intended to prosecute Susan for the pricking in church, to let the matter drop, which he had accordingly done. Yeobright overcame his repugnance, for Susan had at least borne his mother no ill will. He asked kindly for the boy, but her manner did not improve. "I wish to see him," continued Yeobright with some hesitation, "to ask him if he remembers anything more of his walk with my mother than what he has previously told." She regarded him in a peculiar and criticizing manner. To anybody but a half-blind man it would have said, "You want another of the knocks which have already laid you so low." She called the boy downstairs, asked Clym to sit down on a stool, and continued, "Now, Johnny, tell Mr. Yeobright anything you can call to mind. You have not forgotten how you walked with the poor lady on that hot day?" said Clym. "No," said the boy. "And what she said to you?" The boy repeated the exact words he had used on entering the hut. Yeobright rested his elbow on the table and shaded his face with his hand, and the mother looked as if she wondered how a man could want more of what had stung him so deeply. "She was going to Alderworth when you first met her?" "No, she was coming away." "That can't be." "Yes, she walked along with me. I was coming away too." "Then where did you first see her?" "At your house." "Now attend and speak the truth," said Clym sternly. "Yes, sir. At your house was where I seed her first." Clym started up, and Susan smiled in an expectant way which did not embellish her face. It seemed to mean, "Something sinister is coming." "What did she do at my house?" "She went and sat under the trees at the Devil's Bellows." "Good God, this is all news to me." "You never told me this before," said Susan. "No, mother, because I didn't like to tell 'ee I had been so far. I was picking black hearts, and went farther than I meant." "What did she do then?" said Yeobright. "Looked at a man who came up and went into your house." "That was myself, a furze cutter with brambles in his hand." "No, 'twas not you. 'Twas a gentleman. You had gone in afore." "Who was he?" "Oh, I don't know." "Now tell me what happened next." "The poor lady went and knocked at your door, and the lady with black hair looked out of the side window at her." The boy's mother turned to Clym and said, "This is something you didn't expect?" Yeobright took no more notice of her than if she had been of stone. "Go on, go on," he said hoarsely to the boy. "And when she saw the young lady look out of the window, the old lady knocked again. And when nobody came, she took up the furze hook and looked at it, and put it down again. And then she looked at the faggot bonds. And then she went away, and walked across to me, and blowed her breath very hard, like this. We walked on together, she and I talked to her, and she talked to me a bit, but not much, because she couldn't blow her breath." "Oh," murmured Clym in a low tone, and bowed his head. "Let's have more," he said.
She couldn't talk much, and she couldn't walk, and her face was oh so queer." "How was her face?" "Like yours is now." The woman looked at Yeobright and beheld him, colourless, in a cold sweat. "Isn't there meaning in it?" she said stealthily. "What do you think of her now?" "Silence!" said Clym fiercely, and turning to the boy, "And then you left her to die?" "No," said the woman quickly and angrily. "He did not leave her to die. She sent him away. Whoever says he forsook her says what's not true." "Trouble no more about that," answered Clym with a quivering mouth. "What he did is a trifle in comparison with what he saw." "Door kept shut, did you say? Kept shut? She looking out of the window? Good heart of God, what does it mean?" The child shrank away from the gaze of his questioner. "He said so," answered the mother, "and Johnny's a God-fearing boy and tells no lies." "Cast off by my son? No, by my best life, dear mother, it is not so. But by your sons, oh, may all murderesses get the torment they deserve." With these words Yeobright went forth from the little dwelling. The pupils of his eyes, fixed steadfastly on blankness, were vaguely lit with an icy shine. His mouth had passed into the phase more or less imaginatively rendered in studies of Oedipus. The strangest deeds were possible to his mood, but they were not possible to his situation. Instead of there being before him the pale face of Eustacia and a masculine shape unknown, there was only the imperturbable countenance of the heath, which, having defied the cataclysmal onsets of centuries, reduced to insignificance by its seamed and antique features the wildest turmoil of a single man. End of chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5, The Discovery. 3. Eustacia dresses herself on a black morning. A consciousness of a vast impassivity in all which lay around him took possession even of Yeobright in his wild walk towards Alderworth. He had once before felt in his own person this overpowering of the fervid by the inanimate, but then it had tended to enervate a passion far sweeter than that which at present pervaded him. It was once when he stood parting from Eustacia in the moist, still levels beyond the hills. But dismissing all this, he went onward home and came to the front of his house. The blinds of Eustacia's bedroom were still closely drawn, for she was no early riser. All the life visible was in the shape of a solitary thrush cracking a small snail upon the doorstone for his breakfast, and his tapping seemed a loud noise in the general silence which prevailed. But on going to the door, Clym found it unfastened, the young girl who attended upon Eustacia being astir in the back part of the house. Yeobright entered and went straight to his wife's room.
The noise of his arrival must have aroused her, for when he opened the door she was standing before the looking-glass in her night-dress, the ends of her hair gathered into one hand, with which she was coiling the whole mass around her head, previous to beginning toilette operations. She was not a woman given to speaking first at a meeting, and she allowed Clym to walk across in silence, without turning her head. He came behind her, and she saw his face in the glass. It was ashy, haggard, and terrible. Instead of starting towards him in sorrowful surprise, as even Eustacia, undemonstrative wife as she was, would have done in days before she burdened herself with a secret, she remained motionless, looking at him in the glass. And while she looked, the carmine flush with which warmth and sound sleep had suffused her cheeks and neck dissolved from view, and the death-like pallor in his face flew across into hers. He was close enough to see this, and the sight instigated his tongue. "You know what is the matter," he said huskily. "I see it in your face." Her hand relinquished the rope of hair and dropped to her side, and the pile of tresses, no longer supported, fell from the crown of her head about her shoulders and over the white nightgown. She made no reply. "Speak to me," said Yeobright peremptorily. The blanching process did not cease in her, and her lips now became as white as her face. She turned to him and said, "Yes, Clym, I'll speak to you. Why do you return so early? Can I do anything for you?" "Yes, you can listen to me. It seems that my wife is not very well." "Why?" "Your face, my dear, your face. Or perhaps it is the pale morning light which takes your color away. Now I'm going to reveal a secret to you." "Oh, that is ghastly." "What?" "Your laugh." "There's reason for ghastliness. Eustacia, you have held my happiness in the hollow of your hand, and like a devil you have dashed it down." She started back from the dressing-table, retreated a few steps from him, and looked him in the face. You think to frighten me," she said with a slight laugh. "Is it worthwhile? I am undefended, and alone." "How extraordinary!" "What do you mean?" "As there is ample time, I will tell you, though you know well enough. I mean that it is extraordinary that you should be alone in my absence. Tell me now, where is he who was with you on the afternoon of the 31st of August? Under the bed? Up the chimney?" A shudder overcame her and shook the light fabric of her nightdress throughout. I do not remember dates so exactly," she said. I cannot recollect that anybody was with me besides yourself." "The day I mean," said Yeobright, his voice growing louder and harsher, "was the day you shut the door against my mother and killed her. Oh, it's too much, too bad." He leant over the footpiece of the bedstead for a few moments with his back towards her, then rising again, Tell me, do you hear?" he cried, rushing up to her and seizing her by the loose folds of her sleeve. The superstratum of timidity which often overlies those who are daring and defiant at heart had been passed through, and the mettlesome substance of the woman was reached. The red blood inundated her face, previously so pale. "What are you going to do?"
she said in a low voice, regarding him with a proud smile. "You will not alarm me by holding on so, but it would be a pity to tear my sleeve." Instead of letting go, he drew her closer to him. "Tell me the particulars of my mother's death," he said in a hard, panting whisper, "or I'll... "Clym," she answered slowly, "do you think you dare do anything to me that I dare not bear? But before you strike me, listen. You will get nothing from me by a blow, even though it should kill me, as it probably will. But perhaps you do not wish me to speak. Killing may be all you mean." "Kill you? Do you expect it?" "I do." "Why?" "No less degree of rage against me will match your previous grief for her." "Pshaw! I shall not kill you," he said contemptuously, as if under a sudden change of purpose. "I did think of it, but I shall not. That would be making a martyr of you and sending you to where she is, and I would keep you away from her till the universe come to an end, if I could." "I almost wish you would kill me," said she with gloomy bitterness. "It is with no strong desire, I assure you, that I play the part I have lately played on earth. You are no blessing, my husband." "You shut the door. You looked out of the window upon her. You had a man in the house with you. You sent her away to die. The inhumanity, the treachery! I will not touch you. Stand away from me and confess every word." "Never. I'll hold my tongue like the very death that I don't mind meeting, even though I can clear myself of half you believe by speaking. Yes, I will. Who of any dignity would take the trouble to clear cobwebs from a wild man's mind after such language as this? No, let him go on and think his narrow thoughts, and run his head into the mire. I have other cares. Oh, 'tis too much, but I must spare you." "Poor Charity!" "By my wretched soul, you sting me, Eustacia. I can keep it up, and hotly too. Now then, madam, tell me his name." "Never. I am resolved." "How often does he write to you? Where does he put his letters? When does he meet you? Ah, his letters! Do you tell me his name?" "I do not." "Then I'll find it myself." His eye had fallen upon a small desk that stood near, on which she was accustomed to write her letters. He went to it. It was locked. "Unlock this!" "You have no right to say it. That's mine." Without another word, he seized the desk and dashed it to the floor. The hinge burst open, and a number of letters tumbled out. "Stay!" said Eustacia, stepping before him with more excitement than she had hitherto shown. "Come, come, stand away! I must see them!" She looked at the letters as they lay, checked her feeling, and moved indifferently aside, when he gathered them up and examined them. By no stretch of meaning could any but a harmless construction be placed upon a single one of the letters themselves. The solitary exception was an empty envelope directed to her, and the handwriting was Wildeve's. Yeobright held it up. Eustacia was doggedly silent. "Can you read, madam? Look at this envelope. Doubtless we shall find more soon, and what was inside them. I shall no doubt be gratified by learning in good time what a well-finished and full-blown adept in a certain trade my lady is." "Do you say it to me? Do you?" she gasped. He searched further, but found nothing more. "What was in this letter?" he said. "Ask the writer. Am I your hound, that you should talk to me in this way?" Do you brave me? Do you stand me out, mistress? Answer! Don't look at me with those eyes, as if you would bewitch me again. Sooner than that, I die. You refuse to answer? I wouldn't tell you after this, if I were as innocent as the sweetest babe in heaven. Which you are not. Certainly I am not, absolutely, she replied. I have not done what you suppose. But if to have done no harm at all is the only innocence recognized, I am beyond forgiveness. But I require no help from your conscience. You can resist and resist again. Instead of hating you, I could, I think, mourn for and pity you if you were contrite and would confess all. Forgive you I never can. I don't speak of your lover. I will give you the benefit of the doubt in that matter, for it only affects me personally. But the other, had you half killed me, had it been that you willfully took the sight away from these feeble eyes of mine, I could have forgiven you. But that's too much for nature. Say no more, I will do without your pity. But I would have saved you from uttering what you will regret. I am going away now. I shall leave you. You need not go, as I am going myself. You will keep just as far away from me by staying here. Call her to mind. Think of her. What goodness there was in her. It showed in every line of her face. Most women, even when slightly annoyed, show a flicker of evil in some curl of the mouth or some corner of the cheek, but as for her, never in her angrier moments was there anything malicious in her look. She was angered quickly, but she forgave just as readily, and underneath her pride there was the meekness of a child. What came of it? What cared you? You hated her just as she was learning to love you. Oh, couldn't you see what was best for you, but must bring a curse upon me, and agony and death upon her, by doing that cruel deed? What was the fellow's name who was keeping you company and causing you to add cruelty to her, to your wrong to me? Was it Wild Eve? Was it poor Thomasin's husband? Heaven, what wickedness! Lost your voice, have you? It is natural after detection of that most noble trick. Eustacia, didn't any tender thought of your own mother lead you to think of being gentle to mine at such a time of weariness? Did not one grain of pity enter your heart as she turned away? Think what a vast opportunity was then lost of beginning a forgiving and honest course. Why did you not kick him out and let her in and say, I'll be an honest wife and a noble woman from this hour? Had I told you to go and quench eternally our last flickering chance of happiness here, you could have done no worse. Well, she's asleep now, and have you 100 gallants, neither they nor you can insult her any more. You exaggerate fearfully, she said in a faint, weary voice. But I cannot enter into my defence. It is not worth doing. You are nothing to me in future, and the past side of the story may as well remain untold. I have lost all through you, but I have not complained. Your blunders and misfortunes may have been a sorrow to you, but they've been a wrong to me. All persons of refinement have been scared away from me since I sank into the mire of marriage. Is this your cherishing? To put me into a hut like this, and keep me like the wife of a hind? You deceived me, not by words, but by appearances, which are less seen through than words. But the place will serve as well as any other, as somewhere to pass from into my grave. Her words were smothered in her throat, and her head drooped down. I don't know what you mean by that. Am I the cause of your sin?
Eustacia made a trembling motion towards him. "What? You can begin to shed tears and offer me your hand? Good God, can you? No, not I. I'll not commit the fault of taking that." The hand she had offered dropped nervelessly, but the tears continued flowing. "Well, yes, I'll take it, if only for the sake of my own foolish kisses that were wasted there before I knew what I cherished. How bewitched I was! How could there be any good in a woman that everybody spoke ill of? Oh, oh!" she cried, breaking down at last. And shaking with sobs which choked her, she sank upon her knees. "Oh, will you have done? Oh, you are too relentless. There's a limit to the cruelty of savages. I have held out long, but you crush me down. I beg for mercy. I cannot bear this any longer. It is inhuman to go further with this. If I had killed your mother with my own hand, I should not deserve such a scourging to the bone as this. Oh, God have mercy upon a miserable woman. You have beaten me in this game. I beg you to stay your hand in pity. I confess that I wilfully did not undo the door the first time she knocked, but I should have undone it, unfastened it, the second, if I had not thought you had gone to do it yourself. When I found you had not, I opened it, but she was gone. That's the extent of my crime towards her. Best natures commit bad faults sometimes, don't they? I think they do. Now I will leave you, forever and ever. Tell all, and I will pity you. Was the man in the house with you, Wild Eve?" "I cannot tell," she said desperately through her sobbing. "Don't insist further. I cannot tell. I am going from this house. We cannot both stay here." "You need not go. I will go. You can stay here." "No, I will dress, and then I will go." "Where?" "Where I came from, or elsewhere." She hastily dressed herself, Yeobright moodily walking up and down the room the whole of the time. At last all her things were on. Her little hands quivered so violently as she held them to her chin to fasten her bonnet, and she could not tie the strings, and after a few moments she relinquished the attempt. Seeing this, he moved forward and said, "Let me tie them." She assented in silence and lifted her chin. For once, at least in her life, she was totally oblivious of the charm of her attitude. But he was not, and he turned his eyes aside that he might not be tempted to softness. The strings were tied. She turned from him. "Do you still prefer going away yourself to my leaving you?" he inquired again. "I do." "Very well, let it be. And when you will confess to the man, I may pity you." She flung her shawl about her and went downstairs, leaving him standing in the room. Eustacia had not long been gone when there came a knock at the door of the bedroom, and Yeobright said, "Well?" It was the servant, and she replied, "Somebody from Mrs. Wildeve's have called to tell you that the missus and the baby are getting on wonderful well, and the baby's name is to be Eustacia Clementine." And the girl retired. "What a mockery!" said Clym. "This unhappy marriage of mine, to be perpetuated in that child's name." End of chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5. The Discovery. 4. The Ministrations of a Half-Forgotten One. Eustatia's journey was at first as vague in direction as that of thistledown on the wind. She did not know what to do. She wished it had been night instead of morning, that she might at least have borne her misery without the possibility of being seen. Tracing mile after mile along between the dying ferns and the wet white spiders' webs, she at length turned her step towards her grandfather's house. She found the front door closed and locked. Mechanically she went round to the end where the stable was, and on looking in at the stable door, she saw Charlie standing within. "Captain Vi is not at home?" she said. "No, ma'am," said the lad, in a flutter of feeling. "He's gone to Weatherbury, and won't be home till night, and the servant's gone home for a holiday, so the house is locked up." Eustatia's face was not visible to Charlie as she stood at the doorway, her back being to the sky, and the stable but indifferently lighted. But the wildness of her manner arrested his attention. She turned and walked away across the enclosure to the gate, and was hidden by the bank. When she had disappeared, Charlie, with misgiving in his eyes, slowly came from the stable door, and going to another point in the bank, he looked over. Eustacia was leaning against it on the outside, her face covered with her hands, and her head pressing the dewy heather which bearded the bank's outer side. She appeared to be utterly indifferent to the circumstance that her bonnet, hair, and garments were becoming wet and disarranged by the moisture of her cold, harsh pillow. Clearly something was wrong. Charlie had always regarded Eustacia, as Eustacia had regarded Clym when she first beheld him, as a romantic and sweet vision, scarcely incarnate. He had been so shut off from her by the dignity of her look and the pride of her speech, except at that one blissful interval when he was allowed to hold her hand, that he had hardly deemed her a woman, wingless and earthly, subject to household conditions and domestic jars. The inner details of her life he had only conjectured. She had been a lovely wonder, predestined to an orbit in which the whole of his own was but a point. And this sight of her leaning like a helpless, despairing creature against a wild, wet bank filled him with an amazed horror. He could no longer remain where he was. Leaping over, he came up, touched her with his finger, and said tenderly, "You are poorly, ma'am. What can I do?" Eustacia started up and said, "Ah, Charlie, you have followed me. Oh, you did not think when I left home in the summer that I should come back like this." "I did not, dear ma'am. Can I help you now?" "I'm afraid not. I wish I could get into the house. I feel giddy, that's all." "Lean on my arm, ma'am, till we get to the porch, and I will try to open the door." He supported her to the porch, and there depositing her on a seat, hastened to the back, climbed to a window by the help of a ladder, and descending inside, opened the door. Next he assisted her into the room, where there was an old-fashioned horse-hair settee as large as a donkey wagon. She lay down here, and Charlie covered her with a cloak he found in the hall. "Shall I get you something to eat and drink?" he said. "Oh, if you please, Charlie. But I suppose there's no fire?" "Oh, I can light it, ma'am." He vanished, and she heard a splitting of wood and a blowing of bellows, and presently he returned, saying, "I lighted a fire in the kitchen, and now I'll light one here." He lit the fire, Eustacia dreamily observing him from her couch. When it was blazing up, he said, "Shall I wheel you round in front of it, ma'am, as the morning is chilly?"
"Yes, if you like."
"Shall I go and bring the victuals now?"
"Yes, do,"
she murmured languidly. When he had gone, and the dull sounds occasionally reached her ears of his movements in the kitchen, she forgot where she was, and had for a moment to consider by an effort what the sounds meant. After an interval which seemed short to her whose thoughts were elsewhere, he came in with a tray on which steamed tea and toast, though it was nearly lunch-time.
"Place it on the table," she said. "I shall be ready soon."
He did so, and retired to the door. When, however, he perceived that she did not move, he came back a few steps. "Let me hold it to you if you don't wish to get up," said Charlie. He brought the tray to the front of the couch, where he knelt down, adding, "I'll hold it for you." Eustacia sat up and poured out a cup of tea.
"You are very kind to me, Charlie,"
she murmured as she sipped. "Well, I ought to be," said he diffidently, taking great trouble not to rest his eyes upon her, though this was their only natural position, Eustacia being immediately before him. "You've been kind to me."
"How have I?"
said Eustacia.
"You let me hold your hand when you were a maiden at home." "Ah, so I did. Why did I do that? My mind is lost. It had to do with the mumming, had it not?"
"Yes, you wanted to go in my place."
"I remember. I do indeed remember. Too well."
She again became utterly downcast, and Charlie, seeing that she was not going to eat or drink any more, took away the tray. Afterwards he occasionally came in to see if the fire was burning, to ask her if she wanted anything, to tell her that the wind had shifted from south to west, to ask her if she would like him to gather her some blackberries. To all which inquiries she replied in the negative, or with indifference. She remained on the settee some time longer, when she aroused herself and went upstairs. The room in which she had formerly slept still remained much as she had left it, and the recollection that this forced upon her of her own greatly changed and infinitely worsened situation again set on her face the undetermined and formless misery which it had worn on her first arrival. She peeped into her grandfather's room, through which the fresh autumn air was blowing from the open window. Her eye was arrested by what was a familiar sight enough, though it broke upon her now with a new significance. It was a brace of pistols hanging near the head of her grandfather's bed, which he always kept there loaded as a precaution against possible burglars, the house being very lonely. Eustacia regarded them long, as if they were the page of a book in which she read a new and a strange matter. Quickly, like one afraid of herself, she returned downstairs and stood in deep thought.
"If I could only do it," she said, "it would be doing much good to myself and all connected with me, and no harm to a single one."
The idea seemed to gather force within her, and she remained in a fixed attitude nearly 10 minutes, when a certain finality was expressed in her gaze, and no longer the blankness of indecision. She turned and went up the second time, softly and stealthily now, and entered her grandfather's room, her eyes at once seeking the head of the bed. The pistols were gone. The instant quashing of her purpose by their absence affected her brain as a sudden vacuum affects the body. She nearly fainted. Who had done this? There was only one person on the premises besides herself. Eustacia involuntarily turned to the open window which overlooked the garden as far as the bank that bounded it. On the summit of the latter stood Charlie, sufficiently elevated by its height to see into the room. His gaze was directed eagerly and solicitously upon her. She went downstairs to the door and beckoned to him. "You've taken them away?" "Yes, ma'am."
"Why did you do it?"
"I saw you looking at them too long."
"What has that to do with it?"
"You've been broken-hearted all the morning, as if you did not want to live."
"Well?"
"And I could not bear to leave them in your way. There was meaning in your look at them."
"Where are they now?"
"Locked up."
"Where?"
"In the stable."
"Give them to me."
"No, ma'am."
"You refuse?"
"I do. I care too much for you to give 'em up." She turned aside, her face for the first time softening from the stony immobility of the earlier day, and the corners of her mouth resuming something of that delicacy of cut which was always lost in her moments of despair. At last she confronted him again.
Why should I not die if I wish?"
she said tremulously.
"I have made a bad bargain with life, and I am weary of it, weary. And now you've hindered my escape. Oh, why did you, Charlie? What makes death painful except the thought of others' grief? And that is absent in my case, for not a sigh would follow me."
"Oh, it's trouble that's done this. I wish in my very soul that he who brought it about might die and rot, even if 'tis transportation to say it."
"Charlie, no more of that. What do you mean to do about this you have seen?"
"Keep it close as night, if you promise not to think of it again."
"You need not fear. The moment has passed, I promise."
She then went away, entered the house, and lay down. Later in the afternoon her grandfather returned. He was about to question her categorically, but on looking at her, he withheld his words.
"Yes, it is too bad to talk of,"
she slowly returned in answer to his glance.
"Can my old room be got ready for me tonight, grandfather? I shall want to occupy it again."
He did not ask what it all meant, or why she had left her husband, but ordered the room to be prepared. End of chapter 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5, The Discovery. 5. An Old Move, Inadvertently Repeated. Charlie's attentions to his former mistress were unbounded. The only solace to his own trouble lay in his attempts to relieve hers. Hour after hour he considered her wants. He thought of her presence there with a sort of gratitude, and while uttering imprecations on the cause of her unhappiness, in some measure blessed the result. Perhaps she would always remain there, he thought, and then he would be as happy as he had been before. His dread was lest she should think fit to return to Alderworth, and in that dread his eyes, with all the inquisitiveness of affection, frequently sought her face when she was not observing him, as he would have watched the head of a stock-dove to learn of its contemplated flight. having once really succoured her and possibly preserved her from the rashest of acts, he mentally assumed, in addition, a guardian's responsibility for her welfare. For this reason he busily endeavoured to provide her with pleasant distractions, bringing home curious objects which he found in the heath, such as white trumpet-shaped mosses, red-headed lichens, stone arrowheads used by the old tribes on Egdon, and faceted crystals from the hollows of flints. These he deposited on the premises in such positions that she should see them as if by accident. A week passed, Eustacia never going out of the house. Then she walked into the enclosed plot and looked through her grandfather's spy-glass, as she had been in the habit of doing before her marriage. One day she saw, at a place where the high road crossed the distant valley, a heavily laden wagon passing along. It was piled with household furniture. She looked again, and recognized it to be her own. In the evening her grandfather came indoors with a rumour that Yeobright had removed that day from Alderworth to the old house at Bloom's End. On another occasion, when reconnoitring thus, she beheld 2 female figures walking in the vale. The day was fine and clear, and the persons not being more than half a mile off, she could see their every detail with the telescope. The woman walking in front carried a white bundle in her arms, from one end of which hung a long appendage of drapery, and when the walkers turned, so that the sun fell more directly upon them, Eustacia could see that the object was a baby. She called Charlie, and asked him if he knew who they were, though she well guessed. "Mrs. Wildeve and the nurse girl," said Charlie. "The nurse is carrying the baby?" said Eustacia. "No, 'tis Mrs. Wildeve carrying that," he answered, "and the nurse walks behind, carrying nothing." The lad was in good spirits that day, for the 5th of November had again come round, and he was planning yet another scheme to divert her from her too absorbing thoughts. For 2 successive years his mistress had seemed to take pleasure in lighting a bonfire on the bank overlooking the valley, but this year she had apparently quite forgotten the day and the customary deed. He was careful not to remind her, and went on with his secret preparations for a cheerful surprise, the more zealously that he had been absent last time, and unable to assist. At every vacant minute he hastened to gather furze stumps, thorn-tree roots, and the other solid materials from the adjacent slopes, hiding them from cursory view. The evening came, and Eustacia was still seemingly unconscious of the anniversary. She had gone indoors after her survey through the glass, and had not been visible since. As soon as it was quite dark, Charlie began to build a bonfire, choosing precisely that spot on the bank which Eustacia had chosen at previous times. When all the surrounding bonfires had burst into existence, Charlie kindled his, and arranged its fuel so that it should not require tending for some time. He then went back to the house and lingered round the door and windows till she should by some means or other learn of his achievement and come out to witness it. But the shutters were closed, the door remained shut, and no heed whatever seemed to be taken of his performance. Not liking to call her, he went back and replenished the fire, continuing to do this for more than half an hour. It was not till his stock of fuel had greatly diminished that he went to the back door and sent in, to beg that Mrs. Yeobright would open the window shutters and see the sight outside. Eustacia, who had been sitting listlessly in the parlour, started up at the intelligence and flung open the shutters. Facing her on the bank blazed the fire, which at once sent a ruddy glare into the room where she was, and overpowered the candles. "Well done, Charlie," said Captain Vi from the chimney corner. "But I hope it's not my wood he's burning. Ah, 'twas this time last year that I met with that man Venn, bringing home Thomas and Yeobright. To be sure it was. Well, who would have thought that girl's troubles would have ended so well? What a snipe you were in that matter, Eustacia. Has your husband written to you yet?"
"No," said Eustacia, looking vaguely through the window at the fire, which just then so much engaged her mind that she did not resent her grandfather's blunt opinion. She could see Charlie's form on the bank, shoveling and stirring the fire, and there flashed upon her imagination some other form which that fire might call up. She left the room, put on her garden bonnet and cloak, and went out. Reaching the bank, she looked over, with a wild curiosity and misgiving, when Charlie said to her, with a pleased sense of himself, "I made it a purpose for you, ma'am." "Thank you," she said hastily, "but I wish you to put it out now." "Oh, it'll soon burn down," said Charlie, rather disappointed. "Is it not a pity to knock it out?" "I don't know," she musingly answered. They stood in silence, broken only by the crackling of the flames, till Charlie, perceiving that she did not want to talk to him, moved reluctantly away. Eustacia remained within the bank, looking at the fire, intending to go indoors, yet lingering still. Had she not, by her situation, been inclined to hold in indifference all things honoured of the gods and of men, she would probably have come away. But her state was so hopeless that she could play with it. To have lost is less disturbing than to wonder if we may possibly have won, and Eustacia could now, like other people at such a stage, take a standing point outside herself, observe herself as a disinterested spectator, and think what a sport for heaven this woman Eustacia was. While she stood, she heard a sound. It was the splash of a stone in the pond. Had Eustacia received the stone full in the bosom, her heart could not have given a more decided thump. She had thought of the possibility of such a signal, in answer to that which had been unwittingly given by Charlie, but she had not expected it yet. How prompt Wild Eve was! Yet how could he think her capable of deliberately wishing to renew their assignations now? An impulse to leave the spot, a desire to stay, struggled within her, and the desire held its own. More than that it did not do, for she refrained even from ascending the bank and looking over. She remained motionless, not disturbing a muscle of her face or raising her eyes. For were she to turn up her face, the fire on the bank would shine upon it, and Wild Eve might be looking down. There was a second splash into the pond. Why did he stay so long without advancing and looking over? Curiosity had its way. She ascended one or two of the earth steps in the bank and glanced out. Wild Eve was before her. He had come forward after throwing the last pebble, and the fire now shone into each of their faces from the bank, stretching breast high between them. "I did not light it," cried Eustacia quickly. "It was lit without my knowledge. Don't come over to me." "Why have you been living here all these days without telling me? You have left your home." "I fear I am something to blame in this." "I did not let in his mother. That's how it is." "You do not deserve what you have got, Eustacia. You are in great misery. I see it in your eyes, your mouth, and all over you. My poor, poor girl."
He stepped over the bank. "You are beyond everything unhappy." "No, no, not exactly. It has been pushed too far. It's killing you. I do think it." Her usually quiet breathing had grown quicker with his words. I, she began, and then burst into quivering sobs, shaken to the very heart by the unexpected voice of pity, a sentiment whose existence in relation to herself she had almost forgotten. This outbreak of weeping took Eustacia herself so much by surprise that she could not leave off, and she turned aside from him in some shame, though turning hid nothing from him. She sobbed on desperately. Then the outpour lessened, and she became quieter. Wild Eve had resisted the impulse to clasp her, and stood without speaking. "Are you not ashamed of me, who used never to be a crying animal?" she asked in a weak whisper, as she wiped her eyes. "Why didn't you go away? I wish you had not seen quite all that. It reveals too much by half." "You might have wished it, because it makes me as sad as you," he said with emotion and deference. "As for revealing, the word is impossible between us two." "I did not send for you. Don't forget it, Damon. I am in pain, but I did not send for you. As a wife, at least, I've been straight." "Never mind. I came. Oh, Eustacia, forgive me for the harm that I've done you these past 2 years. I see more and more that I have been your ruin." "Not you. This place I live in." "Ah, your generosity may naturally make you say that, but I am the culprit. I should either have done more or nothing at all." "In what way?" "I ought never to have hunted you out. Or, having done it, I ought to have persisted in retaining you. But of course I've no right to talk of that now. I will only ask this. Can I do anything for you? Is there anything on the face of the earth that a man can do to make you happier than you are at present? If there is, I will do it. You may command me, Eustacia, to the limit of my influence, and don't forget that I am richer now. Surely something can be done to save you from this. Such a rare plant in such a wild place, it grieves me to see. Do you want anything bought? Do you want to go anywhere? Do you want to escape the place altogether? Only say it, and I'll do anything to put an end to those tears which, but for me, would never have been at all." "We are each married to another person," she said faintly, "and assistance from you would have an evil sound after... "Well, there's no preventing slanderers from having their fill at any time. But you need not be afraid. Whatever I may feel, I promise you on my word of honor never to speak to you about or act upon until you say, 'I may.' I know my duty to Thomasin quite as well as I know my duty to you as a woman unfairly treated. What shall I assist you in?" "In getting away from here." "Where do you wish to go?" "I have a place in my mind. If you could help me as far as Budmouth, I can do all the rest. Steamers sail from there across the Channel, and so I can get to Paris, where I want to be. Yes," she pleaded earnestly, "help me to get to Budmouth Harbour, without my grandfather's or my husband's knowledge, and I can do all the rest." "Will it be safe to leave you there alone?" "Oh, yes, yes, I know Budmouth well." "Shall I go with you? I am rich now." She was silent. "Say yes, sweet." She was silent still. Well, let me know when you wish to go. We shall be at our present house till December. After that we remove to Casterbridge. Command me in anything till that time." "I will think of this," she said hurriedly. "Whether I can honestly make use of you as a friend, or must close with you as a lover, that is what I must ask myself. If I wish to go, and decide to accept your company, I will signal to you some evening at 8 o'clock punctually, and this will mean that you are to be ready with a horse and trap at 12 o'clock the same night, to drive me to Budmouth Harbour in time for the morning boat. I will look out every night at 8, and no signal shall escape me. Now, please, go away. If I decide on this escape, I can only meet you once more, unless I cannot go without you. Go, go, I cannot bear it longer. Go, go." Wild Eve slowly went up the steps and descended into the darkness on the other side. And as he walked, he glanced back till the bank blotted out her form from his further view. End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5. The Discovery. 6. Thomasin argues with her cousin, and he writes a letter. Yeobright was at this time at Bloom's End, hoping that Eustacia would return to him. The removal of furniture had been accomplished only that day, though Clym had lived in the old house for more than a week. He had spent the time in working about the premises, sweeping leaves from the garden paths, cutting dead stalks from the flower beds, and nailing up creepers which had been displaced by the autumn winds. He took no particular pleasure in these deeds, but they formed a screen between himself and despair. Moreover, it had become a religion with him to preserve in good condition all that had lapsed from his mother's hands to his own. During these operations he was constantly on the watch for Eustacia. That there should be no mistake about her knowing where to find him, he had ordered a notice board to be affixed to the garden gate at Alderworth, signifying in white letters whither he had removed. When a leaf floated to the earth, he turned his head, thinking it might be her footfall. A bird, searching for worms in the mould of the flower-beds, sounded like her hand on the latch of the gate. And at dusk, when soft, strange ventriloquisms came from holes in the ground, hollow stalks, curled dead leaves, and other crannies wherein breezes, worms, and insects can work their will, he fancied that they were Eustacia standing without, and breathing wishes of reconciliation. Up to this hour he had persevered in his resolve not to invite her back. At the same time, the severity with which he had treated her lulled the sharpness of his regret for his mother, and awoke some of his old solicitude for his mother's supplanter. Harsh feelings produce harsh usage, and this, by reaction, quenches the sentiments that gave it birth. The more he reflected, the more he softened. But to look upon his wife as innocence in distress was impossible, though he could ask himself whether he had given her quite time enough, if he had not come a little too suddenly upon her on that sombre morning. Now that the first flush of anger had paled, he was disinclined to ascribe to her more than an indiscreet friendship with Wild Eve, for there had not appeared in her manner the signs of dishonour. And this once admitted,
an absolutely dark interpretation of her act towards his mother was no longer forced upon him. On the evening of the 5th of November, his thoughts of Eustacia were intense. Echoes from those past times when they had exchanged tender words all the day long came like the diffused murmur of a seashore left miles behind. "Surely," he said, "she might have brought herself to communicate with me before now, and confess honestly what Wildeve was to her." Instead of remaining at home that night, he determined to go and see Thomasin and her husband. If he found opportunity, he would allude to the cause of the separation between Eustacia and himself, keeping silence, however, on the fact that there was a third person in his house when his mother was turned away. If it proved that Wildeve was innocently there, he would doubtless openly mention it. If he were there with unjust intentions, Wildeve, being a man of quick feeling, might possibly say something to reveal the extent to which Eustacia was compromised. But on reaching his cousin's house, he found that only Thomasin was at home, Wildeve being at that time on his way towards the bonfire, innocently lit by Charlie at Mistover. Thomasin then, as always, was glad to see Clym, and took him to inspect the sleeping baby, carefully screening the candlelight from the infant's eyes with her hand. "Tamsin, have you heard that Eustacia is not with me now?" he said, when they had sat down again. "No," said Thomasin, alarmed. "And not that I have left Alderworth?" "No, I never hear tidings from Alderworth unless you bring them. What is the matter?" Clym, in a disturbed voice, related to her his visit to Susan Nonsuch's boy, the revelation he had made, and what had resulted from his charging Eustacia with having wilfully and heartlessly done the deed. He suppressed all mention of Wildeve's presence with her. "Oh, all this, and I not knowing it!" murmured Thomasin in an awestruck tone. "Terrible! What could have made her? Oh, Eustacia! And when you found it out, you went in hot haste to her? Were you too cruel? Or is she really so wicked as she seems?" "Can a man be too cruel to his mother's enemy?" "I can fancy so." "Very well, then, I'll admit that he can. But now what is to be done?" "Make it up again. If a quarrel so deadly can ever be made up, I almost wish you had not told me. But do try to be reconciled. There are ways, after all, if you both wish to." "I don't know that we do both wish to make it up," said Clym. "If she had wished it, would she not have sent to me by this time?" "You seem to wish to, and yet you have not sent to her." "True. But I have been tossed to and fro in doubt if I ought, after such strong provocation. To see me now, Thomasin, gives you no idea of what I have been, of what depths I have descended to in these few last days. Oh, it was a bitter shame to shut out my mother like that. Can I ever forget it, or even agree to see her again?" "She might not have known that anything serious would come of it, and perhaps she didn't mean to keep Aunt out altogether." "She says herself that she did not, but the fact remains that keep her out she did." "Oh, believe her sorry, and send for her." "How if she will not come?" "To prove her guilty by showing that it is her habit to nourish enmity, but I do not think that for a moment." "I will do this. I will wait for a day or two longer. Not longer than 2 days, certainly, and if she does not send to me in that time, I will indeed send to her." I thought to have seen Wildeve here tonight. Is he from home?" Thomasin blushed a little. "No," she said. "He's merely gone out for a walk." "Why didn't he take you with him? The evening is fine. You want fresh air as well as he."
"Oh, I don't care for going anywhere. Besides, there is baby."
"Yes, yes. Well, I have been thinking whether I should not consult your husband about this as well as you," said Clym steadily.
"I fancy I would not," she quickly answered. "It can do no good."
Her cousin looked her in the face. No doubt Thomasin was ignorant that her husband had any share in the events of that tragic afternoon, but her countenance seemed to signify that she concealed some suspicion or thought of the reputed tender relations between Wildeve and Eustacia in days gone by. Clym, however, could make nothing of it, and he rose to depart, more in doubt than when he came.
"You will write to her in a day or two," said the young woman earnestly. "I do so hope the wretched separation may come to an end."
"I will," said Clym. "I don't rejoice in my present state at all." And he left her and climbed over the hill to Bloom's End. Before going to bed he sat down and wrote the following letter. My dear Eustacia, I must obey my heart without consulting my reason too closely. Will you come back to me? Do so, and the past shall never be mentioned. I was too severe, but oh, Eustacia, the provocation! You don't know, you never will know, what those words of anger cost me which you drew down upon yourself. All that an honest man can promise you, I promise now, which is that from me you shall never suffer anything on this score again. After all the vows we have made, Eustacia, I think we had better pass the remainder of our lives in trying to keep them. Come to me, then, even if you reproach me. I have thought of your sufferings that morning on which I parted from you. I know they were genuine, and they are as much as you ought to bear. Our love must still continue. Such hearts as ours would never have been given us but to be concerned with each other. I could not ask you back at first, Eustacia, for I was unable to persuade myself that he who was with you was not there as a lover. But if you will come and explain distracting appearances, I do not question that you can show your honesty to me. Why have you not come before? Do you think I will not listen to you? Surely not, when you remember the kisses and vows we exchanged under the summer moon. Return then, and you shall be warmly welcomed. I can no longer think of you to your prejudice. I am but too much absorbed in justifying you. Your husband as ever, Clym. There, he said, as he laid it in his desk. That's a good thing done. If she does not come before tomorrow night, I will send it to her. Meanwhile, at the house he had just left, Thomasin sat sighing uneasily. Fidelity to her husband had that evening induced her to conceal all suspicion that Wildeve's interest in Eustacia had not ended with his marriage. But she knew nothing positive, and though Clym was her well-beloved cousin, there was one nearer to her still. When, a little later, Wildeve returned from his walk to Mistover, Thomasin said, "Damon, where have you been? I was getting quite frightened, and thought you had fallen into the river. I dislike being in the house by myself." "Frightened?" he said. touching her cheek as if she were some domestic animal. "Why, I thought nothing could frighten you. It is that you are getting proud, I'm sure, and don't like living here since we have risen above our business. Well, it's a tedious matter, this getting a new house, but I couldn't have set about it sooner, unless our £10,000 had been 100,000, when we could have afforded to despise caution."
"No, I don't mind waiting. I would rather stay here 12 months longer than run any risk with baby, but I don't like your vanishing so in the evenings. There's something on your mind, I know there is, Damon. You go about so gloomily, and look at the heath as if it were somebody's jail, instead of a nice, wild place to walk in."
He looked towards her with pitying surprise. "What? Do you like Egdon Heath?" he said.
"I like what I was born near to. I admire its grim old face."
"Oh, pooh, my dear, you don't know what you like."
"I'm sure I do. There's only one thing unpleasant about Egdon."
"What's that?"
"You never take me with you when you walk there. Why do you wander so much in it yourself, if you so dislike it?"
The inquiry, though a simple one, was plainly disconcerting, and he sat down before replying. "I don't think you often see me there. Give an instance."
"I will," she answered triumphantly. "When you went out this evening, I thought that as baby was asleep I would see where you were going, so mysteriously, without telling me. So I ran out and followed behind you. You stopped at the place where the road forks, looked round at the bonfires, and then said, 'Damn it, I'll go,' and you went quickly up the left-hand road. Then I stood and watched you."
Wildeve frowned, afterwards saying with a forced smile, "Well, what wonderful discovery did you make?"
"There, now you're angry, and we won't talk of this any more."
She went across to him, sat on a footstool, and looked up in his face. "Nonsense," he said. "That's how you always back out. We will go on with it now we have begun. What did you next see? I particularly want to know."
"Don't be like that, Damon," she murmured. "I didn't see anything. You vanished out of sight, and then I looked round at the bonfires and came in."
Perhaps this is not the only time you've dogged my steps. Are you trying to find out something bad about me?"
"Not at all. I've never done such a thing before, and I shouldn't have done it now, if words had not sometimes been dropped about you."
"What do you mean?" he impatiently asked.
They say you used to go to Alderworth in the evenings, and it puts into my mind what I have heard about—"
Wildeve turned angrily and stood up in front of her. "Now," he said, flourishing his hand in the air, "just out with it, madam. I demand to know what remarks you have heard."
"Well, I heard that you used to be very fond of Eustacia. Nothing more than that, though dropped in a bit-by-bit way. You ought not to be angry."
He observed that her eyes were brimming with tears. "Well," he said, "there's nothing new in that. And, of course, I don't mean to be rough towards you, so you need not cry. Now, don't let us speak of the subject any more." And no more was said, Thomasin being glad enough of a reason for not mentioning Clym's visit to her that evening, and his story. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5. The Discovery. 7. The Night of the 6th of November. Having resolved on flight, Eustacia at times seemed anxious that something should happen to thwart her own intention. The only event that could really change her position was the appearance of Clym. The glory which had encircled him as her lover was departed now, yet some good, simple quality of his would occasionally return to her memory and stir a momentary throb of hope that he would again present himself before her. But, calmly considered, it was not likely that such a severance as now existed would ever close up. She would have to live on as a painful object, isolated and out of place. She had used to think of the heath alone as an uncongenial spot to be in. She felt it now of the whole world. Towards evening on the 6th, her determination to go away again revived. About 4 o'clock, she packed up anew the few small articles she had brought in her flight from Alderworth, and also some belonging to her which had been left here. The whole formed a bundle not too large to be carried in her hand for a distance of a mile or two. The scene without grew darker. Mud-coloured clouds bellied downwards from the sky like vast hammocks slung across it, and with the increase of night a stormy wind arose. But as yet there was no rain. Eustacia could not rest indoors, having nothing more to do, and she wandered to and fro on the hill, not far from the house she was soon to leave. In these desultory ramblings she passed the cottage of Susan Nonsuch, a little lower down than her grandfather's. The door was ajar, and a riband of bright firelight fell over the ground without. As Eustacia crossed the fire-beams, she appeared, for an instant, as distinct as a figure in a phantasmagoria, a creature of light surrounded by an area of darkness. The moment passed, and she was absorbed in night again. A woman who was sitting inside the cottage had seen and recognized her in that momentary irradiation. This was Susan herself, occupied in preparing a posset for her little boy, who, often ailing, was now seriously unwell. Susan dropped the spoon, shook her fist at the vanished figure, and then proceeded with her work in a musing, absent way. At 8 o'clock, the hour at which Eustacia had promised to signal to Wild Eve, if ever she signalled at all, she looked around the premises to learn if the coast was clear, went to the furze rick, and pulled thence a long-stemmed bough of that fuel. This she carried to the corner of the bank, and, glancing behind to see if the shutters were all closed, she struck a light and kindled the furze. When it was thoroughly ablaze, Eustacia took it by the stem and waved it in the air above her head, till it had burned itself out. She was gratified, if gratification were possible to such a mood, by seeing a similar light in the vicinity of Wild Eve's residence a minute or two later. Having agreed to keep watch at this hour every night in case she should require assistance, this promptness proved how strictly he had held to his word. 4 hours after the present time, that is, at midnight, he was to be ready to drive her to Budmouth, as prearranged. Eustacia returned to the house. Supper having been got over, she retired early, and sat in her bedroom, waiting for the time to go by. The night being dark and threatening, Captain Vi had not strolled out to gossip in any cottage, or to call at the inn, as was sometimes his custom on these long autumn nights, and he sat sipping grog alone downstairs. About 10 o'clock there was a knock at the door. When the servant opened it, the rays of the candle fell upon the form of Fairway. "I was a forced to go to Lower Mistover tonight," he said, "and Mr. Yeobright asked me to leave this here on my way, but faith, I put it in the lining of my hat and thought no more about it till I got back and was hasping my gait before going to bed. So I've run back with it at once." He handed in a letter and went his way. The girl brought it to the captain, who found that it was directed to Eustacia. He turned it over and over, and fancied that the writing was her husband's, though he could not be sure. However, he decided to let her have it at once, if possible, and took it upstairs for that purpose. But on reaching the door and looking in at the keyhole, he found there was no light within, the fact being that Eustacia, without undressing, had flung herself upon the bed, to rest and gather a little strength for her coming journey. Her grandfather concluded from what he saw that he ought not to disturb her, and descending again to the parlour, he placed the letter on the mantelpiece to give it to her in the morning. At 11 o'clock he went to bed himself, smoked for some time in his bedroom, put out his light at 11:30, and then, as was his invariable custom, pulled up the blind before getting into bed, that he might see which way the wind blew on opening his eyes in the morning, his bedroom window commanding a view of the Flagstaff and Vane. Just as he had lain down, he was surprised to observe the white pole of the staff flash into existence like a streak of phosphorus drawn downwards across the shade of night without. Only one explanation met this. A light had been suddenly thrown upon the pole from the direction of the house. As everybody had retired to rest, the old man felt it necessary to get out of bed, open the window softly, and look to the right and left. Eustacia's bedroom was lighted up, and it was the shine from her window which had lighted the pole. Wondering what had aroused her, he remained undecided at the window, and was thinking of fetching the letter to slip it under her door, when he heard a slight brushing of garments on the partition dividing his room from the passage. The captain concluded that Eustacia, feeling wakeful, had gone for a book, and would have dismissed the matter as unimportant if he had not also heard her distinctly weeping as she passed. "She's thinking of that husband of hers," he said to himself. "Ah, the silly goose! She'd no business to marry him. I wonder if that letter is really his." He arose, threw his boat cloak round him, opened the door, and said, "Eustacia?" There was no answer. "Eustacia!" he repeated, louder. "There's a letter on the mantelpiece for you." But no response was made to this statement, save an imaginary one from the wind, which seemed to gnaw at the corners of the house, and the stroke of a few drops of rain upon the windows. He went on to the landing and stood waiting nearly 5 minutes. Still she did not return. He went back for a light and prepared to follow her, but first he looked into her bedroom. There, on the outside of the quilt, was the impression of her form, showing that the bed had not been opened, and, what was more significant, she had not taken her candlestick downstairs. He was now thoroughly alarmed, and hastily putting on his clothes, he descended to the front door, which he himself had bolted and locked. It was now unfastened. There was no longer any doubt that Eustacia had left the house at this midnight hour, and whither could she have gone? To follow her was almost impossible. Had the dwelling stood in an ordinary road, 2 persons setting out, one in each direction, might have made sure of overtaking her. But it was a hopeless task to seek for anybody on a heath in the dark, the practicable directions for flight across it from any point being as numerous as the meridians radiating from the pole. Perplexed what to do, he looked into the parlour, and was vexed to find that the letter still lay there untouched. At 11:30, finding that the house was silent, Eustacia had lighted her candle, put on some warm outer wrappings, taken her bag in her hand, and, extinguishing the light again, descended the staircase. When she got into the outer air, she found that it had begun to rain, and as she stood pausing at the door, it increased, threatening to come on heavily. But having committed herself to this line of action, there was no retreating for bad weather. Even the receipt of Klim's letter would not have stopped her now. The gloom of the night was funereal. All nature seemed clothed in crape. The spiky points of the fir trees behind the house rose into the sky like the turrets and pinnacles of an abbey. Nothing below the horizon was visible, save a light which was still burning in the cottage of Susan Nonsuch. Eustacia opened her umbrella and went out from the enclosure by the steps over the bank, after which she was beyond all danger of being perceived. Skirting the pool, she followed the path towards Rainbarrow, occasionally stumbling over twisted furze roots, tufts of rushes, or oozing lumps of fleshy fungi, which at this season lay scattered about the heath like the rotten liver and lungs of some colossal animal. The moon and stars were closed up by cloud and rain to the degree of extinction. 'Twas a night which led the traveller's thoughts instinctively to dwell on nocturnal scenes of disaster in the chronicles of the world, on all that is terrible and dark in history and legend, the last plague of Egypt, the destruction of Sennacherib's host, the agony in Gethsemane. Eustacia at length reached Rainbarrow and stood still there to think. Never was harmony more perfect than that between the chaos of her mind and the chaos of the world without. A sudden recollection had flashed on her this moment. She had not money enough for undertaking a long journey. Amid the fluctuating sentiments of the day, her unpractical mind had not dwelt on the necessity of being well provided, and now that she thoroughly realized the conditions, she sighed bitterly and ceased to stand erect, gradually crouching down under the umbrella, as if she were drawn into the barrow by a hand from beneath. Could it be that she was to remain a captive still? Money! She had never felt its value before. Even to efface herself from the country, means were required. To ask Wildeve for pecuniary aid without allowing him to accompany her was impossible to a woman with a shadow of pride left in her. To fly as his mistress, and she knew that he loved her, was of the nature of humiliation. Anyone who had stood by now would have pitied her, not so much on account of her exposure to weather and isolation from all of humanity, except the mouldered remains inside the tumulus, but for that other form of misery which was denoted by the slightly rocking movements that her feelings imparted to her person. Extreme unhappiness weighed visibly upon her. Between the drippings of the rain, from her umbrella to her mantle, from her mantle to the heather, from the heather to the earth, very similar sounds could be heard coming from her lips, and the tearfulness of the outer scene was repeated upon her face. The wings of her soul were broken by the cruel obstructiveness of all about her, and even had she seen herself in a promising way of getting to Budmouth, entering a steamer, and sailing to some opposite port, she would have been but little more buoyant. So fearfully malignant were other things. She uttered words aloud. When a woman in such a situation, neither old, deaf, crazed, nor whimsical, takes it upon herself to sob and soliloquize aloud, there is something grievous the matter. "Can I go? Can I go?" she moaned. "He's not
great enough for me to give myself to. He does not suffice for my desire. If he had been a Saul or a Bonaparte, but to break my marriage vow for him, it is too poor a luxury. And I have no money to go alone, and if I could, what comfort to me? I must drag on next year as I have dragged on this year, and the year after that, as before. Oh, how I have tried and tried to be a splendid woman, and how destiny has been against me. I do not deserve my lot, she cried in a frenzy of bitter revolt. Oh, the cruelty of putting me into this ill-conceived world! I was capable of much, but I have been injured and blighted and crushed by things beyond my control. Oh, how hard it is of heaven to devise such tortures for me, who have done no harm to heaven at all.
The distant light, which Eustacia had cursorily observed in leaving the house, came, as she had divined, from the cottage window of Susan Nonsuch. What Eustacia did not divine was the occupation of the woman within at that moment. Susan's sight of her passing figure earlier in the evening, not 5 minutes after the sick boy's exclamation, "Mother, I do feel so bad," persuaded the matron that an evil influence was certainly exercised by Eustacia's propinquity. On this account, Susan did not go to bed as soon as the evening's work was over, as she would have done at ordinary times. To counteract the malign spell which she imagined poor Eustacia to be working, the boy's mother busied herself with a ghastly invention of superstition, calculated to bring powerlessness, atrophy, and annihilation on any human being against whom it was directed. 'Twas a practice well known on Egdon at that date, and one that is not quite extinct at the present day. She passed with her candle into an inner room, where, among other utensils, were 2 large brown pans containing together perhaps 100 weight of liquid honey, the produce of the bees during the foregoing summer. On a shelf over the pans was a smooth and solid yellow mass of a hemispherical form, consisting of beeswax from the same take of honey. Susan took down the lump, and cutting off several thin slices, heaped them in an iron ladle, with which she returned to the living-room and placed the vessel in the hot ashes of the fireplace. As soon as the wax had softened to the plasticity of dough, she kneaded the pieces together, and now her face became more intent. She began moulding the wax, and it was evident from her manner of manipulation that she was endeavoring to give it some preconceived form. The form was human. By warming and kneading, cutting and twisting, dismembering and rejoining the incipient image, she had, in about a quarter of an hour, produced a shape which tolerably well resembled a woman, and was about 6 inches high. She laid it on the table to get cold and hard. Meanwhile she took the candle and went upstairs to where the little boy was lying. "Did you notice, my dear, what Mrs. Eustacia wore this afternoon besides the dark dress?" "A red ribbon round her neck." "Anything else?"
"No, except sandal shoes."
"A red ribbon and sandal shoes," she said to herself. Mrs. Nonsuch went and searched till she found a fragment of the narrowest red ribbon, which she took downstairs and tied round the neck of the image. Then, fetching ink and quill from the rickety bureau by the window, she blackened the feet of the image to the extent presumably covered by shoes, and on the instep of each foot marked cross lines in the shape taken by the sandal strings of those days. Finally she tied a bit of black thread round the upper part of the head, in faint resemblance to a snood worn for confining the hair. Susan held the object at arm's length and contemplated it with a satisfaction in which there was no smile. To anybody acquainted with the inhabitants of Egdon Heath, the image would have suggested Eustacia Yeobright. From her work-basket in the window-seat, the woman took a paper of pins of the old long and yellow sort, whose heads were disposed to come off at their first usage. These she began to thrust into the image in all directions, with apparently excruciating energy. Probably as many as 50 were thus inserted, some into the head of the wax model, some into the shoulders, some into the trunk, some upwards through the soles of the feet, till the figure was completely permeated with pins. She turned to the fire. It had been of turf, and though the high heap of ashes which turf fires produce was somewhat dark and dead on the outside, upon raking it abroad with the shovel, the inside of the mass showed a glow of red heat. She took a few pieces of fresh turf from the chimney corner and built them together over the glow, upon which the fire brightened. Seizing with the tongs the image that she had made of Eustacia, she held it in the heat and watched it as it began to waste slowly away. And while she stood thus engaged, there came from between her lips a murmur of words. 'Twas a strange jargon, the Lord's Prayer repeated backwards, the incantation usual in proceedings for obtaining unhallowed assistance against an enemy. Susan uttered the lugubrious discourse 3 times slowly, and when it was completed the image had considerably diminished. As the wax dropped into the fire, a long flame arose from the spot, and curling its tongue round the figure, ate still further into its substance. A pin occasionally dropped with the wax, and the embers heated it red as it lay. End of chapter 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5. The Discovery. 8. Rain, Darkness, and Anxious Wanderers. While the effigy of Eustacia was melting to nothing, and the fair woman herself was standing on Rainbarrow, her soul in an abyss of desolation seldom plumbed by one so young, Yeobright sat alone at Bloom's End. He had fulfilled his word to Thomasin by sending off Fareway with the letter to his wife, and now waited with increased impatience for some sound or signal of her return. Were Eustacia still at Mistover, the very least he expected was that she would send him back a reply tonight by the same hand. Though, to leave all to her inclination, he had cautioned Fareway not to ask for an answer. If one were handed to him, he was to bring it immediately. If not, he was to go straight home, without troubling to come round to Bloom's End again that night. But secretly Clym had a more pleasing hope. Eustacia might possibly decline to use her pen. It was rather her way to work silently, and surprise him by appearing at his door. How fully her mind was made up to do otherwise, he did not know. To Clym's regret, it began to rain and blow hard, as the evening advanced. The wind rasped and scraped at the corners of the house, and filliped the eavesdroppings like peas against the panes. He walked restlessly about the untenanted rooms, stopping strange noises in windows and doors by jamming splinters of wood into the casements and crevices, and pressing together the leadwork of the quarries where it had become loosened from the glass. It was one of those nights when cracks in the walls of old churches widen, when ancient stains on the ceilings of decayed manor houses are renewed and enlarged from the size of a man's hand to an area of many feet. The little gate in the palings before his dwelling continually opened and clicked together again, but when he looked out eagerly, nobody was there. 'Twas as if invisible shapes of the dead were passing in on their way to visit him. Between 10 and 11 o'clock, finding that neither Fairway nor anybody else came to him, he retired to rest, and, despite his anxieties, soon fell asleep. His sleep, however, was not very sound, by reason of the expectancy he had given way to, and he was easily awakened by a knocking which began at the door about an hour after. Clym arose and looked out of the window. Rain was still falling heavily, the whole expanse of heath before him emitting a subdued hiss under the downpour. It was too dark to see anything at all. "Who's there?" he cried. Light footsteps shifted their position in the porch, and he could just distinguish in a plaintive female voice the words, "Oh, Clym, come down and let me in." He flushed hot with agitation. "Surely it's Eustacia," he murmured. If so, she had indeed come to him unawares. He hastily got a light, dressed himself, and went down. On his flinging open the door, the rays of the candle fell upon a woman closely wrapped up, who at once came forward. "Thomasin!" he exclaimed, in an indescribable tone of disappointment. "It's Thomasin, and on such a night as this! Oh, where is Eustacia?" Thomasin it was, wet, frightened, and panting. "Eustacia? I don't know, Clym, but I can think," she said with much perturbation. "Let me come in and rest. I will explain this. There's a great trouble brewing. My husband and Eustacia." "What? What?" "I think my husband is going to leave me, or do something dreadful. I don't know what. Clym, will you go and see? I've nobody to help me but you. Eustacia has not yet come home?" "No." She went on breathlessly. "Then they are going to run off together. He came indoors tonight about 8 o'clock and said, in an off-hand way, 'Tamsy, I've just found that I must go a journey.' 'When?' I said. 'Tonight,' he said. 'Where?' I asked him. 'I cannot tell you at present,' he said. 'I shall be back again tomorrow.' He then went and busied himself in looking up his things and took no notice of me at all. I expected to see him start, but he did not, and then it came to be 10 o'clock when he said, 'You had better go to bed.' I didn't know what to do, and I went to bed. I believe he thought I fell asleep, for half an hour after that he came up and unlocked the oak chest we keep money in when we have much in the house, and took out a roll of something, which I believe was banknotes, though I wasn't aware that he had them there. These he must have got from the bank when he went there the other day. What does he want banknotes for, if he's only going off for a day? When he'd gone down, I thought of Eustacia, and how he had met her the night before. I know he did meet her, Clym, for I followed him part of the way. But I did not like to tell you when you called and so make you think ill of him, as I did not think it was so serious. Then I could not stay in bed. I got up and dressed myself, and when I heard him out in the stable, I thought I would come and tell you. So I came downstairs without any noise and slipped out." "Then he was not absolutely gone when you left?" "No. Will you
dear cousin Clem, go and try to persuade him not to go. He takes no notice of what I say, and puts me off with the story of his going on a journey, and will be home tomorrow, and all that. But I don't believe it. I think you could influence him."
"I'll go," said Clem. "Oh, Eustacia!" Thomasin carried in her arms a large bundle, and having by this time seated herself, she began to unroll it, when a baby appeared as the kernel to the husks, dry, warm, and unconscious of travel or rough weather. Thomasin briefly kissed the baby, and then found time to begin crying, as she said, "I brought baby, for I was afraid what might happen to her. I suppose it will be her death, but I couldn't leave her with Rachel." Clem hastily put together the logs on the hearth, raked abroad the embers, which were scarcely yet extinct, and blew up a flame with the bellows. "Dry yourself," he said. "I'll go and get some more wood."
No, don't stay for that. I'll make up the fire. Will you go at once, please, will you?"
Yeobright ran upstairs to finish dressing himself. While he was gone, another rapping came to the door. This time there was no delusion that it might be Eustacia's. The footsteps just preceding it had been heavy and slow. Yeobright, thinking it might possibly be Fairway, with a note in answer, descended again and opened the door. "Captain Vi," he said to a dripping figure. "Is my granddaughter here?" said the captain. "No." "And where is she?" "I don't know." "But you ought to know. You're her husband." "Only in name, apparently," said Clem, with rising excitement. "I believe she means to elope tonight with Wild Eve. I'm just going to look to it." "Well, she's left my house. She left about half an hour ago. Who's sitting there?" "My cousin, Thomasin." The captain bowed in a preoccupied way to her. "Oh, I only hope it's no worse than an elopement," he said. "Worse? What's worse than the worst a wife can do? Well, I've been told a strange tale. Before starting in search of her, I called up Charlie, my stable lad. I missed my pistols the other day." "Pistols?" "He said at the time that he took them down to clean. He has now owned that he took them because he saw Eustacia looking curiously at them, and she afterwards owned to him that she was thinking of taking her life, but bound him to secrecy and promised never to think of such a thing again. I hardly suppose she will ever have bravado enough to use one of them, but it shows what's been lurking in her mind, and people who think of that sort of thing once think of it again." "Where are the pistols?" "Safely locked up. Oh no, she won't touch them again. But there are more ways of letting out life than through a bullet hole. What did you quarrel about so bitterly with her, to drive her to all this? You must have treated her badly indeed." "Well, I was always against the marriage, and I was right." "Are you going with me?" said Yeobright, paying no attention to the captain's latter remark. "If so, I can tell you what we quarrelled about as we walk along." "Where to?" "To Wild Eve's. That was her destination, depend upon it." Thomasin here broke in, still weeping.
"He said he was only going on a sudden short journey, but if so, why did he want so much money? Oh, Clem, what do you think will happen? I'm afraid that you, my poor baby, will soon have no father left to you."
"I'm off now," said Yeobright, stepping into the porch. "I would fain go with 'ee," said the old man, doubtfully, "but I begin to be afraid that my legs will hardly carry me there such a night as this. I'm not so young as I was. If they are interrupted in their flight, she will be sure to come back to me, and I ought to be at the house to receive her. But be it as 'twill, I can't walk to the quiet woman, and that's an end on't. I'll go straight home." "It will perhaps be best," said Clem. "Thomasin, dry yourself, and be as comfortable as you can. With this he closed the door upon her and left the house, in company with Captain Vi, who parted from him outside the gate, taking the middle path, which led to Mistover. Clym crossed by the right-hand track towards the inn. Thomasin, being left alone, took off some of her garments, carried the baby upstairs to Clym's bed, and then came down to the sitting-room again, where she made a larger fire and began drying herself. The fire soon flared up the chimney, and giving the room an appearance of comfort that was doubled by contrast with the drumming of the storm without, which snapped at the window-panes and breathed into the chimney strange low utterances that seemed to be the prologue to some tragedy. But the least part of Thomasin was in the house, for her heart being at ease about the little girl upstairs, she was mentally following Clym on his journey. Having indulged in this imaginary peregrination for some considerable interval, she became impressed with a sense of the intolerable slowness of time. But she sat on. The moment then came when she could scarcely sit longer, and it was like a satire on her patience to remember that Clym could hardly have reached the inn as yet. At last she went to the baby's bedside. The child was sleeping soundly, but her imagination of possibly disastrous events at her home, the predominance within her of the unseen over the seen, agitated her beyond endurance. She could not refrain from going down and opening the door. The rain still continued, the candlelight falling upon the nearest drops and making glistening darts of them as they descended across the throng of invisible ones behind. To plunge into that medium was to plunge into water slightly diluted with air. But the difficulty of returning to her house at this moment made her all the more desirous of doing so. Anything was better than suspense. "I've come here well enough," she said, "and why shouldn't I go back again? It is a mistake for me to be away." She hastily fetched the infant, wrapped it up, cloaked herself as before, and, shoveling the ashes over the fire to prevent accidents, went into the open air. Pausing first to put the door-key in its old place behind the shutter, she resolutely turned her face to the confronting pile of firmamental darkness beyond the palings, and stepped into its midst. But Thomasin's imagination being so actively engaged elsewhere, the night and the weather had for her no terror beyond that of their actual discomfort and difficulty. She was soon ascending Bloom's End Valley and traversing the undulations on the side of the hill. The noise of the wind over the heath was shrill, and as if it whistled for joy at finding a night so congenial as this. Sometimes the path led her to hollows between thickets of tall and dripping bracken, dead though not yet prostrate, which enclosed her like a pool. When they were more than usually tall, she lifted the baby to the top of her head, that it might be out of the reach of their drenching fronds. On higher ground, where the wind was brisk and sustained, the rain flew in a level flight without sensible descent, so that it was beyond all power to imagine the remoteness of the point at which it left the bosoms of the clouds. Here self-defense was impossible, and individual drops stuck into her like the arrows into Saint Sebastian. She was enabled to avoid puddles by the nebulous paleness which signified their presence, though beside anything less dark than the heath, they themselves would have appeared as blackness. Yet in spite of all this, Thomasin was not sorry that she had started. To her there were not, as to Eustacia, demons in the air and malice in every bush and bough. The drops which lashed her face were not scorpions, but prosy rain. Egdon in the mass was no monster whatever, but impersonal open ground. Her fears of the place were rational, her dislikes of its worst moods reasonable. At this time it was, in her view, a windy, wet place in which a person might experience much discomfort, lose the path without care, and possibly catch cold. If the path is well known, the difficulty at such times of keeping therein is not altogether great from its familiar feel to the feet, but, once lost, it is irrecoverable. Owing to her baby, who somewhat impeded Thomasin's view forward and distracted her mind, she did, at last, lose the track. This mishap occurred when she was descending an open slope about 2/3 home. Instead of attempting, by wandering hither and thither, the hopeless task of finding such a mere thread, she went straight on, trusting for guidance to her general knowledge of the contours, which was scarcely surpassed by Klim's or by that of the Heathcroppers themselves. At length Thomasin reached a hollow, and began to discern through the rain a faint blotted radiance, which presently assumed the oblong form of an open door. She knew that no house stood hereabouts, and was soon aware of the nature of the door by its height above the ground. "Why, it is Diggory Venn's van, surely," she said. A certain secluded spot near Rainbarrow was, she knew, often Venn's chosen centre when staying in this neighbourhood, and she guessed at once that she had stumbled upon this mysterious retreat. The question arose in her mind whether or not she should ask him to guide her into the path. In her anxiety to reach home, she decided that she would appeal to him, notwithstanding the strangeness of appearing before his eyes at this place and season. But when, in pursuance of this resolve, Thomasin reached the van and looked in, she found it to be untenanted, though there was no doubt that it was the Reddelmans. The fire was burning in the stove, the lantern hung from the nail. Round the doorway the floor was merely sprinkled with rain and not saturated, which told her that the door had not long been opened. While she stood uncertainly looking in, Thomasin heard a footstep advancing from the darkness behind her, and turning, beheld the well-known form in corduroy, lurid from head to foot, the lantern beams falling upon him through an intervening gauze of raindrops. "I thought you went down the slope," he said, without noticing her face. "How do you come back here again?" "Diggory," said Thomasin faintly. "Who are you?" said Venn, still unperceiving. "And why were you crying so just now?" "Oh, Diggory, don't you know me?" said she. "But of course you don't, wrapped up like this. What do you mean? I haven't been crying here, and I haven't been here before." Venn then came nearer, till he could see the illuminated side of her form. "Mrs. Wildeve!" he exclaimed, starting. "What a time for us to meet! And the baby, too! What dreadful thing can have brought you out on such a night as this?" She could not immediately answer, and without asking her permission, he hopped into his van, took her by the arm, and drew her up after him. "What is it?" he continued when they stood within. "I've lost my way coming from Bloom's End, and I'm in a great hurry to get home. Please show me as quickly as you can. It is so silly of me not to know Egdon better, and I cannot think how I came to lose the path. Show me quickly, Diggory, please." "Yes, of course, I will go with thee. But you came to me before this, Mrs. Wildeve?" "I only came this minute." "That's strange. I was lying down here asleep about 5 minutes ago, with the door shut to keep out the weather, when the brushing of a woman's clothes over the heath bushes just outside woke me up, for I don't sleep heavy, and at the same time I heard a sobbing or crying from the same woman. I opened my door and held out my lantern, and just as far as the light would reach, I saw a woman. She turned her head when the light sheened on her, and then hurried on downhill. I hung up the lantern and was curious enough to pull on my things and dog her a few steps, but I could see nothing of her any more. That was where I'd been when you came up, and when I saw you, I thought you were the same one."
"Perhaps it was one of the heath folk going home."
"No, couldn't be. 'Tis too late. The noise of her gown over the heath was of a whistling sort that nothing but silk will make."
"It wasn't I, then. My dress is not silk, you see. Are we anywhere in a line between Mistover and the inn?"
"Well, yes, not far out."
"Oh, I wonder if it was she. Diggory, I must go at once."
She jumped down from the van before he was aware, when Venn unhooked the lantern and leaped down after her. "I'll take the baby, ma'am," he said. "You must be tired out by the wait." Thomasin hesitated a moment and then delivered the baby into Venn's hands.
"Don't squeeze her, Diggory," she said, "or hurt her little arm, and keep the cloak close over her like this, so that the rain may not drop in her face."
"I will," said Venn earnestly, "as if I could hurt anything belonging to you."
"I only meant accidentally," said Thomasin.
"The baby's dry enough, but you're pretty wet," said the Reddleman, when, in closing the door of his cart to padlock it, he noticed on the floor a ring of water drops where her cloak had hung from her. Thomasin followed him as he wound right and left to avoid the larger bushes, stopping occasionally and covering the lantern while he looked over his shoulder to gain some idea of the position of Rain Barrow above them, which it was necessary to keep directly behind their backs to preserve a proper course.
"You're sure the rain doesn't fall upon baby?"
"Quite sure. May I ask how old he is, ma'am?"
"He?" said Thomasin reproachfully. "Anybody can see better than that in a moment. She is nearly 2 months old. How far is it now to the inn?"
"Little over 1/4 of a mile."
"Will you walk a little faster?"
"I was afraid you could not keep up."
"I'm very anxious to get there. Ah, there's a light from the window."
"'Tis not from the window. That's a gig lamp, to the best of my belief."
"Oh!"
said Thomasin in despair.
"I wish I'd been there sooner. Give me the baby, Diggory. You can go back now."
"I must go all the way," said Venn. "There is a quag between us and that light, and you will walk into it up to your neck unless I take you round."
"But the light is at the inn, and there's no quag in front of that."
"No, the light is below the inn, some 200 or 300 yards."
"Never mind," said Thomasin hurriedly. "Go towards the light and not towards the inn."
"Yep," answered Venn, swerving round in obedience, and after a pause, "I wish you would tell me what this great trouble is. I think you've proved that I can be trusted."
"There are some things that cannot be told to—"
And then her heart rose into her throat, and she could say no more. End of chapter 8.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marlo Diane. ForbiddenDragon.blogspot.com. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 5. The Discovery. 9. Sights and sounds draw the wanderers together. Having seen Eustatia's signal from the hill at 8 o'clock, Wild Eve immediately prepared to assist her in her flight, and, as he hoped, accompany her. He was somewhat perturbed, and his manner of informing Thomasin that he was going on a journey was in itself sufficient to rouse her suspicions. When she had gone to bed, he collected the few articles he would require, and went upstairs to the money chest, whence he took a tolerably bountiful sum in notes, which had been advanced to him on the property he was so soon to have in possession, to defray expenses incidental to the removal. He then went to the stable and coach-house, to assure himself that the horse, gig, and harness were in fit condition for a long drive. Nearly half an hour was spent thus, and on returning to the house, Wild Eve had no thought of Thomasin being anywhere but in bed. He had told the stable lad not to stay up, leading the boy to understand that his departure would be at 3 or 4 in the morning. For this, though an unexpected hour, was less strange than midnight, the time actually agreed on, the packet from Budmouth sailing between 1 and 2. At last all was quiet, and he had nothing to do but wait. By no effort could he shake off the oppression of spirits which he had experienced ever since his last meeting with Eustacia, but he hoped there was that in his situation which money could cure. He had persuaded himself that to act not ungenerously towards his gentle wife by settling on her the half of his property, and with chivalrous devotion toward another and greater woman by sharing her fate, was possible, and though he meant to adhere to Eustatia's instructions to the letter, to deposit her where she wished, and to leave her, should that be her will, the spell that she had cast over him intensified, and his heart was beating fast in the anticipated futility of such commands in the face of a mutual wish that they should throw in their lot together. He would not allow himself to dwell long upon these conjectures, maxims, and hopes, and at 20 minutes to 12 he again went softly to the stable, harnessed the horse, and lit the lamps, whence, taking the horse by the head, he led him with a covered car out of the yard, to a spot by the roadside some 1/4 of a mile below the inn. Here Wild Eve waited, slightly sheltered from the driving rain by a high bank that had been cast up at this place. Along the surface of the road, where lit by the lamps the loosened gravel and small stones scudded and clicked together before the wind, which, leaving them in heaps, plunged into the heath and boomed across the bushes into darkness. Only one sound rose above this din of weather, and that was the roaring of a 10-hatch weir to the southward, from a river in the meads, which formed the boundary of the heath in this direction. He lingered on, in perfect stillness, till he began to fancy that the midnight hour must have struck. A very strong doubt had arisen in his mind, if Eustacia would venture down the hill in such weather. Yet knowing her nature, he felt that she might. "Poor thing, 'tis like her ill luck," he murmured. At length he turned to the lamp and looked at his watch. To his surprise it was nearly 1/4 past midnight. He now wished that he had driven up this circuitous road to Mistover, a plan not adopted because of the enormous length of the route in proportion to that of the pedestrian's path down the open hillside, and the consequent increase of labor for the horse. At this moment a footstep approached, but the light of the lamps being in a different direction, the comer was not visible. The step paused, then came on again. "Eustacia?" said Wild Eve. The person came forward, and the light fell upon the form of Clem, glistening with wet, whom Wild Eve immediately recognized. But Wild Eve, who stood behind the lamp, was not at once recognized by Eobright. He stopped as if in doubt whether this waiting vehicle could have anything to do with the flight of his wife or not. The sight of Eobright at once banished Wild Eve's sober feelings, who saw him again as the deadly rival from whom Eustacia was to be kept at all hazards. Hence Wild Eve did not speak, in the hope that Clem would pass by without particular inquiry. While they both hung thus in hesitation, a dull sound became audible above the storm and wind. Its origin was unmistakable. It was the fall of a body into the stream in the adjoining mead, apparently at a point near the weir. Both started. "Good God! Can it be she?" said Clem. "Why should it be she?" said Wild Eve, in his alarm forgetting that he had hitherto screened himself. "Ah, that's you, you traitor, is it?" cried Eobright. "Why should it be she? Because last week she would have put an end to her life if she had been able. She ought to have been watched. Take one of the lamps and come with me." Eobright seized the one on his side and hastened on. Wild Eve did not wait to unfasten the other, but followed at once along the meadow track to the weir, a little in the rear of Clem. Shadwater Weir had at its foot a large circular pool, 50 feet in diameter, into which the water flowed through 10 huge hatches, raised and lowered by a winch and cogs in the ordinary manner. The sides of the pool were of masonry, to prevent the water from washing away the bank, but the force of the stream in winter was sometimes such as to undermine the retaining wall, and precipitate it into the hole. Clem reached the hatches, the framework of which was shaken to its foundations by the velocity of the current. Nothing but the froth of the waves could be discerned in the pool below. He got upon the plank bridge over the race, and holding to the rail, that the wind might not blow him off, crossed to the other side of the river. There he leaned over the wall and lowered the lamp, only to behold the vortex formed at the curl of the returning current. Wild Eve meanwhile had arrived on the former side, and the light from Eobright's lamp shed a flecked and agitated radiance across the weir pool, revealing to the ex-engineer the tumbling courses of the currents from the hatches above. Across this gashed and puckered mirror, a dark body was slowly borne by one of the backward currents. "Oh, my darling!" exclaimed Wild Eve in an agonized voice, and, without showing a sufficient presence of mind even to throw off his greatcoat, he leaped into the boiling cauldron. Eobright could now also discern the floating body, though but indistinctly, and imagining from Wild Eve's plunge that there was life to be saved, he was about to leap after. Bethinking himself of a wiser plan, he placed the lamp against the post to make it stand upright, and running round to the lower part of the pool, where there was no wall, he sprang in and boldly waded upwards towards the deeper portion. Here he was taken off his legs, and in swimming was carried round into the centre of the basin, where he perceived Wild Eve struggling. While these hasty actions were in progress here, Van and Thomason had been toiling through the lower corner of the heath, in the direction of the light. They had not been near enough to the river to hear the plunge, but they saw the removal of the carriage lamp, and watched its motion into the mead. As soon as they reached the car and horse, Van guessed that something new was amiss, and hastened to follow in the course of the moving light. Van walked faster than Thomason, and came to the weir alone. The lamp placed against the post by Clem still shone across the water, and the Reddleman observed something floating motionless. Being encumbered with the infant, he ran back to meet Thomason. "Take the baby, please, Mrs. Wild Eve," he said hastily. "Run home with her. Call the stable lad, and make him send down to me any men who may be living near. Somebody has fallen into the weir." Thomason took the child and ran. When she came to the covered car, the horse, though fresh from the stable, was standing perfectly still, as if conscious of misfortune. She saw for the first time whose it was. She nearly fainted, and would have been unable to proceed another step, but that the necessity of preserving the little girl from harm nerved her to amazing self-control. In this agony of suspense, she entered the house, put the baby in a place of safety, woke the lad and the female domestic, and ran out to give the alarm at the nearest cottage. Diggory, having returned to the brink of the pool, observed that the small upper hatches or floats were withdrawn. He found one of these lying upon the grass, and taking it under one arm, and with his lantern in his hand, entered at the bottom of the pool as Clem had done. As soon as he began to be in deep water, he flung himself across the hatch. Thus supported, he was able to keep afloat as long as he chose, holding the lantern aloft with his disengaged hand. Propelled by his feet, he steered round and round the pool, ascending each time by one of the back currents, and descending in the middle of the current. At first he could see nothing. Then amidst the glistening of the pools and the white clots of foam he distinguished a woman's bonnet floating alone. His search was now under the left wall, when something came to the surface almost close beside him. It was not, as he had expected, a woman, but a man. The Reddleman put the ring of the lantern between his teeth, seized the floating man by the collar, and, holding on to the hatch with his remaining arm, struck out into the strongest race, by which the unconscious man, the hatch, and himself were carried down the stream. As soon as Ven found his feet dragging over the pebbles of the shallower part below, he secured his footing and waded towards the brink. There, where the water stood at about the height of his waist, he flung away the hatch, and attempted to drag forth the man. This was a matter of great difficulty, and he found as the reason that the legs of the unfortunate stranger were tightly embraced by the arms of another man, who had hitherto been entirely beneath the surface. At this moment his heart bounded to hear footsteps running towards him, and two men, roused by Thomasin, appeared at the brink above. They ran to where Ven was, and helped him in lifting out the apparently drowned persons, separating them, and laying them out upon the grass. Ven turned the light upon their faces. The one who had been uppermost was Yeobright. He who had been completely submerged was Wild Eve. "Now we must search the hole again," said Ven. "A woman is in there somewhere. Get a pole." One of the men went to the footbridge and tore off the handrail. The Reddleman and the two others then entered the water together, from below as before, and with their united force probed the pool forwards to where it sloped down to its central depth. Ven was not mistaken in supposing that any person who had sunk for the last time would be washed down to this point, for when they had examined to about halfway across, something impeded their thrust. "Pull it forward," said Ven, and they raked it in with the pole till it was close to their feet. Ven vanished under the stream, and came up with an armful of wet drapery, enclosing a woman's cold form, which was all that remained of the desperate Eustacia. When they reached the bank, there stood Thomasin, in a stress of grief, bending over the two unconscious ones who already lay there. The horse and cart were brought to the nearest point in the road, and it was the work of a few minutes only to place the three in the vehicle. Ven led on the horse, supporting Thomasin upon his arm, and the two men followed till they reached the inn. The woman who had been shaken out of her sleep by Thomasin had hastily dressed herself and lighted a fire, the other servant being left to snore on in peace at the back of the house. The insensible forms of Eustacia, Clem, and Wild Eve were then brought in and laid on the carpet, with their feet to the fire, when such restorative processes as could be thought of were adopted at once. The stableman being in the meantime sent for a doctor. But there seemed to be not a whiff of life in either of the bodies. Then Thomasin, whose stupor of grief had been thrust off a while by frantic action, applied a bottle of hartshorn to Clem's nostrils, having tried in vain upon the other two. He sighed. "Clem's alive!" she exclaimed. He soon breathed distinctly, and again did she attempt to revive her husband by the same means, but Wild Eve gave no sign. There was too much reason to think that he and Eustacia both were forever beyond the reach of stimulating perfumes. Their exertions did not relax till the doctor arrived, when one by one the senseless three were taken upstairs and put into warm beds. Venn soon felt himself relieved from further attendance, and went to the door, scarcely able yet to realize the strange catastrophe that had befallen the family in which he took so great an interest. Thomasin surely would be broken down by the sudden and overwhelming nature of this event. No firm and sensible Mrs. Yeobright lived now to support the gentle girl through the ordeal, and, whatever an unimpassioned spectator might think of her loss of such a husband as Wild Eve, there could be no doubt that for the moment she was distracted and horrified by the blow. As for himself, not being privileged to go to her and comfort her, he saw no reason for waiting longer in a house where he remained only as a stranger. He returned across the heath to his van. The fire was not yet out, and everything remained as he had left it. Venn now bethought himself of his clothes, which were saturated with water to the weight of lead. He changed them, spread them before the fire, and lay down to sleep. But it was more than he could do to rest here, while excited by a vivid imagination of the turmoil they were in at the house he had quitted, and, blaming himself for coming away, he dressed in another suit, locked up the door, and again hastened across to the inn. Rain was still falling heavily when he entered the kitchen. A bright fire was shining from the hearth, and two women were bustling about, one of whom was Ollie Dowden. "Well, how is it going on now?" said Venn in a whisper. "Mr. Yeobright is better, but Mrs. Yeobright and Mr. Wild Eve are dead and cold. The doctor says they were quite gone before they were out of the water." "Ah, I thought as much when I hauled them up." "And Mrs. Wild Eve?" "She is as well as can be expected." The doctor had her put between blankets, for she was almost as wet as they had been in the river. Poor young thing! "You don't seem very dry, Redelman." "Oh, 'tis not much. I have changed my things. This is only a little dampness I've got coming through the rain again." "Stand by the fire. Missus says you be to have whatever you want, and she was sorry when she was told that you'd gone away." Venn drew near to the fireplace, and looked in the flames in an absent mood. The steam came from his leggings and ascended the chimney with the smoke, while he thought of those who were upstairs. Two were corpses. One had barely escaped the jaws of death, another was sick and a widow. The last occasion on which he had lingered by that fireplace was when the raffle was in progress. When Wild Eve was alive and well, Thompson active and smiling in the next room, Yeobright and Eustacia just made husband and wife, and Mrs. Yeobright living at Bloomsend. It had seemed at that time that the then position of affairs was good for at least 20 years to come. Yet, of all the circle, he himself was the only one whose situation had not materially changed. While he ruminated, a footstep descended the stairs. It was the nurse, who brought in her hand a rolled mass of wet paper. The woman was so engrossed with her occupation that she hardly saw Venn. she took from a cupboard some pieces of twine, which she strained across the fireplace, tying the end of each piece to the fire-dog, previously pulled forward for the purpose, and, unrolling the wet papers, she began pitting them one by one to the strings in the manner of clothes on a line. "What be they?" said Venn. "Poor master's bank-notes," she answered. "They were found in his pocket when they undressed him." "Then he was not coming back again for some time," said Venn. "That we shall never know," said she. Venn was loath to depart, for all on earth that interested him lay under this roof. As nobody in the house had any more sleep that night, except the two who slept forever, there was no reason why he should not remain. So he retired into the niche of the fireplace, where he used to sit, and there he continued, watching the steam from the double row of banknotes, as they waved backwards and forwards in the draught of the chimney, till their flaccidity was changed to dry crispness throughout. Then the woman came and unpinned them, and folding them together, carried the handful upstairs. Presently the doctor appeared from above, with the look of a man who could do no more, and, pulling on his gloves, went out of the house, the trotting of his horse soon dying away upon the road. At 4 o'clock there was a gentle knock at the door. It was from Charlie, who had been sent by Captain Vi to inquire if anything had been heard of Eustacia. The girl who admitted him looked in his face, as if she did not know what answer to return, and showed him in to where Venn was seated, saying to the Reddleman, "Will you tell him, please?" Venn told. Charlie's only utterance was a feeble, indistinct sound. He stood quite still, then he burst out spasmodically, "I shall see her once more?" "I dare say you may see her," said Diggory gravely. "But hadn't you better run and tell Captain Vi?" "Yes, yes. Only I do hope I shall see her just once again." "You shall," said a low voice behind, and starting round, they beheld by the dim light a thin, pallid, almost spectral form, wrapped in a blanket, and looking like Lazarus coming from his tomb. It was Yeobright. Neither Venn nor Charlie spoke, and Clem continued, "You shall see her. There will be time enough to tell the captain when it gets daylight. You would like to see her too, would you not, Diggory? She looks very beautiful now." Venn assented by rising to his feet, and with Charlie he followed Clem to the foot of the staircase, where he took off his boots. Charlie did the same. They followed Yeobright upstairs to the landing, where there was a candle burning, which Yeobright took in his hand, and with it led the way into an adjoining room. Here he went to the bedside, and folded back the sheet. They stood silently, looking upon Eustacia, who, as she lay there still in death, eclipsed all her living phases. Pallor did not include all the quality of her complexion, which seemed more than whiteness. It was almost light. The expression of her finely carved mouth was pleasant, as if a sense of dignity had just compelled her to leave off speaking. Eternal rigidity had seized upon it in a momentary transition between fervor and resignation. Her black hair was looser now than either of them had ever seen it before, and surrounded her brow like a forest. The stateliness of look, which had been almost too marked for a dweller in the country domicile, had at last found an artistically happy background. Nobody spoke, till at length Clem covered her and turned aside. "Now come here," he said. They went to a recess in the same room, and there, on a smaller bed, lay another figure, Wild Eve. Less repose was visible in his face than in Eustatia's, but the same luminous youthfulness overspread it, and the least sympathetic observer would have felt at sight of him, now that he was born for a higher destiny than this. The only sign upon him of his recent struggle for life was in his fingertips, which were worn and sacrificed in his dying endeavors to obtain a hold on the face of the weir wall. Eobright's manner had been so quiet, he had uttered so few syllables since his reappearance, that Venn imagined him resigned. It was only when they had left the room, and stood upon the landing, that the true state of his mind was apparent. "Here," he said, with a wild smile, inclining his head towards the chamber in which Eustatia lay. "She is the second woman I have killed this year. I was a great cause of my mother's death, and I am the chief cause of hers." "How?" said Venn. "I spoke cruel words to her, and she left my house. I did not invite her back till it was too late. It is I who ought to have drowned myself. It would have been a charity to the living had the river overwhelmed me and borne her up. But I cannot die. Those who ought to have lived lie dead, and here I am alive." "But you cannot charge yourself with crimes in that way," said Venn. "You may as well say that the parents be the cause of a murder by the child, for without the parents the child would never have been begot." "Yes, Venn, that is very true, but you don't know all the circumstances. If it had pleased God to put an end to me, it would have been a good thing for all. But I am getting used to the horror of my existence. They say that a time comes when men laugh at misery through long acquaintance with it. Surely that time will soon come to me." "Your aim has always been good," said Venn. "Why should you say such desperate things?" "No, they are not desperate. They are only hopeless, and my great regret is that for what I have done, no man or law can punish me." End of Book 5. Recorded by Marlo Diane. March 30, 2006. Pisgah West, Prince Edward Island.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 6. After Courses. 1. The Inevitable Moment Onward. The story of the deaths of Eustatia and Wild Eve was told throughout Egdon and far beyond for many weeks and months. All the known incidents of their love were enlarged, distorted, touched up, and modified till the original reality bore but a slight resemblance to the counterfeit presentation by surrounding tongues. Yet, upon the whole, neither the man nor the woman lost dignity by sudden death. Misfortune had struck them gracefully, cutting off their erratic histories with a catastrophic dash, instead of, as with many, attenuating each life to an uninteresting meagreness, through long years of wrinkles, neglect, and decay. On those most nearly concerned the effect was somewhat different. Strangers who had heard of many such cases now merely heard of one more. But immediately where a blow falls, no previous imaginings amount to appreciable preparation for it. The very suddenness of her bereavement dulled, to some extent, Thomason's feelings, Yet irrationally enough, a consciousness that the husband she had lost ought to have been better did not lessen her mourning at all. On the contrary, this fact seemed at first to set off the dead husband in his young wife's eyes, and to be the necessary cloud to the rainbow. But the horrors of the unknown had passed. Vague misgivings about her future as a deserted wife were at an end. The worst had once been matter of trembling conjecture. It was now matter of reason only, a limited badness. Her chief interest, the little Eustacia, still remained. There was humility in her grief, no defiance in her attitude, and when this is the case, a shaken spirit is apt to be stilled. Could Thomasin's mournfulness now, and Eustacia's serenity during life, have been reduced to common measure, they would have touched the same mark nearly. But Thomasin's former brightness made shadow of which in a sombre atmosphere was light itself. The spring came and calmed her. The summer came and soothed her. The autumn arrived, and she began to be comforted, for her little girl was strong and happy, growing in size and knowledge every day. Outward events flattered Thomasin not a little. Waldeave had died intestate, and she and the child were his only relatives. When administration had been granted, all the debts paid, and the residue of her husband's uncle's property had come into her hands, it was found that the sum waiting to be invested for her own and the child's benefit was little less than £10,000. Where should she live? The obvious place was Bloom's End. The old rooms, it is true, were not much higher than the between-decks of a frigate, necessitating a sinking in the floor under the new clock-case she brought from the inn, and the removal of the handsome brass knobs on its head, before there was height for it to stand. But, such as the rooms were, there were plenty of them, and the place was endeared to her by every early recollection. Clym very gladly admitted her as a tenant, confining his own existence to 2 rooms at the top of the back staircase, where he lived on quietly, shut off from Thomasin and the 3 servants she had thought fit to indulge in now that she was a mistress of money, going his own ways and thinking his own thoughts. His sorrows had made some change in his outward appearance, and yet the alteration was chiefly within. It might have been said that he had a wrinkled mind. He had no enemies, and he could get nobody to reproach him, which was why he so bitterly reproached himself. He did sometimes think he had been ill-used by fortune, so far as to say that to be born is a palpable dilemma, and that instead of men aiming to advance in life with glory, they should calculate how to retreat out of it without shame. But that he and his had been sarcastically and pitilessly handled in having such irons thrust to their souls, he did not maintain long. It is usually so, except with the sternest of men. Human beings, in their generous endeavour to construct a hypothesis that shall not degrade a first cause, have always hesitated to conceive a dominant power of lower moral quality than their own, and, even while they sit down and weep by the waters of Babylon, invent excuses for the oppression which prompts their tears. Thus, though words of solace were vainly uttered in his presence, he found relief in a direction of his own choosing when left to himself. For a man of his habits, the house and the £120 a year which he had inherited from his mother were enough to supply all worldly needs. Resources do not depend upon gross amounts, but upon the proportion of spendings to takings. He frequently walked the heath alone, when the past seized upon him with its shadowy hand, and held him there to listen to its tale. His imagination would then people the spot with its ancient inhabitants. Forgotten Celtic tribes trod their tracks about him, and he could almost live among them, look in their faces, and see them standing beside the barrows which swelled round, untouched and perfect as at the time of their erection. Those of the dyed barbarians who had chosen the cultivable tracts were in comparison with those who had left their marks here, as writers on paper besides writers on parchment. Their records had perished long ago by the plough, while the works of these remained. Yet they all had lived and died unconscious of the different fates awaiting their relics. It reminded him that unforeseen factors operate in the evolution of immortality. Winter again came round, with its winds, frosts, tame robins, and sparkling starlight. The year previous, Thomasin had hardly been conscious of the season's advance. This year she laid her heart open to external influences of every kind. The life of this sweet cousin, her baby, and her servants came to Klim's senses only in the form of sounds through a wood partition as he sat over books of exceptionally large type, but his ear became at last so accustomed to these slight noises from the other part of the house that he almost could witness the scenes they signified. A faint beat of half-seconds conjured up Thomasin rocking the cradle. A wavering hum meant that she was singing the baby to sleep. A crunching of sand, as between millstones, raised the picture of Humphrey's, Fairway's, or Sam's heavy feet crossing the stone floor of the kitchen. A light boyish step, and a gay tune in a high key, betokened a visit from Grandfer Cantle. A sudden break-off in the grandfer's utterances implied the application to his lips of a mug of small beer. A bustling and slamming of doors meant starting to go to market. For Thomasin, in spite of her added scope of gentility, led a ludicrously narrow life, to the end that she might save every possible pound for her little daughter. One summer day Klim was in the garden, immediately outside the parlour window, which was as usual open. He was looking at the pot flowers on the sill. They had been revived and restored by Thomasin to the state in which his mother had left them. He heard a slight scream from Thomasin, who was sitting inside the room. "Oh, you frightened me," she said to someone who had entered. "I thought you were the ghost of yourself." Klim was curious enough to advance a little further and look in at the window. To his astonishment, there stood within the room Diggory Venn, no longer a Redelman, but exhibiting the strangely altered hues of an ordinary Christian countenance: white shirt-front, light flowered waistcoat, blue-spotted neckerchief, and bottle-green coat. Nothing in this appearance was at all singular but the fact of its great difference from what he had formerly been. Red, and all approach to red, was carefully excluded from every article of clothes upon him. For what is there that persons just out of harness dread so much as reminders of the trade which has enriched them? Yeobright went round to the door and entered. "I was so alarmed," said Thomasin, smiling from one to the other. "I couldn't believe that he had got white of his own accord. It seemed supernatural." "I gave up dealing in Reddel last Christmas," said Venn. "It was a profitable trade, and I found that by that time I had made enough to take the dairy of 50 cows that my father had in his lifetime. I always thought of getting to that place again if I changed at all, and now I am there." "How did you manage to become white, Diggory?" Thomasin asked. "I turned so by degrees, ma'am." "You look much better than ever you did before." Venn appeared confused, and Thomasin, seeing how inadvertently she had spoken to a man who might possibly have tender feelings for her still, blushed a little. Klim saw nothing of this, and added good-humouredly, "What shall we have to frighten Thomasin's baby with, now you have become a human being again?" "Sit down, Diggory," said Thomasin, "and stay to tea." Venn moved as if he would retire to the kitchen, when Thomasin said with pleasant pertness as she went on with some sewing, "Of course you must sit down here." And where does your 50-cow dairy lie, Mr. Venn? At Stickleford, about 2 miles to the right of Alderworth, ma'am, where the meads begin. I have thought that if Mr. Yeobright would like to pay me a visit sometimes, he shouldn't stay away for want of asking. I'll not bide to tea this afternoon, thank ye, for I've got something on hand that must be settled. 'Tis Maypole Day tomorrow, and the Shadwater folk have clubbed with a few of your neighbours here to have a pole just outside your palings in the heath, as it is a nice green place. Venn waved his elbow towards the patch in front of the house. I have been talking to Fairway about it, he continued, and I said to him that before we put up the pole it would be as well to ask Mrs. Waldeave. I can say nothing against it, she answered. Our property does not reach an inch further than the white palings. But you might not like to see a lot of folk going crazy round a stick under your very nose? I shall have no objection at all. Venn soon after went away, and in the evening Yeobright strolled as far as Fairway's cottage. It was a lovely May sunset, and the birch trees, which grew on this margin of the vast Egdon wilderness, had put on their new leaves, delicate as butterflies' wings, and diaphanous as amber. Beside Fairway's dwelling was an open space recessed from the road, and here were now collected all the young people from within a radius of a couple of miles. The pole lay with one end supported on a trestle, and women were engaged in wreathing it from top downwards with wildflowers. The instincts of Merry England lingered on here with exceptional vitality, and the symbolic customs which tradition has attached to each season of the year were yet a reality on Egdon. Indeed, the impulses of all such outlandish hamlets are pagan still. In these spots homage to nature, self-adoration, frantic gaieties, fragments of Teutonic rites to divinities whose names are forgotten, seem in some way or other to have survived medieval doctrine. Yeobright did not interrupt the preparations, and went home again. The next morning, when Thomasin withdrew the curtains of her bedroom window, there stood the maypole in the middle of the green, its top cutting into the sky. It had sprung up in the night, or rather early morning, like Jack's beanstalk. She opened the casement to get a better view of the garlands and posies that adorned it. The sweet perfume of the flowers had already spread into the surrounding air, which, being free from every taint, conducted to her lips a full measure of the fragrance received from the spire of blossom in its midst. At the top of the pole were crossed hoops decked with small flowers. Beneath these came a milk-white zone of maybloom, then a zone of bluebells, then of cowslips, then of lilacs, then of ragged robins, daffodils, and so on, till the lowest stage was reached. Thomasin noticed all these, and was delighted that the May revel was to be so near. When afternoon came, people began to gather on the green, and Yeobright was interested enough to look out upon them from the open window of his room. Soon after this, Thomasin walked out from the door immediately below, and turned her eyes up to her cousin's face. She was dressed more gaily than Yeobright had ever seen her dressed since the time of Waldeave's death, 18 months before. Since the day of her marriage, even, she had not exhibited herself to such advantage. "How pretty you look to-day, Thomasin," he said. "Is it because of the maypole?" "Not altogether." And then she blushed and dropped her eyes, which he did not specially observe, though her manner seemed to him to be rather peculiar, considering that she was only addressing himself. Could it be possible that she had put on her summer clothes to please him? He recalled her conduct towards him throughout the last few weeks, when they had often been working together in the garden, just as they had formerly done when they were boy and girl under his mother's eye. What if her interest in him were not so entirely that of a relative as it had formerly been? To Yeobright any possibility of this sort was a serious matter, and he almost felt troubled at the thought of it. Every pulse of lover-like feeling which had not been stilled during Eustatia's lifetime had gone into the grave with her. His passion for her had occurred too far on in his manhood to leave fuel enough on hand for another fire of that sort, as may happen with more boyish loves. Even supposing him capable of loving again, that love would be a plant of slow and laboured growth, and in the end only small and sickly, like an autumn-hatched bird. He was so distressed by this new complexity that when the enthusiastic brass band arrived and struck up, which it did about 5 o'clock, with apparently wind enough among its members to blow down his house, he withdrew from his rooms by the back door, went down the garden, through the gate in the hedge, and away out of sight. He could not bear to remain in the presence of enjoyment to-day, though he had tried hard. Nothing was seen of him for 4 hours. When he came back by the same path, it was dusk, and the dews were coating every green thing. The boisterous music had ceased, but entering the premises as he did from behind, he could not see if the May party had all gone, till he had passed through Thomason's division of the house to the front door. Thomason was standing within the porch alone. She looked at him reproachfully. "You went away just when it began, Clem," she said. "Yes, I felt I could not join in. You went out with them, of course?" "No, I did not." "You appeared to be dressed on purpose." "Yes, but I could not go out alone. So many people were there. One is there now." Yeobright strained his eyes across the dark green patch beyond the paling, and near the black form of the maypole he discerned a shadowy figure, sauntering idly up and down. "Who is it?" he said. "Mr. Venn," said Thomasin. "You might have asked him to come in, I think, Tamsy. He has been very kind to you, first and last." "I will now," she said, and acting on the impulse, went through the wicket to where Venn stood under the maypole. "It is Mr. Venn, I think?" she inquired. Venn started as if he had not seen her, artful man that he was, and said, "Yes." "Will you come in?" "I am afraid that I have seen you dancing this evening, and you had the very best of the girls for your partners. Is it that you won't come in because you wish to stand here and think over the past few hours of enjoyment?" "Well, that's partly it," said Mr. Venn with ostentatious sentiment. "But the main reason why I am biding here, like this, is that I want to wait till the moon rises." "To see how pretty the maypole looks in the moonlight?" "No. To look for a glove that was dropped by one of the maidens." Thomasin was speechless with surprise. That a man who had to walk some 4 or 5 miles to his home should wait here for such a reason pointed to only one conclusion: the man must be amazingly interested in that glove's owner. "Were you dancing with her, Diggory?" she asked, in a voice which revealed that he had made himself considerably more interesting to her by this disclosure. "No," he sighed. "And you will not come in, then?" "Not tonight, thank you, ma'am." "Shall I lend you a lantern to look for the young person's glove, Mr. Venn?" "Oh, no, it is not necessary, Mrs. Waldeave, thank you. The moon will rise in a few minutes." Thomasin went back to the porch. "Is he coming in?" said Clem, who had been waiting where she had left him. "He would rather not tonight," she said, and then passed by him into the house, whereupon Clem too retired to his own rooms. When Clem was gone, Thomasin crept upstairs in the dark, and, just listening by the cot to assure herself that the child was asleep, she went to the window, gently lifted the corner of the white curtain, and looked out. Ven was still there. She watched the growth of the faint radiance appearing in the sky by the eastern hill, till presently the edge of the moon burst upwards and flooded the valley with light. Diggory's form was now distinct on the green. He was moving about in a bowed attitude, evidently scanning the grass for the precious missing article, walking in zigzags right and left, till he should have passed over every foot of the ground. "How very ridiculous," Thomasin murmured to herself, in a tone which was intended to be satirical. "To think that a man should be so silly as to go mooning about like that for a girl's glove. A respectable dairyman, too, and a man of money as he is now. What a pity!" At last Ven appeared to find it, whereupon he stood up and raised it to his lips. Then placing it in his breast-pocket, the nearest receptacle to a man's heart permitted by modern raiment, he ascended the valley in a mathematically direct line towards his distant home in the meadows. End of Book 6. 1. Recorded by Gesine in Valletta, May 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 6. After Courses. 2. Thomasin walks in a green place by the Roman road. Clym saw little of Thomasin for several days after this, and when they met, she was more silent than usual. At length he asked her what she was thinking of so intently. "I'm thoroughly perplexed," she said candidly. "I cannot for my life think who it is that Diggory Ven is so much in love with. None of the girls at the Maypole were good enough for him, and yet she must have been there." Clym tried to imagine Ven's choice for a moment, but ceasing to be interested in the question, he went on again with his gardening. No clearing up of the mystery was granted her for some time, but one afternoon Thomasin was upstairs getting ready for a walk, when she had occasion to come to the landing and call, "Rachel!" Rachel was a girl about 13 who carried the baby out for airings, and she came upstairs at the call. "Have you seen one of my last new gloves about the house, Rachel?" inquired Thomasin. "It's the fellow to this one." Rachel did not reply. "Why don't you answer?" said her mistress. "I think it's lost, ma'am." "Lost? Who lost it? I've never worn them but once." Rachel appeared as one dreadfully troubled, and at last began to cry. "Please, ma'am, on the day of the Maypole I had none to wear, and I seed yours on the table, and I thought I would borrow 'em. I didn't mean to hurt 'em at all, but one of 'em got lost. Somebody gave me some money to buy another pair for you, but I've not been able to go anywhere to get 'em." "Who's somebody?" "Mr. Ven." "Did he know it was my glove?" "Yes, I told him." Thomasin was so surprised by the explanation that she quite forgot to lecture the girl, who glided silently away. Thomasin did not move further than to turn her eyes upon the grass plot where the Maypole had stood. She remained thinking, then said to herself that she would not go out that afternoon, but would work hard at the baby's unfinished, lovely plaid frock, cut on the cross in the newest fashion. How she managed to work hard, and yet do no more than she had done at the end of 2 hours, would have been a mystery to anyone not aware that the recent incident was of a kind likely to divert her industry from a manual to a mental channel. Next day she went her ways, as usual, and continued her custom of walking in the heath with no other companion than little Eustacia, now of the age when it's a matter of doubt with such characters whether they are intended to walk through the world on their hands or on their feet, so that they get into painful complications by trying both. It was very pleasant to Thomasin, when she had carried the child to some lonely place, to give her a little private practice on the green turf and shepherd's thyme, which formed a soft mat to fall headlong upon when equilibrium was lost. Once, when engaged in this system of training, and stooping to remove bits of stick, fern stalks, and other such fragments from the child's path, that the journey might not be brought to an untimely end by some insuperable barrier a quarter of an inch high, she was alarmed by discovering that a man on horseback was almost close beside her, the soft natural carpet having muffled the horse's tread. The rider, who was Ven, waved his hat in the air and bowed gallantly. "Diggory, give me my glove," said Thomasin, whose manner it was, under any circumstances, to plunge into the midst of a subject which engrossed her. Ven immediately dismounted, put his hand in his breast pocket, and handed the glove. "Thank you. It was very good of you to take care of it." "It is very good of you to say so." "Oh no, I was quite glad to find you had it. Everybody gets so indifferent that I was surprised to know you thought of me." "If you'd remembered what I was once, you wouldn't have been surprised." "Ah, no," she said quickly, "but men of your character are mostly so independent." "What is my character?" he asked. "I don't exactly know," said Thomasin simply, "except it is to cover up your feelings under a practical manner, and only to show them when you are alone." "Ah, how do you know that?" said Ven strategically. "Because," said she, stopping to put the little girl, who had managed to get herself upside down, right end up again, "because I do." "You mustn't judge by folks in general," said Ven. "Still, I don't know much what feelings are nowadays. I've got so mixed up with business of one sort and t'other that my soft sentiments are gone off in vapour like. Yes, I'm given up body and soul to the making of money. Money is all my dream." "Oh, Diggory, how wicked!" said Thomasin reproachfully, and looking at him in exact balance between taking his words seriously and judging them as said to tease her. "Yes, 'tis rather a rum course," said Ven, in the bland tone of one comfortably resigned to sins he could no longer overcome. "You, who used to be so nice." "Well, that's an argument I rather like, because what a man has once been, he may be again." Thomasin blushed. "Except that it's rather harder now," Ven continued. "Why?" she asked. "Because you be richer than you were at that time." "Oh no, not much. I've made it nearly all over to the baby, as it was my duty to do, except just enough to live on." "I'm rather glad of that," said Ven softly, and regarding her from the corner of his eye, "for it makes it easier for us to be friendly." Thomasin blushed again, and when a few more words had been said of a not unpleasing kind, Ven mounted his horse and rode on. This conversation had passed in a hollow of the heath near the old Roman road, a place much frequented by Thomasin, and it might have been observed that she did not in future walk that way less often from having met Ven there now. Whether or not Ven abstained from riding thither because he had met Thomasin in the same place might easily have been guessed from her proceedings about 2 months later in the same year.
End of chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 6, After Courses. 3. The Serious Discourse of Clym with his Cousin. Throughout this period, Iobright had more or less pondered on his duty to his cousin Thomasin. He could not help feeling that it would be a pitiful waste of sweet material if the tender-natured thing should be doomed from this early stage of her life onwards to dribble away her winsome qualities on lonely gorse and fern. But he felt this as an economist merely, and not as a lover. His passion for Eustacia had been a sort of conserve of his whole life, and he had nothing more of that supreme quality left to bestow. So far, the obvious thing was not to entertain any idea of marriage with Thomasin, even to oblige her. But this was not all. Years ago there had been in his mother's mind a great fancy about Thomasin and himself. It had not positively amounted to a desire, but it had always been a favourite dream. That they should be man and wife in good time, if the happiness of neither were endangered thereby, was the fancy in question. So that what course save one was there now left for any son who reverenced his mother's memory as Iobright did? It is an unfortunate fact that any particular whim of parents, which might have been dispersed by half an hour's conversation during their lives, becomes sublimated by their deaths into a fiat the most absolute, with such results to conscientious children as those parents, had they lived, would have been the first to decry. Had only Iobright's own future been involved, he would have proposed to Thomasin with a ready heart. He had nothing to lose by carrying out a dead mother's hope. But he dreaded to contemplate Thomasin wedded to the mere corpse of a lover that he now felt himself to be. He had but 3 activities alive in him. One was his almost daily walk to the little graveyard wherein his mother lay. Another, his just as frequent visits by night to the more distant enclosure, which numbered his Eustacia among its dead. The third was self-preparation for a vocation which alone seemed likely to satisfy his cravings, that of an itinerant preacher of the 11th commandment. It was difficult to believe that Thomasin would be cheered by a husband with such tendencies as these. Yet he resolved to ask her and let her decide for herself. It was even with a pleasant sense of doing his duty that he went downstairs to her one evening for this purpose, when the sun was printing on the valley the same long shadow of the housetop that he had seen lying there times out of number while his mother lived. Thomasin was not in her room, and he found her in the front garden. "I've long been wanting, Thomasin," he began, "to say something about a matter that concerns both our futures." "And you are going to say it now?" she remarked quickly, colouring as she met his gaze. "Do stop a minute, Clym, and let me speak first, for, oddly enough, I have been wanting to say something to you." "Oh, by all means, say on, Tamsy." I suppose nobody can overhear us?" she went on, casting her eyes around and lowering her voice. "Well, first you will promise me this, that you won't be angry and call me anything harsh if you disagree with what I propose." Iobright promised, and she continued, "What I want is your advice. For you are my relation, I mean sort of guardian to me, aren't you, Clem?
Well, yes, I suppose I am a sort of guardian. In fact, I am, of course, he said, altogether perplexed as to her drift.
I'm thinking of marrying, she then observed blandly, but I shall not marry unless you assure me that you approve of such a step. Why don't you speak?
I was taken rather by surprise. But nevertheless, I'm very glad to hear such news. I shall approve, of course, dear Tamsy. Who can it be? I'm quite at a loss to guess. Oh, no, I'm not. 'Tis the old doctor. Not that I meant to call him old, for he is not very old after all. Ah, I noticed when he attended you last time.
No, she said hastily. 'Tis Mr. Venn.
Clem's face suddenly became grave.
There, now, you don't like him, and I wish I hadn't mentioned him, she exclaimed almost petulantly. And I shouldn't have done it either, only he keeps on bothering me so, till I don't know what to do.
Clem looked at the heath. I like Venn well enough, he answered at last. He is a very honest, and at the same time astute man. He is clever, too, as is proved by his having got you to favour him. But really, Thompson, he's not quite
gentleman enough for me. That is just what I feel. I'm sorry now that I asked you, and I won't think any more of him. At the same time, I must marry him if I marry anybody, that I will say.
I don't see that, said Clem, carefully concealing every clue to his own interrupted intention, which she plainly had not guessed. You might marry a professional man or somebody of that sort, by going into the town to live, and forming acquaintances there.
Oh, I'm not fit for town life, so very rural and silly as I always have been. Do you not yourself notice my countrified ways?
Well, when I came home from Paris I did, a little, but I don't now.
That's because you've got countrified too. Oh, I couldn't live in a street for the world. Egden's a ridiculous old place, but I have got used to it, and I couldn't be happy anywhere else at all.
Neither could I, said Clem.
Then how could you say that I should marry some town man? I am sure, say what you will, that I must marry Diggory, if I marry at all. He has been kinder to me than anybody else, and has helped me in many ways that I don't know of.
Thomasin almost pouted now. Yes, he has, said Clem in a neutral tone. Well, I wish with all my heart that I could say, marry him. But I cannot forget what my mother thought on that matter, and it goes rather against me not to respect her opinion. There is too much reason why we should do the little we can to respect it now.
Very well, then, sighed Thomasin. I will say no more.
But you're not bound to obey my wishes. I merely say what I think.
Oh, no, I don't want to be rebellious in that way, she said sadly. I'd no business to think of him. I ought to have thought of my family. What dreadfully bad impulses there are in me.
Her lip trembled, and she turned away to hide a tear. Clem, though vexed at what seemed her unaccountable taste, was in a measure relieved to find that at any rate the marriage question in relation to himself was shelved. Through several succeeding days he saw her at different times from the window of his room, moping disconsolately about the garden. He was half angry with her for choosing Venn. Then he was grieved at having put himself in the way of Venn's happiness, who was, after all, as honest and persevering a young fellow as any on Egdon, since he had turned over a new leaf. In short, Clem did not know what to do. When next they met, she said abruptly,
"He's much more respectable now than he was then." Who? Oh, oh yes, Diggory Venn. Aunt only objected because he was a Reddleman. Well, Thomasin, perhaps I don't know all the particulars of my mother's wish, so you had better use your own discretion. You will always feel that I slighted your mother's memory. No, I will not. I shall think you are convinced that had she seen Diggory in his present position, she would have considered him a fitting husband for you. Now that's my real feeling. Don't consult me any more, but do as you like, Thomasin. I shall be content. It is to be supposed that Thomasin was convinced, for a few days after this, when Clym strayed into a part of the heath that he had not lately visited, Humphrey, who was at work there, said to him, "I'm glad to see that Mrs. Wildeve and Van have made it up again, seemingly." "Have they?" said Clym abstractedly. "Yes, and he do contrive to stumble upon her whenever she walks out on fine days with the child. But, Mr. Yeobright, I can't help feeling that your cousin ought to have married you. 'Tis a pity to make two chimney corners where there need be only one. You could get her away from him now, 'tis my belief, if you were only to set about it." How can I have the conscience to marry after having driven two women to their deaths? Don't think such a thing, Humphrey. After my experience, I should consider it too much of a burlesque to go to church and take a wife. In the words of Job, I have made a covenant with mine eyes. Why then should I think upon a maid? No, Mr. Clym, don't fancy that about driving two women to their deaths. You shouldn't say it. Well, we'll leave that out, said Yeobright. But anyhow, God has set a mark upon me, which wouldn't look well in a love-making scene. I have two ideas in my head and no others. I'm going to keep a night school, and I'm going to turn preacher. What have you got to say to that, Humphrey? I'll come and hear ye with all my heart. Thanks, 'tis all I wish. As Clym descended into the valley, Thomasin came down by the other path, and met him at the gate. "What do you think I have to tell you, Clym?" she said, looking archly over her shoulder at him. "I can guess," he replied. She scrutinized his face. "Yes, you guess right. It's going to be, after all. He thinks I may as well make up my mind, and I have got to think so too. It's to be on the 25th of next month, if you don't object." "Do what you think right, dear. I am only too glad that you see your way clear to happiness again. My sex owes you every amends for the treatment you received in days gone by." End of chapter 3. But the author made a note. The writer may state here that the original conception of the story did not design a marriage between Thomasin and Venn. He was to have retained his isolated and weird character to the last, and to have disappeared mysteriously from the heath, nobody knowing whither, Thomasin remaining a widow. But certain circumstances of serial publication led to a change of intent. Readers can therefore choose between the endings, and those with an austere artistic code can assume the more consistent conclusion to be the true one. End of chapter 3, author's note.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marlo Diane. ForbiddenDragon.blogspot.com. The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. Book 6. After Courses. 4. Cheerfulness again asserts itself at Bloomsend, and Clem finds his vocation. Anybody who had passed through Bloomsend about 11 o'clock on the morning fixed for the wedding would have found that, while Yeobright's house was comparatively quiet, sounds denoting great activity came from the dwelling of his nearest neighbour, Timothy Fareway. It was chiefly a noise of feet, briskly crunching hither and thither over the sanded floor within. One man only was visible outside, and he seemed to be later at an appointment than he had intended to be, for he hastened up to the door, lifted the latch, and walked in without ceremony. The scene within was not quite the customary one. Standing about the room was the little knot of men who formed the chief part of the Egdon coterie. There being present Fareway himself, Granfer Cantle, Humphrey, Christian, and 1 or 2 turf-cutters. It was a warm day, and the men were as a matter of course in their shirt-sleeves, except Christian, who had always had a nervous fear of parting with a scrap of his clothing when in anybody's house but his own. Across the stout oak table in the middle of the room was thrown a mass of striped linen, which Granfer Cantle held down on one side and Humphrey on the other, while Fareway rubbed its surface with a yellow lump, his face being damp and creased with the effort of the labour. "Waxing a bed tick, souls?" said the newcomer. "Yes, Sam," said Granfer Cantle, as a man too busy to waste words. "Shall I stretch this corner a tad tighter, Timothy?" Fareway replied, and the waxing went on with unabated vigour. "'Tis going to be a good bed, by the look of it," continued Sam, after an interval of silence. "Who may it be for?" "'Tis a present for the new folks that's going to set up housekeeping," said Christian, who stood helpless and overcome by the majesty of the proceedings. "Ah, to be sure, and a valuable one, I believe. Beds be dear to folks that don't keep geese, bain't they, Mr. Fareway?" said Christian, as to an omniscient being. "Yes," said the furs dealer, standing up, giving his forehead a thorough mopping, and handing the beeswax to Humphrey, who succeeded at the rubbing forthwith. "Not that this couple be in want of one, but 'twas well to show them a bit of friendliness at the great racking vargety of their lives. I set up both my daughters in one when they were married, and they have been feathers enough for another in the house the last 12 months. Now then, neighbours, I think we laid on enough wax. Granfer Cantle, you turn the tick right way outwards, and then I'll begin to shake in the feathers." When the bed was in proper trim, Fareway and Christian brought forward vast paper bags, stuffed to the full, but light as balloons, and began to turn the contents of each into the receptacle just prepared. As bag after bag was emptied, airy tufts of down and feathers floated about the room, in increasing quantity till, through a mishap of Christian's, who shook the contents of one bag outside the tick, the atmosphere of the room became dense with gigantic flakes, which descended upon the workers like a windless snowstorm. "I never saw such a clumsy chap as you, Christian," said Granfer Cantle severely. "You might have been the son of a man that's never been outside Bloomsend in his life for all the wit you have. Really all the soldiering and smartness in the world in the father seems to count for nothing in forming the nater of the son. As far as that Chief Christian is concerned, I might as well have stayed at home and seed nothing, like all the rest ye hear. Though as far as myself is concerned, a dashing spirit is counted for summat, to be sure." "Don't you let me down so, father. I feel no bigger than a 9-pin after it. I've made but a bruckle hit, I'm afeard." "Come, come, never pitch yourself in such a low key as that, Christian. You should try more," said Fareway. "Yes, you should try more," echoed the Granfer with insistence, as if he had been the first to make the suggestion. "In common conscience, every man ought to either marry or go for a soldier. 'Tis a scandal to the nation to do neither one nor t'other. I did both, thank God, neither to raise man nor to lay him low. That shows a poor do-nothing spirit indeed." "I never had the nerve to stand fire," faltered Christian. "But as to marrying, I've asked here and there, though without much fruit from it. Yes, there's some house or other that might have a man for a master such as he is that's now ruled by a woman alone. Still, it might have been awkward if I'd found her, for die neighbours, there's been nobody left at home to keep down father's spirits to the decent pitch that becomes an old man." "And you've your work cut out to do that, my son," said Grandfer Cantle smartly. "I wish that the dread of infirmities were not so strong in me. I'd start the very first thing tomorrow to see the world over again. But 71, though nothing at home, is a high figure for a rover. Aye, 71 less Candlemas Day, gad, I'd sooner have it in guineas than years." And the old man sighed. "Don't you be mournful, Grandfer," said Fareway. "Empt some feathers into the bed tick, and keep up your heart. Though rather lean in the stalks, you be a green-leaved old man still. There's time enough left till ye yet fill whole chronicles." "Begad, I'll go to 'em, Timothy, to the married pair," said Grandfer Cantle in an encouraged voice, and starting round briskly. "I'll go to 'em to-night and sing a wedding song, hey? 'Tis like me to do so, you know, and they like to see it as such. My down in Cupid's garden was well liked in fore. Still, I've got others as good and even better. What do you say to my "She called to her love from the lattice above, oh, come in from the foggy, foggy dew"? 'Twould please him well at such a time. Really, now I come to think of it, I haven't turned my tongue in my head to the shape of a real good song since old Midsummer Night, when we had the barley mow with the woman, and 'tis a pity to neglect your strong point when there's a few that have compass for such things." "So 'tis, said Fareway. "Now gae the bed a shakedown. We put in 70 pounds of bear's feathers, and I think that's as many as the tick will fairly hold. A bit and a drape wouldn't amiss now, I reckon, Christian. Mull down the victuals from the corner cupboard it can't reach, man, and I'll draw a drap of summut to wet it with." They sat down to a lunch in the midst of their work, feathers around, above, and below them, the original owners of which occasionally came to the open door and cackled begrudgingly at sight of such a quantity of their old clothes. "Upon my soul, I shall be choked," said Fareway, when, having extracted a feather from his mouth, he found several others floating on the mug as it was handed round. "I've swallowed several, and one had a tolerable quill," said Sam placidly from the corner. "Hullo, what's that? Wheels I hear coming?" Grandfer Cantle exclaimed, jumping up and hastening to the door. "Why, 'tis they back again. I didn't expect 'em yet this half hour, to be sure. How quick marrying can be done when you're a mind for it." "Oh, yes, it can soon be done," said Fareway, as if something should be added to make the statement complete. He arose and followed the Grandfer, and the rest also went to the door. In a moment an open fly was driven past, in which sat Venn and Mrs. Venn, Yeobright, and a grand relative of Venn's who had come from Budmouth for the occasion. The fly had been hired at the nearest town, regardless of distance and cost, there being nothing on Egdon Heath, in Venn's opinion, dignified enough for such an event, when such a woman as Thomasin was the bride, and the church was too remote to a walking bridal party. As the fly passed the group which had run out from the homestead, they shouted hurrah and waved their hands, feathers and down floating from their hair, their sleeves, and the folds of their garments at every motion, and Grandfer Cantle's seals dancing merrily in the sunlight as he twirled himself about. The driver of the fly turned a supercilious gaze upon them. He even treated the wedding pair themselves with something like condescension, for in what other state than heathen could people, rich or poor, exist who are doomed to abide in such a world's end as Egdon? Thomasin showed no such superiority to the group at the door, fluttering her hand as quickly as a bird's wing towards them, and asking Diggory, with tears in her eyes, if they ought not to alight and speak to these kind neighbours. Venn, however, suggested that, as they were all coming to the house in the evening, this was hardly necessary. After this excitement, the saluting party returned to their occupation, and the stuffing and the sewing were soon afterwards finished, when Fareway harnessed a horse, wrapped up the cumbrous present, and drove off with it in the cart to Ven's house at Stickleford. Yeobright, having filled the office at the wedding service which naturally fell to his hands, and afterwards returning to the house with the husband and wife, was indisposed to take part in the feasting and dancing that wound up the evening. Thomasin was disappointed. "I wish I could be there without dashing your spirits," he said, "but I might be too much like the skull at the banquet." "No, no." "Well, dear, apart from that, if you would excuse me, I should be glad. I know it seems unkind, but, dear Thomasin, I fear I should not be happy in the company. There, that's the truth of it. I shall always be coming to see you at your new home, you know, so that my absence now will not matter." "Then I give in. Do whatever will be most comfortable to yourself." Clem retired to his lodging at the housetop much relieved, and occupied himself during the afternoon in noting down the heads of a sermon, with which he intended to initiate all that really seemed practicable of the scheme that had originally brought him hither, and that he had so long kept in view under various modifications, and through evil and good report. He had tested and weighed his convictions again and again, and saw no reason to alter them, though he had considerably lessened his plan. His eyesight, by long humouring in his native air, had grown stronger, but not sufficiently strong to warrant his attempting his extensive educational project. Yet he did not repine. There was still more than enough of an unambitious sort to tax all his energies and occupy all his hours. Evening drew on, and sounds of life and movement in the lower part of the domicile became more pronounced, the gate and the palings clicking incessantly. The party was to be an early one, and all the guests were assembled long before it was dark. Yeobright went down the back staircase and into the heath by another path than that in front, intending to walk in the open air till the party was over, when he would return to wish Thomasin and her husband good-bye as they departed. His steps were insensibly bent toward Mistover by the path that he had followed on that terrible morning, when he learnt the strange news from Susan's boy. He did not turn aside to the cottage, but pushed on to an eminence, whence he could see over the whole quarter that had once been Eustatia's home. While he stood observing the darkening scene, somebody came up. Clem, seeing him but dimly, would have let him pass silently, had not the pedestrian, who was Charley, recognized the young man, and spoken to him. "Charley, I have not seen you for a length of time," said Yeobright. "Do you often walk this way?" "No," the lad replied. "I don't often come outside the bank." "You were not at the Maypole?" "No," said Charley in the same listless tone. "I don't care for that sort of thing now." "You rather liked Miss Eustacia, didn't you?" Yeobright gently asked. Eustacia had frequently told him of Charley's romantic attachment. "Yes, very much." I wish—" "Yes?" "I wish, Mr. Yeobright, you could give me something to keep that once belonged to her, if you don't mind." "I shall be very happy to. It will give me great pleasure, Charley. Let me think what I have of hers that you would like. But come with me to the house, and I'll see." They walked towards Bloom's End together. When they reached, the front was dark, and the shutters were closed, so that nothing of the interior could be seen. "Come round this way," said Clem. "My entrance is at the back for the present." The two went round and ascended the crooked stair in darkness, till Clem's sitting room on the upper floor was reached, where he lit a candle, Charley entering gently behind. Yeobright searched his desk, and taking out a sheet of tissue paper, unfolded from it 2 or 3 undulating locks of raven hair, which fell over the paper like black streams. From these he selected one, wrapped it up, and gave it to the lad, whose eyes had filled with tears. He kissed the packet, put it in his pocket, and said in a voice of emotion, "Oh, Mr. Clem, how good you are to me!" "I will go a little way with you," said Clem, and amid the noise of merriment from below, they descended. Their path to the front led them close to a little side window, whence the rays of candles streamed across the shrubs. The window, being screened from general observation by the bushes, had been left unblinded, so that a person in this private nook could see all that was going on within the room, which contained the wedding guests, except in so far as vision was hindered by the green antiquity of the panes. "Charlie, what are they doing?" said Clem. "My sight is weaker again tonight, and the glass of this window is not good." Charlie wiped his own eyes, which were rather blurred with moisture, and stepped closer to the casement. "Mr. Venn is asking Christian Cantwell to sing," he replied, "and Christian is moving about in his chair as if he were much frightened at the question, and his father has struck up a stave instead of him." "Yes, I can hear the old man's voice," said Clem. "So there's to be no dancing, I suppose. And is Thomasin in the room? I see something moving in front of the candles that resembles her shape, I think." "Yes, she do seem happy. She is red in the face and laughing at something Fairway has said to her. Oh my! What noise was that?" said Clem. "Mr. Venn is so tall that he knocked his head against the beam in guying a skip as he passed under. Mrs. Venn has run up quite frightened, and now she's put her hand to his head to feel if there's a lump. And now they be all laughing again, as if nothing had happened." "Do any of them seem to care about my not being there?" Clem asked. "No, not a bit in the world. Now they are all holding up their glasses and drinking somebody's health." "I wonder if it is mine." "No, 'tis Mr. and Mrs. Venn's, because he is making a hearty sort of speech. There, now Mrs. Venn has got up and is going away to put on her things, I think." "Well, they haven't concerned themselves about me, and it is quite right they should not. It is all as it should be, and Thomasin at least is happy. We shall not stay any longer now, as they will soon be coming out to go home." He accompanied the lad into the heath on his way home, and returning alone to the house a quarter of an hour later, found Venn and Thomasin ready to start, all the guests having departed in his absence. The wedded pair took their seats in the four-wheeled dog-cart, which Venn's head milker and handyman had driven from Stickleford to fetch them in. Little Eustacia and the nurse were packed securely upon the open flap behind, and the milker, on an ancient overstepping pony, whose shoes clashed like cymbals at every tread, rode in the rear, in the manner of a body-servant of the last century. "Now we leave you in absolute possession of your own house again," said Thomasin as she bent down to wish her cousin good night. "It'll be rather lonely for you, Clem, after the hubbub we have been making." "Oh, that's no inconvenience," said Clem, smiling rather sadly, and then the party drove off and vanished in the night-shades, and Yeobright entered the house. The ticking of the clock was the only sound that greeted him, for not a soul remained. Christian, who acted as cook, valet, and gardener to Clem, sleeping at his father's house. Yeobright sat down in one of the vacant chairs, and remained in thought a long time. His mother's old chair was opposite. It had been sat in that evening by those who had scarcely remembered that it ever was hers. But to Clem, she was almost a presence there, now as always. Whatever she was in other people's memories, in his she was the sublime saint whose radiance even his tenderness for Eustacia could not obscure. But his heart was heavy. That mother had not crowned him in the day of his espousals, in the day of the gladness of his heart, and events had borne out the accuracy of her judgment, and proved the devotedness of her care. He should not have heeded her for Eustatia's sake even more than for his own. "It was all my fault," he whispered. "Oh, my mother, my mother! Would to God that I could live my life again and endure for you what you endured for me." On the Sunday after this wedding, an unusual sight was to be seen on Rainbarrow. From a distance there simply appeared to be a motionless figure, standing on the top of the tumulus, just as Eustacia had stood on that lonely summit some 2 years and a half before. But now it was fine warm weather, with only a summer breeze blowing, an early afternoon instead of dull twilight. Those who ascended to the immediate neighborhood of the barrow perceived that the erect form in the center, piercing the sky, was not really alone. Round him upon the slopes of the barrow a number of heath men and women were reclining or sitting at their ease. They listened to the words of the man in their midst, who was preaching, while they abstractedly pulled heather, stripped ferns, or tossed pebbles down the slope. This was the first of a series of moral lectures, or Sermons on the Mount, which were to be delivered from the same place every Sunday afternoon, as long as the fine weather lasted. The commanding elevation of Rainbarrow had been chosen for 2 reasons. First, that it occupied a central position among the remote cottages around. Secondly, that the preacher thereon could be seen from all adjacent points as soon as he arrived at his post, the view of him being thus a convenient signal to those stragglers who wished to draw nearer. The speaker was bareheaded, and the breeze at each waft gently lifted and lowered his hair. Somewhat too thin for a man of his years, these still numbering less than 33. He wore a shade over his eyes, and his face was pensive and lined. But though these bodily figures were marked with decay, there was no defect in the tones of his voice, which were rich, musical, and stirring. He stated that his discourses to people were to be sometimes secular, and sometimes religious, but never dogmatic, and that his texts would be taken from all kinds of books. This afternoon the words were as follows: "And the king rose up to meet her, and bowed himself unto her, and sat down on his throne, and caused a seat to be set for the king's mother, and she sat at his right hand. Then she said, I desire one small petition of thee, I pray thee say me not nay. And the king said unto her, Ask on, my mother, for I will not say thee nay." Eobright had, in fact, found his vocation in the career of an itinerant open-air preacher and lecturer on morally unimpeachable subjects, and from this day he labored incessantly in that office, speaking not only in simple language on Rainbarrow and in the hamlets round, but in a more cultivated strain elsewhere, from the steps and porticos of town halls, from market crosses, from conduits, or esplanades and moors, from the parapets of bridges and barns and outhouses, and all other such places in the neighbouring Wessex towns and villages. He had left alone creeds and systems of philosophy, finding enough and more than enough to occupy his tongue in the opinions and actions common to all good men. Some believed him, and some believed not. Some said that his words were commonplace. Others complained of his want of theological doctrine, while others again remarked that it was well enough for a man to take to preaching who could not see to do anything else. But everywhere he was kindly received, for the story of his life had become generally known. End of Book 6. End of The Return of the Native. Recorded by Marlo Diane. April 6, 2006. Pisgah West, Prince Edward Island.